Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, to yet another edition of the EU Major, the Elden Lords of the Duelist Event Network. I am your hostess with the mostest, Dante WTF. But here with me, my co-host, like last time, Frosty. Frosty, how are you doing?
Dude, I'm doing spectacularly well, dude. Thank you for that beautiful introduction, my friend. And yes, indeed, the dynamic duo is back yet again.
Frosty has come.
Yes,
All right.
dude.
Here we
Big
go.
true.
Now, this is different. I will say this is different. The EU major, and tomorrow will be the NA major. But this is 16 player, and probably my favorite format is double elimination. Now, I believe we're not having the stream for the losers bracket. Unfortunately, we don't have infinite amount of people to help us out
indeed.
for this. But we've had that in the past. It is cool when we have that. Right now for this one, we do not have it. Maybe in the future. Either way, I believe double elimination, in my belief, is the best format for tournaments because it really allows for people to either shake off whatever jitters they have or try to figure out exactly how the matches go. Sometimes you just need to basically lose in order to win. You just get that out of the way. You go in there, you understand the fights, the dynamics of your opponents, because again, anyone, especially at this level, really can lose to anyone else for the most part at least once. It's best 2 out of 3 all the way up until the semifinals, which is 3 out of 5, and then I believe the finals is best 4 out of 7. But this is interesting. Double elimination for me really will tell who is sort of the cream of the crop here, the top of the top, because you have a chance of redemption at the end. Now, we do often see whoever is in the winner's bracket, they usually win, but we've seen sometimes maybe at like a 15% clip, the person from the losers has to win twice to sort of get in and become victorious at the end, which is a tall order. I mean, that's 8 victories over the winners, whoever's in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, you really have to style on them, dude.
Sure. But again, that many matches, if you're one of those players who downloads the data and, has your AI generating in your head, like that, you can then sort of craft your playstyle against what they're doing, and then maybe that's what it is. I mean, you see some people, maybe they take a couple of matches, which is why I like double elimination. Take a couple matches to just sort of try to find your rhythm or whatever, and then you go in there and you destroy. But we're here. I don't know actually how many different bands there are from last time. A lot of this is pretty standard stuff. First prize is $100. Second place, $50, and then third place is $25. All these players must qualify on the ERPVP leaderboard. I believe you can see that on the Discord. And we do have how many maps now? Is it the same maps? Snowy Outpost, Jousting Square are not to be selected, but we have I think 3 maps. Is it still 3 maps?
We have the Observatory, we have Seaside, and the Lava Bridge.
Classic Dark Souls 2. Don't say that with Miyazaki around. He wants to swear that game doesn't exist for some reason. But yeah, this is all PC seamless. This is just everything's gonna look better than console, unfortunately. It's just gonna look better, feel better. I mean, you guys know, if you guys been watching this anyway, you already know it just basically is better. Rune arcs are allowed. I mean, I'm going to assume most people are gonna be using the same rune arc. Most likely. Chances of a different one, I think, are limited. You're probably not even allowed the one that allows for health. It doesn't one allow for health regen or something per hit. I forgot.
The Melania's Great Rune, but unfortunately,
it's probably not allowed.
No, it is. It's just it's not
very
effective. Yeah, unfortunately, I wish it was.
That seemed like maybe it could be in conjunction with some of the others, but I don't know.
Potentially, hasn't been enough experimentation with it for sure, but
true. But yeah, I mean, it's the same crap as before. Like, no cheating, no glitching, all that stuff.
Course.
And honestly, a lot of these players have played in many tournaments before. A lot of these players are known. A lot of these players are good to each other. people don't want to cheat generally because they want to actually win on based on their own merit. I know
Indeed.
Frosty, you're definitely like that. You want to
Yes.
jump around, but you don't want to use some sort of cheat code to jump around. You know what I mean?
Yes,
You want
indeed.
people to know your physical prowess.
Yeah, dude, jumping 30 feet in the air with my HTS every single time. Let's go.
Well, that would be fun. It would be fun.
Yeah.
The classic bans, all the tiers that are banned, I don't think any of these have changed since last. Equipment load, obviously, no light rolling, no Briar's armors because you don't want the stupid deflection hit, no Royal Remains because that's too much HP regen.
Yes.
Quick Step, Bloodhound Step, Royal Knight's Resolve, Determination, Endure, Oath of Vengeance, Last Rites, Raptors of the Mist, Storm Stomp is clear, Golden Parry is interesting. I don't know.
And
That's
we'll wrap that up, but the first match is on the way.
Yes,
dude.
And yeah, we'll talk about Golden Parry in a second. But
yes, indeed.
Yeah, right now we have the first of the round 1 matches. Best 2 out of 3 in this double elimination tournament. We have Space Ranger Blue, Patches. I don't know Patches, so if you know him, maybe it's Pate. I don't know. Who knows?
True. I'm interested to see how this matchup is going to end up here. It's very, very interesting thus far, and obviously Space Ranger is a incredibly adaptive player, and
they're ranked
exceptional all around. Yes, indeed. And of course, it'll be very, very interesting to see what Patches is able to do here and his overall prowess. So, without further ado, count it down, my friend.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, fire.
Okay, so and of course we see a little bit of a rushdown from the side of Space Ranger, going in for that aggressive posturing a little bit more and drinking his physic on the way in. Of course, both players do manage to get their physics off. No physic punish on the side of either player here, and looks like we are seeing a two-handed Rogers from the side of Patches here, which is very, very interesting. Obviously, Patches going for that neutral R2, but does manage to get whiff punish there on the side of Space Ranger with those absolutely devastating PSGS hits here. And it does look like Space Ranger is on Lightning Lances here, so a dex build from both players.
Oh, mistake on there.
Yes, indeed.
Good punish by Patches not to try to go for the backstab or something weird.
Agreed. And see, so this is something that I do want to point out too right here, and we saw it 2 or 3 times there from the side of Patches. Patches is not panic rolling when Space decides to get close. He is attacking first and foremost, and that's exactly what you need to do against the setup as oppressive and vortex heavy as PSGS is. Double. And he gets the backswing with the Stormblade there. Stormblade definitely coming in clutch here from the side of Patches.
Oh, there's the panic. That's tough, though.
Vortexed a little bit here and manages to escape the first of the Flame Strike, but the follow-up rounds it out for a 1-0 thus far.
That was really... I mean, I got to hand it to Patches because to me, it's tough if you can't get on the inside. If you get hurt, again, a lot of these matches I feel like boil down to whoever gets hit first, right? Because then they get the initiative, and I don't think this is that much different. Although I don't see a lot of people use two-handed thrusting sword anymore.
Yeah, I agree, and it's just now like rising to prevalence a little bit. Many people haven't played around with it since the changes of 1.10. That's been very surprising to me, honestly, because it's better in a lot of ways with the buffs of 1.10, but it's also worse in some ways as well, because previously you could always tank the first hit, but now you can't, and the second hit would always break, and now the second hit doesn't, right? So it actively disincentivizes you to mash with that setup, which is a little bit more engaging from that aspect.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot we could talk about that match. I did want to mention quickly with that Ash of War.
Yeah.
It looks like that, and I could be wrong, especially with how good the connections are, but it looks like if somebody rolls into you and you spam the Ash of War, I think you get hit like almost every time.
On the Stormblade?
Get out of that. Yeah, on the Stormblade. So he did that, and he wasn't able to get punished, and Space Ranger rolled in, and I think because the second Stormblade, because it's sort of like a combo,
Yep.
I think it's slightly faster, and I don't know if you're able to get out of that if you roll
Yeah,
in.
potentially. Yeah, I think it might be a force trade at the very least, and we definitely saw that there. But without further ado, let's get into the second round of this first match here.
Yeah, here we go. Space Ranger patches 3, 2, 1. Space Ranger's up 1-0. It is best 2 out of 3.
Yes,
I was
indeed.
gonna ask you. So, if the second R1 of the thrusting sword, what is the poise damage on that?
I believe it is 87 poise damage on the backswings.
Okay.
Maybe it's a little bit less. Maybe it's 56. I don't recall exactly because some of the lighter weapons do have a lower degradation on follow-ups than some of the more like bigger weapons, like great weapons, respectively, right?
Yeah.
And we do see Patches getting caught there on the jump in, but manages to answer back with a roll in R1 and a breakaway R1 follow-up as well. Yes, and that's something that I completely agree with. That two-handed thrusting sword is absolutely devastating in a lot of ways.
See?
And just
That's
like you were saying, that is absolutely devastating on the side of Patches there. And those roll-ins, but Space Ranger knows with the R1 degradation, he is able to stay in and acquire that crouching state to be able to get that crouching L1 on Patches here. And Patches just panicking a little bit too much here. Does get caught on the breakaway spacing.
Nice.
And Space is actually getting blendered a little bit here, but unfortunately, Patches with one too many subsequent rolls getting roll caught there, and Space Ranger managed to round it out.
Patches played really well. That was a lot closer than, like, considering the rank 1 versus rank 16. Like, Patches was in that. Now, this match, he was down a lot lower than the first match. First match was closer. But you see there with the double Stormwind. It hits, and I don't know, at least not with somehow the speed of the dual lances. Like, it doesn't look like you can actually hit before that goes off.
No, that is an exceptional choice to bring in Stormblade, especially on the two-handed thrusting sword here. It's definitely a wise pick at the very least, because I haven't seen Stormblade too much overall recently, and it's really cool to see very adept usage of it in this way.
Tried it there again.
And
then the panic here, of course. I mean, I don't know. It's tough to not panic. See, in that instance, I would have tried to attack anyway, but then, of course, you're afraid of the trade because you're dead anyway. So it's really difficult to be on that. But Patches is in the loser's bracket, but I gotta say, I think we're gonna see Patches do pretty well. Maybe try to make a comeback, because I think they played extremely well against.
They did.
You know, obviously one of, if not the best player right now in EU. And I think they actually did pretty good. And I think since no one really is using two-handed thrusting sword, that could be like sort of in their favor, because not a lot of people will know how to play against it. They don't have as much practice.
Especially recently. Agreed.
So that is pretty cool. I actually like seeing that. Like you said, Stormblade, man. I think because what's cool about Stormblade is, and we just saw it there, which I didn't know until this match. Like, I didn't know that secondary was as fast. Because I know there's weird things in this game where if you have two seals, you can get sort of a faster flame. The hell is that called? Flame burst. Why can't I remember
exactly
that?
Sure. That's all good. Yeah.
A combustion. You get two combustions, and the second one is just slightly faster. Oh, catch flamer,
yeah, you got it.
It's slightly faster, and it's kind of interesting because, and this might sound stupid, and I apologize, but like, I didn't know that one-handed left-hand lance has hyper armor.
Right.
I didn't know that until yesterday. Now, it's not a weapon I usually use, but only left-hand, one-handed. And somebody was positing that they maybe did that because the limited moveset, but like, to me, that's pretty damn powerful.
No, it is. It's exceptionally so. Yeah, obviously, it seems more so like a screw up on From's part, because no other great weapon has hyper armor one-handed, right?
Oh,
so they just
really?
messed up the values. Yeah. On
so even if you put other ones on the left hand, it doesn't?
No. Yep. So that leads further credence to it being a
That's
mistake,
just a mistake.
Right? Yeah, but yeah, no, like you were mentioning with Catch Flame, it's very, very interesting too, especially with the poise changes of 1.10, because Catch Flame got massively buffed because it always breaks poise.
Yeah. Yep.
Always, and that is
Yeah.
absolutely insane. And I've been messing around with it quite a bit recently, and it's incredibly impressive, man. Especially
It
with that
can
quick
be.
follow up, like you were saying.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because like if someone tries to catch you, like even if they try to jump it, most of the time they still get hit because it lingers slightly.
Yeah,
But it's like even if you try to punish, then the second one is behind it, and depending on where your stats are, you're probably going to do more damage. You know, it's like, so even if it's a trade situation, it's crazy. Like it can get annoying, and to me, it's only annoying when when bad net isn't involved. But
yeah.
that's that doesn't. Luckily, we're in just EU here, and most players here will have decent connection with each other,
Yes,
especially on PC. But
yeah, dude.
yeah,
If you want to get back to the rules too,
yeah, I was gonna get back to it.
Okay, no worries. Yep.
Golden parry. I was wondering why do you think that is
So,
now banned?
it was kind of a middle ground from the leaderboard committee, the rule committee, for reasons that the critical damage being buffed in 1.10 and parries essentially just being a one shot across the board. With the misery chord, and especially when you stack dagger talisman too. So this was kind of a result as of that change in 1.10. So we kind of decided to go with banning golden parry, because golden parry is obviously the best one, and it allows you to get parries that you otherwise wouldn't with any other one, right? So it's incredibly strong from that aspect, but also we decided to ban the dagger talisman in tandem with that, right? So we limited parries and the frequency that you will be able to get them, but it wasn't an overt nerf to parrying overall, right? So
Yeah,
that's kind of the basis behind it, right?
the only thing I understand with that is that, let's say somebody's winning a match and they're clearly the better player, and then they throw out the Hail Mary parry, which I have no problem with.
Yeah,
You should be looking out with. It can make things, especially out of a 2 out of 3, it can make things maybe unfair, but personally, I'd probably still keep it in. Maybe take away the dagger talisman, though.
Yeah,
That's
agreed.
The one,
Yep,
probably. But, you know, again, we always workshop these rules.
Yeah, for sure, dude. They're always, open to being changed, all of that. But without further ado, we are on to our second match here, which looks like it is Eli DKS against Bean here. And this is Bean's third tournament here, so hopefully the tourney nerves won't be as prevalent as they were the past 2 times here, because Bean is an absolutely exceptional player, and it's very much the same case with Eli as well. Very adept, very aggressive player. So let's move on into it.
Yeah, let's start it up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, fire. So Eli has the dual lances here, and I do think one of the best weapons, especially with sword dance, which they do not have, as they've already shown, is the Shamshir. But Shamshir's still very powerful. Although BronDaGoat, Eli does have BronDaGoat, so they can tank maybe
the backswings. Yeah, for sure here. And this is obviously a very, very dangerous setup on the side of Eli with the power stance great spears here. Also, as we saw, utilizing a little bit of the phalanx as well, which has many, many true combos into the crouching L1 if timed properly. Absolutely devastating in terms of overall damage here. And we actually do see Bean with the Frostpot punish on the phalanx here and manages to get away unscathed.
That was amazing.
Against the PSGS. Actually, somebody with a prepared ranged punish. You love to see it.
Yeah, but then he also got the Bolus off immediately. Like, they knew.
Agreed.
Like, I'm so impressed with that. It was just like counter versus counter, like immediately. But we see Eli on the back foot here pretty badly. The speed and the running attack is kind of blasting Eli a bit. But here we go, the blender.
Yep, and there is the Vortex on full display there from the side of Eli, landing 2 subsequent crouching L1s with a non-buffered Vortex there. But we actually do see Bean answering back with those delayed block canceled neutral R1s for the reset, 2 poise breaks subsequently every single time, and the beautiful movement bait on the side of Bean.
Oh no!
Bean was trying to answer back with the buffered R1 out of the stunlock there, and Eli just able to hard read that mash out of hit stun with a buffered vortex. And
yeah, you saw what Bean was trying to do. Bean was just trying to trade to win because they were ahead by basically 4 hits.
Yep.
So incredibly well played by Eli to notice that they were going for that. They were going for the trade win, and then they just did it 4 times in a row. We'll see it here. With fascinating. Now, I do think Eli was a little bit outmatched because not having hyper armor in this matchup feels harsh at times. Because once you're pressured, I don't really know like exactly what you do if you're not attacking first. Right. Nice roll catch there. We have a trade hit here, which Bean tried to do, and then boom, that's 3, and then 4, and
Eli only had around 37 HP when he tanked that second backswing there.
That was crazy.
My word, exceptional fight, especially
we see them
from both
evenly
players
matched.
Yeah,
I mean, rank 8 and rank 9 here for a reason, right? Evenly matched, but start us off.
All right, without further ado, 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. All right, so of course we see both physics coming out from the side of both players here, and yes, we actually do see Bean swapping to PSGS as well, going for a little bit of a boiled crab here, right into the bolus, and a beautiful delayed roll catch there on the side of Bean. My word.
Bean is upset. Last night.
The
fat roll?
Fat roll, but
no
it doesn't
way.
Because he's able to answer it back and swap, but the running L1 unintentionally does manage to land on the side of Eli there. We see a little bit of a significant HP lead here on the side of Bean yet again, when Eli was going for the
damage.
Managed to trade a jumping L1 on the side of Bean, but Bean is able to roll out of that buffered vortex and able to get away and reset to neutral a little bit more here, and both players definitely going for that crouch vortex, but no dice thus far.
Wow, yeah, I would have liked to see some neutral jumps there, because it looks like they are trying to pressure to get the roll catch, and I think a neutral jump will mix it up quite nicely.
Agreed, yeah, and we already saw Bean able to land the jumping L1 earlier in the match, and Bean wins and is able to round it out with a little bit of a buffered vortex of his own this time.
Wow.
What a
you see the
set.
What is it called? The rotten wing?
Insignia. Yep.
I mean, that worked wonders here. That jump attack was brilliant because the trade definitely was on favor of Bean's side. Agreed. But you see here, it's so funny, this matchup, to me anyway, because it's like one person pressures, the other person waits, one person pressures, and then it's just back and forth, and you're like, you're trying to predict. But also, I do want to mention quickly, we saw Space Ranger use this, and we see the difference of how Space Ranger uses it versus how they use it.
Yeah,
whereas we see Bean and Eli sort of being more locked on and straightforward. Space Ranger's all over the place. You cannot see what Space Ranger's doing. And it just shows you that, Space Ranger probably is a little bit more well-versed in this weapon.
Yeah.
And I find that fascinating because it's like, there's levels to even just weapons in this game, right? Not just the game.
And setup familiarity is definitely a huge part of especially taking a particular setup into a tournament environment, and you want to be very, very adept with anything that you decide to bring, right? Okay, so without further ado, on to the final match here.
Here it is.
Could go either way, but 3, 2, 1, go, go, go.
All right, this is it. And now it's dual glance.
Yup.
This is interesting. I like this. Some mirror matches are fun, so long as you don't see it every match. But
agreed.
It is fun to see it sometimes.
Yeah, and especially like both players, very, very similar in their familiarity with this setup in particular here, and we're definitely seeing both players definitely taking a more reserved approach than they have been previously, and of course that being primarily because this is the final match of the set, and both players want to make each one of their hits count and not get caught if they can help them.
Yeah, they don't want to be in the loser's bracket. I do like what Bean's doing. He's throwing out some jumping R1s for that added range there.
Yep.
And you have better recovery time. Right there, a trade. It's still pretty much even. I'd say Bean is very slightly ahead.
Oh, and gets caught on the... Unfortunately, that's, I believe...
Panics.
the third time that we've seen the running L1, accidental running L1 on the side of Eli there.
Oh man,
And
it's
does
so
manage
fun.
to get punished.
Nice
Beautiful
jump.
locked on back jump there from the side of Bean, landing his second, and a beautiful ranged punish coming out from the side of Bean yet again. Bean needs to be very, very careful here of that phalanx. Is down to blue tier stone, but is making Eli panic. And on the back foot here, this match could be anyone's.
This is fascinating. One hit. No, he's dead. Oh my
and
goodness.
The sacred infusion damage difference with the sacred blade is able to round out with the trade. My word, exceptional match coming out from the side of both players here. Absolutely incredible.
That's crazy.
Well done, you guys.
Just shows you how evenly matched they are, but like the slight differences, I think we're gonna see it here, which brings him back, this backwards jump. He's panicking here, backwards L1. Oh
that
my
was
goodness.
Exceptional.
That brought him back in the match straight up, because I don't know how much damage that did, but it was a lot. And then this to notice that when he has this amount of range, that Eli's gonna go with the Ash of War, and then he punishes him immediately, because you have to do that, but you basically have to predict it because it's a little bit too slow. And just brilliant. And then they trade at the end here, and wow. Incredible. Right here, double L1 crouch, boom. Very evenly matched. Bean brought that back after dropping the first one. Was like, no, I'm going to bring out my lances. We'll see what's happening. Bada bing, bada boom. Takes it over. Now, again, Eli's now out of the tournament. But Eli's in the loser's bracket. Maybe can come back. But unfortunately, we are going to have to come back from an ad break. And we'll see you in just a moment.
Very, very soon.
Thank you for sitting through the ads. Thank you.
Yes,
we are back, though, in the double Elim EU major with Frosty, myself. So far, pretty good matches, I got to say. I mean, EU just does not disappoint. They do not. You guys, man, you got better chocolate than NA, and apparently your matches are pretty intense. But we got a couple more rules here, like a couple of the classic rules that are kind of mainstays, like some things I don't need to even mention, but I like to mention fan daggers, because a lot of people maybe who don't play as much be like, well, why the hell is fan daggers? There's a lot of combo potential. There's a lot of things that can really just kind of break the game. That's really what it is. So we just kind of try to eliminate that so people don't have to play that way, because then otherwise it's the fan dagger game and you don't want to do
exactly.
Or like the jar helmet, like everyone would have to wear the same thing. We try to avoid that, maybe have a little bit more freedom. Alexander and Warrior Jar Shard, I think initially in like the first patch, or like when the game came out, this made sense. Personally, I don't think this should be a thing, except for maybe a very few weapons, like maybe Moonveil or something. I actually wouldn't want to ban this personally. But
I
believe that's me.
I believe the main reason why it was because it wasn't restricted for a long while. But with the prevalence of a lot of the Ashes of War getting buffed with adding like certain hyper armor values and things like that, and a lot of the super high damage ones baseline that were completely useless before, but are now very, very strong and very prevalent, right? And that was the main reason for deciding to just limit it for the time being, right? Until we can assess further things.
You might be right. Like, it might be just better just to blanket ban it so that you're not banning it for like 7 different
then it becomes convoluted for sure.
Exactly. So, classic things like Crucible Feather Talisman. Obviously, you don't want to have extra iframe. Dagger Talisman, that's sort of, I think, a new one because of the higher crit damage.
Yes, indeed. Yep.
And apparently you can only have... this is new. I don't remember this last time. Now you can only have one of the following equipped at a time, which I actually like this. Blessed Dew, Blue Feather Branch Sword, Red Feather Branch Sword. So I actually really like this. I think this is a really good one. Because firstly, Blue Feathered is broken. It's crazy. The
it's very strong.
you get on that thing. And I always thought Blessed Do was very strange to even allow that because, you know, we don't allow HP
All
regen
other
basically on anything
forms
else.
of regen are gone,
I always thought that was weird, but now only allowing one of them instead of having all of them as a sort of maybe comeback potential. I actually really like that. You get to really choose.
So you have to pick one. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
That I think is real. I don't know who made that. I don't know where that, you know.
I had a direct hand in
I think it's
coming up with
brilliant.
that. Yep.
I think this one's brilliant. So yeah, I mean, and again, you know, you can't really do any other healing spells, and then Placid Dusak's Rune, and I believe that's because the startup, right? Is
the unreactable. Yep.
You cannot escape that. But
700 damage, unreactable.
Yeah.
Yep.
We are here for the third match.
Ooh, this is exciting.
Right. Vomit on the challenge is Darksoapp. When the names get swapped, I'm just gonna mention it because, like, I don't, you know. Come on, people, have a better SEO everywhere. All right. Anyways, here we go. Best 2 out of 3. Darksoapp blue, Smaxy red. Start us off.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, and go. And we see both players going for their physics respectively. No physic punishes on the side of either player, interestingly enough. Mirror? And yeah, it does look that way. No, it's Hall Stock versus... No, it's off Carrions, actually, which is incredibly strong with main hand halberd in general because you retain that priority with the R1 to L1, and I believe it's even the inverse as well. And obviously we see Darksoapp getting off that Chilling Mist, which is absolutely devastating, especially, oh my word, and the daggers able to catch into the neutral R1 catch of the halberd into the flame strike roll catch as well. What an absolutely devastating combo here, and Darksoapp just getting caught.
I don't think we're seeing the damage on Smaxy, or did he really actually not get hit? Is he just... I thought there was a trade, but maybe I'm wrong.
Potentially, I'm not sure here. No, that was the first bit of damage that Smaxy had received throughout the entirety of this. A beautiful strafe coming out from the side of Darksoapp there, and able to whiff punish with the offhand L1 of that Carrions there, and does get caught with a running R2 with that extended range. My word.
I'm impressed. I mean, Smaxy just went in here and was like...
Oh, it was reversed. Flipped. Okay, production mistake. Okay, so that was on the side of...
Let's blame production.
It's all good, dude. No worries. These things do happen. But, okay, so that was indeed Darksoapp with the win there against Smaxy with the halberd and the offhand Carrions.
I mean, because that was going to be like a huge upset.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
that was great. So he does switch his weapon. You see it. He has got a dagger, so he swapped to something else. Oh no, you said Carrion is on now. Now I have it.
Now we're confused too. It happens, dude. It's no biggie.
But so now that's just an intelligence build with the halberd and the
Carrion? It does seem so. Yeah, what I would assume is that probably around a 50 to 60 int build with the cold infused Chilling Mist.
I like that
there.
I like seeing different types of builds like that.
That's cool. For sure.
Carrion you don't see often. I do like,
especially in one hand. Power stance is a little more prevalent, but yeah, the offhand straight sword is very, very interesting to see a little bit more of here.
Because the left hand, you get a little bit more speed, right? If it's on the offhand, I believe, with the straight sword.
I don't recall with the straight sword. I think it might be a little less recovery, but the same speed when it's in your offhand. Right. Yeah. The discrepancy there is very, very interesting.
I do know you get some benefit. That's all I know.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. But without further ado, count it down, my friends.
All right. So Darksoapp is up, I believe. Right?
Yes.
1-0 against Smaxy. And let's do it. Let's count it down here. Is this an arena swap? 3, 2, 1, fire.
All right. No, it is not. But
same. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm very interested to see how Smaxy is going to be able to adapt here. It's going to be very, very interesting. Obviously, Darksoapp spacing is just absolutely incredible, and that is one of the strongest attributes that Darksoapp is able to utilize in the vast majority of circumstances. And of course, the Flame Strike nearly catching again on that breakaway roll on the side of Smaxy. Smaxy definitely needs to be careful as to when he's going for the aggression attempts here because of how oppressive that that offhand dagger can be,
See, now he's got
especially.
the.
Oh, go on. Yep.
Smaxy's making. I'm just sorry. He's
No, that's
making
all
a
good.
couple mistakes, getting him close to the wall, and then, relieving him of the pressure. Throwing
Yeah.
out an errant Ash of War at, I believe, the wrong time. He wasn't really close. Oh, the backstab was brilliant.
The strafe backstab with a little bit of an
Oh.
edge walk there coming out from the
Oh,
side of Darksoapp. Was
it's
that
over?
the end?
Oh, he
Oh,
thought
no
he was
worries.
dead. Okay.
It's all
Another
good, dude.
production error. All right, we're
It's
getting a
all
new
good.
guy. I'm sorry.
Yep. No,
There it
dude.
is.
It's all good.
Now, Darksoapp was one hit away, and I think he only got hit once, maybe twice that entire match.
Yeah,
I mean, that
I
was
do
a
believe so.
handed victory. And you see, like, it's kind of interesting because it was very simple play style by Darksoapp. Anytime he was being ran after, he would run back and then
Yeah.
rinse, repeat. I would have liked to have seen Smaxy use a running R2 because the strafing of Darksoapp was just getting around.
Yeah,
anything
it was
that,
exceptional. A little bit
Smaxy
more
was doing.
yeah, the running R2 for the anti-strafe and also the crouching R1s are
Yeah,
absolutely
true.
exceptional on one-handed halberd. I'm surprised we don't see it utilized more, honestly, especially with how prevalent main hand thrusting halberd is, because it covers the weaknesses every time.
I mean, Smaxy with that error on the Ash War, and the reason why that was especially a bad error is because of the way Darksoapp was already playing. The backstab was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah,
but
agreed.
The way he was already playing, where he was never just running in guns blazing. He kind of was taking a shot, going back, taking a shot.
Yep.
So just throwing that Ash War was pretty weird. I don't know. Smaxy just kind of was out of their element on that one, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, like Darksoapp is revered for his overwhelming sense of pressure once he's able to find an error and capitalize on that, right? And that just excels and is further exacerbated by his just absolutely insane level of prowess with the spacing game. And we saw that on full display there almost every single time. When Smaxy was throwing out an attack, it was either strafed, spaced, or whiff punished with that off dagger almost exclusively.
I mean, you saw in the first match the running R2 to get the like pixel perfect hit in the corner.
Yeah.
And again, I want to see people utilize the arena they're in and the walls and the corners. And I think if Smaxy could have tried to do that, they would have had a better shot of getting hits. Anytime it seemed like they had Darksoapp in the corner, they kind of just didn't utilize it. They allowed them to get away. And and again, you're in a match and it's fast paced.
Well, yeah, of course.
Hit, things like that. Like, I'm not blaming anyone for making any mistake or maybe not playing a different way. Obviously, I'm on the outside looking in.
Yes.
So it might sound like I'm a jerk, but this is just what I see. And, I play the game and Frosty plays the game. So we do know the game at least a little bit.
But yeah, I think also on the side of Smaxy, like they did a good job overall. I think it's just the pressure that Darksoapp was able to dish out just overwhelmed them, and then it shut down their internalization of being able to actually conceptualize all of the things that you previously said, right? Like the zoning awareness, making use of the corner pressure and things like that, and knowing when you have the upper hand in relation to your overall positioning and things like that, right? And that's just something that's exceptionally difficult to be aware of and implement at every possible circumstance, especially in a tournament environment, right? And it becomes way more difficult.
On this ERPVP, when people are fighting on the ladder and things like that, where are they fighting? Are they fighting in these arenas?
Yeah, the vast majority of the time, yes. Yep.
So that's why I do feel like sometimes it's a little weird, at least for me, especially if you're already fighting here. Like if you're fighting in the arena where it's wide open, you don't have walls or corners. Like, yeah, I get that maybe you wouldn't understand, but if you're already fighting in these arenas, to me, you have to utilize what's around you. And I want to see that with some players. Because like sometimes, like let's say you're outmatched with a weapon or like with hyper armor, and you got to figure out a different way. You can't just play normally and then just lose anyway. Like you got to do something differently to try to at least give yourself a chance, which is why I always talk about like when somebody throws out a parry and they lose anyways, like I'm like you know, hooray, man. You tried something to try to win
Yeah, yeah, dude,
instead of
exactly.
just incrementally losing, you know, through chip damage or whatever.
Hmm.
So I don't know. And again, it could just mean that Smaxy he had two fights that were just rough. Maybe they couldn't calibrate themselves. They are in
Agreed.
the
Yeah.
losers bracket. They
Yep.
can come back.
Yep.
And also, real quick, we did see Eli take down Patches, and I thought Patches maybe would make a run, but I guess Patches is already out of the
Oh
losers
man.
round. We will check the bracket out eventually
Yeah,
through
for sure. For sure.
some of these,
Yep.
but either way, we are here. Lithium versus Ace. Count us down.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. Okay, so this is very interesting too because Lithium, I
Ooh,
believe, had a beautiful run, but we actually do see one of the first physic punishes on the side of Ase here with the Bolt of Grandsax, and that was absolutely beautiful. Obviously, we see Ase on the dual lightning lances, I do believe. Very, very prevalent in this tournament in particular. It does manage to get caught with two buffered vortexes there. And
Sword Dance.
yeah, Sword Dance does come out, and Sword Dance's hyper armor, it does activate a little bit later than the vast majority of other Ashes of War, but it is able to even tank the one hit from a crouching L1.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Mhm.
What do you think the deal's with the headdress here on Lithium side?
Hey man, you know, you got to be unique in some capacity, and I love to see it, dude. The Loretta's headpiece is absolutely beautiful.
Ace is playing really well. Ace is staying on the outside here, taking the shots when they have. They're not playing super aggressive. Maybe they're a little bit afraid of Sword Dance, but I think. Oh, Golden Land. Golden Land is huge.
Manages to land the Golden Land R2 follow-up even. That is a rarity
was,
indeed.
the explosion made that
Worse.
hard to see.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
No one
that
ever does
room.
that.
Yeah, I know, for sure. No, and that was smart coming out from the side of Ase too, because obviously Golden Land is one of the strongest Ashes of War that you can put on a heavier weapon like Great Spear in particular. And it honestly, I haven't seen Golden Land in a very, very long time here. But yes, as you said, we do see the hard swap to Katars to potentially get an easier round finish here on the side of Ase.
Oh, could the comeback happen? It's gonna be tough.
Yep, potentially. Yeah, and that's the thing, dude. You know, when you're swapping to a particular setup, obviously we see the match rounded out with some crystal darts there.
Wow, some crystal darts. I didn't realize they were doing that much damage.
Yeah, no, especially if you're spec'd for them on like a 50 or 60 int build, they do around 70 to 80 damage per hit.
That's significant.
Yeah, and it's if your opponent is colded even, they do around 110 to 120. Which is absolutely brutal, right?
You see, they actually both the players have similar play styles in trying to punish. Now, you see a little bit more aggression by the side of Lithium, but Lithium was getting punished a lot, especially earlier on. And then when the roles were sort of flipped and Lithium had low health and was sort of trying to play the bait game, Lithium was starting to come back a little bit here. So if Lithium can take that into the second match, maybe play slightly more reserved.
Agreed.
And more of the spacing game, you know, I think they'd have a better shot.
Yeah, 100%, dude.
Dart, I think. Let's see how much damage. At least 51 damage.
Yeah,
but that's pretty crazy. I do think Lithium maybe. I was just gonna say, I thought maybe they could benefit from the Blessed Dew Talisman there at the end.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, that probably would have been the safer play, especially with how reserved and more of a passive approach that Lithium was taking. He would have been able to potentially answer back there. But without further ado, count it down, my friend. Interested to see how
here we go.
Players adapt.
Lithium is down. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Oh, there we go.
And the Bolt of Grand
Sexy.
Yes, indeed.
Double, by the way.
Two of them. Yeah, which is interesting. Is he able to land the... Yes, he is able to land the power stance jumping.
Oh, the fat roll.
A little bit of a fat roll here. Potentially isn't able to hard swap off the Bolt of Grand Sax maybe in the pocket. I'm not exactly sure, but that is a commanding HP lead on the side of Lithium here. It's interesting to see if potentially... Oh, and I'm not sure. Ase didn't get to get his physic off
Oh, you're
either.
right. Yeah, he was
And
looking
this
for
this is
the
a
punish.
yeah, this is a very dangerous spot for Ase to be in here. Almost gets the frame trap on the sword dance there, but
Oh,
this
man.
might be a quick win on the side of Lithium. A little bit
One trade.
overzealous with the physic punish on
it?
the side of Ase,
Wow.
yes, and Lithium is able to round it out just like that. And once again, you know,
Damn.
with how much of a reward these physic punishes can be, they're also incredibly risky too if you get overzealous with them, especially when Ase was going for the follow-up Bolt of Grand Sax, trying to read a immediate physic after the roll on the
Yep.
side of Lithium, but unfortunately it just did not work out in that way. And he did not get his physic off as a result, and that was the tide turner in that match for sure.
Yeah, I mean, still, Lithium had really good spacing there to get the punishes, but like initially,
Agreed.
it started with the fat rolling.
Yes,
So
agreed.
it was like a
Yeah.
bunch of chain of events that happened. First, Lithium tried to get punished twice with 2 bolts, then got punished with the jumping attack, but then punished the fat rolling with 3 L1s, which did like 1,500 damage or whatever it was.
Yep.
Then, like you said, you notice Ase didn't get their physic, and their health just melted away, and they couldn't recover. So we'll see if Ase tries to do that again. I for some reason doubt it, but let's count it off.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. One knife.
Okay, both
Ase's
players
just not
definitely
going for it.
forego
great
their
camera
physics here.
production.
Hey man, it happens. No worries. But okay, so yeah, definitely no physic punishes coming out from the side of each player this time. Definitely securing their physic first and foremost, and obviously, as has been the theme here. Oh, beautiful. And even a half hit on the third.
Oh,
Neutral L1 there, absolutely insane coming out from the side of Ase, or Lithium rather, just absolutely devastating with those neutral L1s here. And we definitely see Ase on the back foot here, trying to get it back with this movement here, but unfortunately the timing is just off almost every time here. It's going to be very, very difficult for Ase to find their way in.
Yeah, I mean, they can. I mean, obviously, with the crouch attack sort of blend tech, they can obviously come back. They are at a severe deficit. Lithium is playing out of his mind, attacking at the right time. The spacing, he's destroying with this. And that was a flawless, by the way.
Yes, it was indeed.
I mean, the spacing and the timing of Lithium just had Ase's number on that bad. I mean, I think you'll see it here every time, right there. Every time Ase was attacking, Lithium was out of range, by a couple pixels, and punished immediately every time. Incredible play.
Yeah.
Right there, even unlocking and backing away from the crowd attack just in case. They knew they were out of range. Neutral jump just in case. Again, all of these sort of setting their attacks and just reading Ase tremendously well. I mean, incredible play by Lithium right here.
Yeah,
right
agreed.
Here.
And
look at that punish. Incredible.
Yeah, and one thing I will point out too, I think what was happening here and what we were seeing on full display is that last match really shook Ase mentally, and Ase was just very, very afraid to try and dish out aggression in any capacity because he started respecting the carrions a little bit too much. But at the same time, too, I will point out that Ase definitely wasn't making use of the movement threat of the crouch wave dashing tech on the PSGS, forcing those rolls first and foremost. A lot of times, especially in that last match, we just would see a buffered input immediately upon the crouch activation, and that is very, very readable, and that's where we saw Lithium able to whiff punish because he knew that Ase was going for it buffered every single time. So if Ase would have threw in a little bit more of a mix-up based playstyle there towards the end, I think he could have had a great opportunity at coming back there, but unfortunately, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But No
Yeah, I
worries
mean,
there. I mean,
that
there
was
was
crazy.
great play from both players, obviously, especially like Ase in the first round. Like that was very, very good when he was feeling very confident with his play overall,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And obviously the second match, it shakes us, it happens, especially once again in a tourney setting. It's very, very prevalent, but exceptional play from the side of Lithium. Very well done.
Ase's not out again.
Yep.
We have a losers bracket here.
Agreed.
Um, so, but like you said, it was kind of like they changed the way they played, and I don't know if the second match shook them or anything, because like
Potentially, yeah,
people,
that's a big assumption on my part, but it
yeah, I
definitely
mean, people,
seemed that way.
because sometimes you make a mistake and it's almost insurmountable to come back, and 1,500
Yeah.
damage is pretty tough to come back from, But
Yeah.
I just thought he played completely differently because he was much more reserved in the first match, basically sort of playing the punish reactive game. And then
Yeah.
the third match was playing the active game, but not in an aggressive way, in a trying to space, but then was
Right.
just countered by spacing.
Mhm.
And I think that just happened too often.
Yeah.
And I think the reads of Lithium were just tremendous. I mean,
Yeah, no,
everything Ase did was
yeah.
being read.
Yeah,
If
not to
Ase,
diminish anything that Lithium was doing because the
yeah,
timing was absolutely impeccable there. Yeah.
it was amazing. I mean, it was
Mhm.
like it was like they played each other a bunch of times, and Lithium was like, "Oh yeah, this is how they play." It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep.
I
Yep.
mean, it was
Yep.
actually really impressive.
Mhm.
But again, Ase, who knows? Maybe they just deviated from their game plan. Who knows what happened? But again, losers bracket, they can come back. We'll see
Yes,
what
indeed.
happens.
Yep. Yep. And that's one thing that I really do want to stress too is that when there is a losers bracket, like, and this is it was the first tournament. Oh, okay, no worries. But it was the first tournament that I ever won, like, first FOC rather, and I dropped in the first round, and then I was able to bring it back all the way through
Oh,
the
you were
losers
one of the
bracket and was able to reset the bracket and take
yeah.
home the grand, finale there. And
Yeah,
it's
let's
like
talk about
it's
how great
very
you are.
nah, dude, I just use that as an example because it's very, very prevalent the aspect of turning nerves up front because it can shake the
Definitely.
way you're playing, your
Yeah.
mentality, all of that. But as soon as you get that loss out of the way, you're able to just be like God mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're not worried about losing anymore. That's already past you. And that is a very, very prevalent thing. And I'm interested to see how the losers bracket goes from here on out as a result of that.
Definitely.
Mhm.
Well, we do have to do a dumb ad break, I believe.
Yet
So let's
again.
just let's just get it over with, and
Yo.
then we'll be back in a minute.
Yes, indeed. See you soon.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with
Yes.
BronDaGoat versus EndaTheLion. Let's just get right into it in the winners round one. Start us off.
All right. Without further ado, 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. All right, and this matchup I am very, very excited for. We see actually from the side of Braun, we see a Moonveil and a off hand axe, which I
hand
love to
axe.
see. The hand axe is actually one of the best offhands in the current patch because it does break every single time. We see a beautiful outspace and whiff punish with the transient moonlight R1 on the side of BronDaGoat here, and very, very similar HP values on the side of both players. And we see an interrupt on the roll in with the neutral R1 from the side of
Oh, the crouch
Braun.
or the rolling attack there. Interesting. Huh. I mean, this is pretty evenly matched. We haven't really seen the hand axe do anything, I don't think.
Yeah,
Oh, the
agreed.
spam. I like it.
Oh my word. We see
The crouch attack.
third follow-up
Wow,
L1 land.
gets it.
Oh my word, the overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression that Endo was just able to dish out there was absolutely unreal. My word.
I like the way Enda played there because Enda, in my estimation, I could be wrong, but I think they basically said, I'm going to stop them from ever getting their Moonveil off. That's what
Agreed.
they're going for. They
Yeah,
were like,
yeah.
if I hit them and while they're trying to sheath or whatever,
Yep.
I'm going to just stop them. And that's what we saw at the end there. They just kept the pressure. They kept
Yeah.
attacking.
Yeah.
Good rolls on a couple of the close ones. but like using the crouch attack, using even the
Mm-hmm.
rolling L1, which
Yeah.
was impressive and it hit,
Mm-hmm.
using the combo L1, just keep mashing while they're backed against the wall. I think we see it here,
Yeah.
right here with the third.
Yeah, very rarely do you see the third land of a Power Stance Straight Sword L1 chain, but Enda even managed to land the fourth and final hit of it, which is
Man.
absolutely insane. But
And
yeah,
that's the
no,
arena for
like,
you right there.
yeah,
That was the
agreed.
wall. He couldn't
Yes,
get around it.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. That zoning pressure, man, it's incredibly, incredibly important. And we saw Enda very, very adept with the use case of it there. So, going into the second match, I'm very interested to see if Braun will end up swapping off that setup. And it looks like indeed he has. Maybe. I'm not sure. Of course, it's
No, I
tough to
still see
see
an
from this
axe.
far.
No, I see the axe. I see the
Cheeky.
moonveil.
Okay, so without further ado, 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go.
I do think Braun is going to play a little bit differently here.
Yeah.
Understand that pressure is a thing that can happen.
Agreed. Yes, and playing a little bit more reserved is definitely the safe play to be able to get that Moonveil off in every aspect. And we see a little bit more usage of that offhand hand axe, and I definitely think that that is a very smart play with Enda on the aggression attempts. If Braun is just able to throw out that offhand axe every single time for the interrupt, Enda's going to have a very difficult time trying to get in.
Yeah, I mean, we see it now already. Braun isn't playing too much Unga Bunga, trying to attack at a hit stun as much, sort of attacking once, rolling, trying to get the roll punished, and is actually doing a good job right there. Wow.
Beautiful
again,
zoning
on
pressure.
The wall.
Yeah, yet again,
on the wall.
just trapping with that backswing. But obviously, Braun able to get Enda in a little bit of a vortex there with the Transient Moonlight R1s. Very, very dangerous, of course. One thing I will say is that Braun has definitely chose to forego the usage of the Opaline hard tier for more damage with the cracked shrouding tier of magic here, which is very, very interesting. Definitely ups his damage by quite a significant margin, and we're definitely seeing Enda not panicking against the Moonveil here, and absolutely just with that overwhelming pressure here.
It.
Oh my word. Exceptional on the side of Enda. But unfortunately goes for the rolling L1 instead of the R1. The R1, I believe, would have interrupted there, but beautiful adaptation on the side of BronDaGoat there. Yeah,
so
it was.
Braun was up early here, and maybe you could speak to this. I don't know if it'll show it here. Right here it shows it. So this swapping between the R1 and the L1, what does that do poise-wise?
So essentially what that's doing, and there's a lot of setups like this with like across the board, depending on it, there's so many actually, like it's hard to even list them all off the top of my head, but this is one as such that retains priority between L1 R1 subsequently and R1 L1, right? It's back and forth. So if you're going up against a non-hyper armor setup like Braun is going up against here, that being Power Stance Straight Swords, he is able to retain that priority with the R1 and the L1 respectively. So there's no downside for him to just keep doing those back and forth, and it forces a rollout from Enda pretty much every single time, barring a read of a delay for the Moonveil catch.
Yes. I just thought it was interesting. And by the way, I thought Enda played actually pretty well. I like what he's doing, pressuring, doing the goblin stepping, and then sort of mixing up the attacks. Actually pretty good. So we'll see. This is actually a lot closer than the numbers might suggest.
Agreed. But, yes.
Count us off.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, and I'm interested to see how both players are going to adapt here, especially going into this last round. Of course, we see the Glintstone Scraps coming out from the side of Braun, which are absolutely devastating on what I would assume to be a 60 int build here. And wow, unbelievable. Enda was actually able to roll that with the incredibly low recovery of that jumping R2 on the one-handed straight sword. And we see a little bit of a sword dance, cheeky swap there. I was wondering
what it was.
Yeah, and goes into the crouching R1. And that's one thing that I want to point out too about the Power Stance Straight Sword setup is that now that every single attack on it breaks, the things like the crouching R1 that are already unreactable before now stagger and are actually incredibly devastating in the vast majority of circumstances.
Oh, he's got him cornered.
Yes, indeed. And we saw a little bit of a trade back and forth there, which I think Bron came out ahead of a little bit, but it was very, very close indeed.
Oh, I like the crouch attack there. And is doing a really good job of not biting on these sheaths. And I gotta commend him for it, because it's very scary getting hit by any of the Moonveils.
For sure. And obviously the amount of respect from both players. But Bron decides to not go for any type of cover to cover his blue flask there, and does get massively punished, equalizing the playing field. Even Enda probably getting a little bit of an HP lead there, but
got his Achilles tendon.
Tier is procced. Or tier is not procced, actually, on the side of Enda. He's very, very close to the threshold of it being procced, but also getting tier skipped.
Is that it?
As I was saying, and tier skipped, he does indeed get.
Wow, that was, I mean, honestly, good play by both players. Man, that was pretty close. It was a lot of back and forth there up until two Moonveils basically ended it at the end.
Yeah.
But like, I really liked the way Enda was playing, because Enda was not playing as typical. Like, a lot of times you see people with dual straight swords, and basically it's the jump and let me run forward an L1 machine. Like, that's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's very passive played typically, and Enda was playing it very aggressively, which I do appreciate.
Yeah, lots of crouch attacks, lots of, trying to make them roll, and biting very few, except for at the end on the Moonveil attacks, which is impressive to me, because it's very scary with damage, obviously.
Oh, of course, dude, yeah.
But Bron coming back after dropping the first one, obviously it shows Bron's mettle and how well they can play. And I mean, it just shows you Moonveil's just still super strong here.
Incredibly, man. Yep, and it always has been, and even in patch 1.10, this is no exception indeed. And that's one thing I wanted to point out too, is that in patch 1.10, because in patch 1.9 or 1.08, I believe, they reduced the poise damage that the actual beam that shot from the Moonveil does. It used to only do 30 poise damage, so it was tankable, right? So you would only get stunned if you got hit by the blade with it. But now in patch 1.10, it was an inadvertent buff to Moonveil, because now the beams break again, which is very, very devastating and very, very strong.
And that's a combo of your close range, right?
Indeed, yes, it is, into a neutral R1, while one-handing it, which is absolutely devastating.
What you think here? Bron didn't use any of the vertical Moonveil, and that one does more damage, right?
It does, but it's strafable, and it can be jump strafed and punished, and it has a little bit higher recovery as well. So the best use case for the R2, I would say, and also one of the main things is that the Unsheath R1 is very much easier to vortex with than the Unsheath R2, just because the R1 has less recovery, so you can go into another one subsequently faster. It's much more threatening. But the Unsheath R2 is very good for catching those jump-ins, especially against a setup like PSSS, right? Where the jumping L1s are incredibly devastating. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see a Moonveil Unsheath R2 anti-air there, but exceptional play from both players nonetheless. Absolutely incredible showing. Both players should be proud of their performances, and I look forward to seeing how Enda does in the losers bracket.
Yeah, because we saw, Bron is ranked 2, Enda's ranked 15. I mean, this is as far as mismatches, this is the second biggest mismatch, except for Space Ranger versus Patches, and even that was fairly competitive. It just shows you sometimes styles versus matchups versus weapons.
Yep.
It's all these things versus jitters versus, trying to figure out other stuff. Or, I mean, there's so many things that can come together, which is why, I like it. I watch a lot of UFC myself, and sometimes it's funny because you're like, oh, well, this guy's going to destroy this other guy. And then there's an upset, and you're like, anything can happen sometimes,
Man. All it takes is one.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I think also the I don't know, I feel like the offhand and main hand setup, the fact that you retain priority there was very, very scary for Enda too, because he knew that he had to force the disengage every single time. And I think that's the whole baseline of what the setup that BronDaGoat Theory crafted here, is that knowing that you're forced to roll away, barring any hyper armor setup matchups, right? Then there's the mind game with that Moonveil, Transient Moonlight R1. And that's exceptionally strong. And I'm interested to see if we'll see this setup used by more players going forward as well.
What are you able to jump either the attacks after a stun? Or is it too fast?
I'm not entirely sure actually with that.
I'm just wondering because, like, obviously you can't attack out of it unless you have
right.
Like a dagger
I don't think you can jump away either. Yeah, in any capacity. I think it forces a roll away, or granted,
Bron
shields.
says you can't jump in the chat.
Okay, yeah, that's
I'm gonna take it from the person who's
what
using
I thought.
The thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's once again that reinforces it. It makes it even stronger. The fact that it forces one option, and when you have only one option, you have no option, right? So that's incredibly strong from that aspect alone. But once again, just like the way that, and you were really keen on mentioning this as well, just with the way that Enda was playing PSSS, it's very, very unique, and we don't get to see an aggressive PSSS much. Like, I think the only other player that plays it to that level of aggressive prowess is probably Bevan, honestly. And it's exceptional to see that. I really like the shakeup.
It's funny because it's almost like pre-patch, like first patch dual straight swords where people were kind of unga bungaing and just going forward, but he was utilizing it as well as escaping a lot of the blast by Moonveil, which was impressive.
Yeah,
and difficult
agreed
to do.
Yeah,
but either way, we're here on the next winners first round match. Yaz versus Cassius. Take us away.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right,
I like what Cassius is using here, by the way.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, no, and Cassius was making a debut in the Fight Club just yesterday that the Den hosted, and
Poison.
I swear, Cassius is a who does that player, because the man just does the craziest things, and I have so much respect for it. And obviously, we're seeing the offstock coming out from the side of Yas here, but go on. Yep.
Oh, what? Malenius, it worked!
As I said, dude, he's a who the hell does that player, and the Hand of Malenia Ash of War is actually able to catch even, and we're seeing just a very quirky setup on the side of Cassius here with and obviously not running 109 poise here is very, very devastating, getting roll caught and vortex with that blender. And obviously we see the prediction catch.
The pressure's killing him.
Flame strike, but yeah, the offstock was just able to rush down and absolutely shut down everything that Cassius was able to throw out. Okay. Unfortunately, it would have been nice to see Cassius with something that had hyper armor in some capacity here, because that would have been able to actually shut down the overwhelming sense of pressure that Yas was putting out.
Right at the edge, it got now again. This is not banned. And I play a lot of 2v2s. I'll be doing it today, but like people want this banned because they find it annoying. You can see it; it's a very slow startup. However, in this format, if you have somebody in a corner and you throw it out there, unless they know you're going to do it and react immediately, they're stuck. You can't get away from it. You have to hit somebody out of it when they're in the air setting up for it.
Yep.
But if you don't, you're pretty much done.
It does
it can do upwards of 1,000 damage.
Yes, it's absolutely absurd. But
it can get crazy.
Let's see if we see a setup change on the side of Cassius here, and maybe potentially we'll see even more wacky hard swaps coming out from the side of Cassius yet again. But without further ado, count it down, my friend.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. I did want to ask you quick, would it have been better to have the whip on the offhand and the ability to use the Shamshir on the right hand.
Potentially, the crouching
left-hand
R1
Shamshir
on
is
the crouching R1 in particular on Whip is very, very good. It's very, very strong. It's damn near unreactable with crouch blending, right? And I assume that's what he's going for here. And we see actually a swap to offstock as well, kind of mirroring a similar thing to what Yas did and there's the hyper armor, but he was able to get away. And that is one thing that is worth noting about the hand of Malenia in particular, is that it has very, very rough tracking. But obviously we just see him
what are they doing?
And we see the Flame Strike, true combo roll catch there coming out from the side of Yas. And, beautiful! Early hit
like
with the hand of Malenia there, yes, and it's still anybody's game here. And we're definitely seeing, and obviously there is the tier proc on the side of Yas, and with the two-handed hand of Malenia is absolutely devastating with that Ash of War. And potentially, I was going to say, if he could get it off there, he could have turned the tides. But unfortunately, the off-stock pressure was just far too devastating.
We wanted to see Cassius to come back and do, because it's just bizarre. Look, he tanked the hit there, which was, I didn't know you could do that. That was what, a running attack? I don't. That was crazy. He tanked that hit, and then he was able to get that off. Now, he did make a mistake over here, and I actually use this now because it's funny. But a lot of times you don't use this because the tracking, it can be weird. Basically, what you do is you unlock, and then you use it where you think your opponent's going to roll.
Yep. You have free aim properties on startup. Yep.
And that, if they would have did that at the wall, because there's only really one way you can roll. They probably would have had him there, but they kind of made the mistake of locking on and sort of staying focused at the wall. But yeah, I mean, you see there, it seemed like Cassius had, like you said, he had no defense against that pressure because they had the low poise, they couldn't tank a hit, and they had no way of getting out of the pressure. And, I think that was a big issue. They just couldn't do anything. They weren't stunning them with the one hand. They weren't. Yeah, they just couldn't get away from it. They couldn't, re-pressure to stop the pressure.
For sure.
So,
and I think going for attaining the 109 poise breakpoint there, I'm not sure if it was attainable on Cassius's current builds, but it's almost mandatory if you're not running a hyper armor weapon to meet that breakpoint, so you're not staggered in one off-stock hit, right?
Yeah. That's what I was afraid of, that this game was going to go to, where you basically had to do that. You can only do that with BronDaGoat Talisman, right? Like,
it's not attainable otherwise. But like I said, hyper armor, which every class has access to in some capacity. That does give you some sort of recourse against it. But one thing I wanted to say real quick, and I will shout out the gifted subs and the subs overall.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Early on in the stream, while we were still kind of getting things rolling,
is he trying to buy victories?
You did drop a sub there, and we really, really do appreciate it. And yet again, how the generous donator that you are, my friend. Thank you for the, again, 2 gifted subs. And once again, everybody who feels generous enough to donate, all of the funds go back directly into making what we do better for the audience.
So
thank you so much.
No one's profiting here. It just goes right back to you guys, right?
Yes.
I know we mentioned it, and it's kind of funny, but like, we're all doing this just on our free time, basically. This isn't like, it's my paid weekend gig. No. We're doing this because we have the love of the game.
Yeah, we're all passionate about this particular game and everything that it offers, and everything that you guys decide to donate. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. But talking about the next match here, Witnake versus Tocco. This is going to be a very, very interesting fight, because Tocco is exceptional on the movement front, and he is a jumper like yours truly.
Hello.
I may be a little bit biased here, but No, and that going up against Witnake, and as you like to call him, no mistake Witnake, dude.
Yeah.
You know, it's an exceptional back and forth I foresee coming up in this next fight here.
I like it. I mean, you know, I like seeing the different play styles. A lot of people don't have a way around people who jump a lot. A lot of times people just run away. They don't know how to stay close because they're just getting jumped on, or unless, you know, they have certain weapons like Great Sword that have anti-air situations.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I just feel like a lot of people don't have enough experience against that type of playstyle. Do you know if he jumps as much as you? Because like I've never seen anyone.
Genuinely, I would say that he does.
So,
he gives me a run for my money.
This could be very interesting. I mean, and I'm assuming if you're making it into this tournament, you're not just jumping blindly and stupidly into.
No, yeah, dude, very adept usage of it. I would venture as to say.
So that's cool. I like seeing that. What does he usually use as a weapon? Heavy thrusting sword?
So yeah, he's a HTS enjoyer for sure, but he is also very adept in a few other setups. I don't recall what they are off the top of my head here, but they're more traditional meta setups, I think. But I foresee usage of the HTS here. Let me just say that.
What do you think is the most underrated or underutilized weapon for jump attacks? Like, what's a good jump attack weapon
Kiba.
that people don't use? Okay.
Kiba, in my opinion, has barring HTS, jumping R1s, it has the best jumping R1 because it has more range, it has very similar low recovery, and it's just exceptional, dude. It's so hard to push. It's absolutely unbelievable. But putting that aside, I'm very excited for this next match, so let's just jump right on into it. Count it down, my friend.
All right, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, fire.
All right, we have Witnake in the blue and Tocco in the red, of course. And looks like, interestingly enough, we have Tocco on PSGS, which is very, very fascinating here. I don't believe I've seen his PSGS, so this is very, very interesting for me here. Interested to see how this goes. And obviously, we see Witnake with the pressure able to just rush him down and catch him with that neutral L1 there. And obviously, Tocco was very, very wants to get those buffs off first and foremost to stand the best chance of winning these trades.
He's getting him stuck in the corner, but he's oh, there we go. That's the hyper armor. Couldn't really do anything. Got stuck in the corner. Witnake is ahead by a lot here. Tocco just can't get his footing, and then that's the match.
Oh my word! What a dominant round from the side of Witnake there. Yeah, and this is the thing that I'm not sure. I don't know how familiar Tocco is with PSGS, but obviously, once again, tourney nerves potentially. We never know. But yeah, I'm very baffled to see the PSGS pick here.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a setup swap from him going forward into this next match. But obviously, even putting that aside, Witnake, just with the overwhelming sense of pressure, just so threatening.
Yeah. Right here was confusing by Tocco. He had him in the corner and then didn't utilize it at all.
Right.
I don't know. I was a little confused. I mean, but again, you have a lot of damage coming your way.
Yeah.
The sword dance just happened. You got crushed there. Tocco got blasted because they were left weapon one-handing it to try to get the Ash of War buff. And then they were kind of stuck. They got punished early on by trying to buff. And it's like a lot of things just kind of, I think, put them out of their rhythm, and then they just couldn't recover.
They couldn't get out of it. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm wondering how this follow-up match is going to go, but let's jump into it. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so Tocco's already has it one-handed, getting the buff here, gets the punish.
Yep, indeed. Yep, and the double sacred bladed lances. Yeah, here we go. Very, very interesting. So what I would assume, yeah. So now, obviously, Tocco is definitely on the upper hand here, but does manage to get caught by a stray jumping L1 on the side of Witnake. But Tocco definitely, and there's those jumps coming out, and definitely more confident in his overall movement and rhythm here. But unfortunately does get caught on the breakaway every single time with those neutral L1s on the side of Witnake. Witnake, obviously, with that, just so good at conveying that sense of offensive pressuring here. And we see a little bit of a trade, but unfortunately, the Sword Dance Hyper Armor there does get able to answer back. Unfortunately, it did not free aim down the jumping R1
there. There we go.
Beautiful buffered or delayed vortexes coming out from the side of Tocco here, and obviously this is anybody's game. And 100% Witnake will be able to tank at the very least one crouching L1 from Tocco because of the HP advantage here within the Blue Feather state.
So Tocco has the Faith, whatever the hell that talisman is. What is it called?
Oh, yes. Yeah, the Two Fingers Heirloom. Yeah.
Why do you know it?
Play this game far too much to not know, man. Yep. All right.
But yeah, I mean, like you said, probably 2 hits here. Tocco has a very slight health advantage, but everything changes quickly in this.
Yes. And that's one thing that I want to point out too. Even Tocco managing to actually land it and goes for the delayed vortex for the trade. Absolutely incredible read on the side of Tocco there to be able to bring this back after that incredibly dominant round that Witnake had on Tocco in the first round.
That was a read on top of a read on top of a read. All right, so what happened early on is Tocco, and which is why one of the reasons why they lost the first match handily and why they actually were on a deficit for a while in this match was they would attack once and wait a second, and then they would get pressured.
Yeah.
And then stop. And then they got Witnake down because they attacked 3 times in a row with no gaps and got that damage in. So then through this last part, Tocco attacked really well, got the hit, delayed it slightly. Witnake thought they were going to attack again, which is why he did a neutral jump. The delay happened with the trade right here. Boom. And then tanked the trade, got the victory.
Yeah, man. If Tocco was just a little bit lower HP wise, but was still in blue, that jumping L1 would have resulted in a double kill there. So very, very interesting indeed. Okay, so we definitely see that Tocco has his legs underneath him this time. So going forward here into the final round of this match, let's go. Start it down, my friend.
Yeah, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and obviously we see both players going for their physics. No physic punish to be seen. Going for the Sacred Blade here again. We see the free aim up, trying to account for on the beautiful slow walk out space on that Sacred Blade perfectly as Witnake was going for that Sacred Liver, I do believe, or Lightning Liver respectively. Very, very interesting. And obviously in this last match, we're going to see a more reserved approach coming out from both players here. And we definitely do see an initiation of aggression on the side of Witnake with that jumping L1, but unfortunately it does not land.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see much happening. Limited jumps by Tocco. I feel like you lied to me about his jumping ability.
I mean, to be fair, like, PSGS, not very jump heavy. It would have been cool to see a little bit more of the jumping L1s from the side of Tocco, considering how adept he is with jumping overall and obscuring with the quick turnaround jumps, right?
It stunned him.
Bit of those, but unfortunately Tocco is not on pure int, so the damage discrepancy there was
getting stuck
rough.
On the wall. Ears popped already.
Yeah, unfortunately the jump went over, skimmed over the head of Witnake there, and absolutely brutal coming out from the side of Witnake. A massive and commanding HP lead here.
This is devastating right now. Now Tocco, the one weird mistake Tocco is making is Tocco keeps getting rushed down after a confirmed hit. If Tocco just attacks at a hit stun, believe it or not, I believe that would work some of the time. I mean, obviously right now you can't do anything, and that's it.
And unfortunately gets clipped, on the breakaway jumping L1 there. Unfortunately, too many mistakes trying to go for the forced trades there on the side of Tocco, and Witnake takes this in a 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, Tocco actually, what was his undoing was jumping. Believe it or not, he jumped.
Yeah, yeah.
He
The
jumped
the
and
jumps
got
were,
trapped.
yeah. The spacing on the jumps was a little off. Unfortunately, if he played it a little bit more reserved and from distance and accounted for those, I feel like he would have been able to even land some jumping L1s.
Oh
Clipping
yeah, yeah.
Witnake, because Witnake is so spacing centric. It may have worked a little bit more, but yeah, unfortunately, the neutral game of the power stance straight swords on the side of Witnake was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Witnake did really good. Attacked at the proper times. I think Tocco was expecting something else. I think Tocco was expecting a little bit more aggression on the attack front. Maybe that's
Yeah,
what they're used to by a lot of players.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I don't
And
know,
that's
because I think they could have just attacked out of a lot of attacks and got the priority back. But
yeah,
you live and
for
you
sure,
learn,
dude.
or you die and you learn. But
Yeah.
Tocco is
Indeed.
in the losers bracket right now. No big deal. They
Yep.
might be able to come back. We do see some 2-0s in the losers bracket. I don't know if that can be shown up here before we go through an ad break, but if we can see the bracket quick, yeah. So we're seeing some losers bracket here. Eli beats Patches 2-0. Ase beats Smaxy 2-0, and then it's not up yet, but Cassius beats Enda 2-0. I know, fan favorite Enda getting out of here, but either
Yep.
way, we appreciate you guys being here. I'm sure those matches were probably closer than the 2-0 suggest, of course,
Agreed. Yeah, and
as
that's always worth
usually.
noting for sure.
But still cool that we have a lower bracket anyway, so people can maybe have a story of redemption. But either way, we're
Agreed.
gonna do this dumb ad break, and we will be back soon.
See you guys soon, dude. Alrighty. Welcome back, my friends. And we are back from that devastating ad break, dude. I once again I do apologize.
Ad
But
breaks are like gravity in Elden Ring, you know?
yeah, dude, true. That's actually a great comparison, dude. But we do have this next match here underway, and it is Ruth, a previous, I believe, multi EU FOC tournament winner, and against Atlas, which Atlas has some of the best two-handed Kiba play that I have ever seen. It definitely it gives my own play with it a run for my money. Like it's absolutely impeccable, and hopefully we'll get to see a great display of that. But Ruth, obviously an exceptional player, one of the most aggressive players that I think I've seen in the competitive scene
Oh,
just across the board.
love it.
But yeah, so and obviously that's exciting for you too, because we are both aggression enjoyers. But without
Oh,
further
man.
ado, count it down, my friend. I'm excited for this
Here we
match.
go. Ruth in the blue, Atlas in the red. 3, 2, 1, fire. And I'll say this, Frosty, one of my favorite players, but Ruth might in fact be my favorite player to watch.
Yeah.
Love the style, love the aggression, the quick spacing in the mix is just a wonder to watch. But we'll see. This is a very weird matchup. That's something you'll basically never see.
Yeah,
But
for sure. And this is worth noting too that Ruth in the Den Fight Club the other day had the longest win streak with this particular setup that they're bringing into the tournament right here. That being Keen infused Raptor Talons with Blood Grease. And being that they have innate bleed buildup, especially with the newly found True Combo, beautiful locked on back jump coming out from the side of Atlas here. Absolutely incredible. But as I was saying, the absolutely devastating neutral R2 into follow-up R2 True Combo that the Raptor Talons has is just disgusting in terms of damage, especially if you land that bleed proc. But Atlas obviously playing very, very intelligent here, knowing how devastating the Raptor Talons R2 can be. As you can see here, the match is over.
oh, that spacing! Wow.
And that is Raptor Talons on display, my friends.
That was 7.3 seconds of devastation right at
yeah.
the end. That was crazy. I mean, wow, just it kind of reminds me of the way the Talons attack. It reminds me of like when you first played this game PvE wise, some of the bosses they have really slow lumbering attacks and you get caught in it because you think it's going to happen sooner. That's what the Talons kind of remind me of, because the way they swing, it's like weirdly slow.
It's like the animation makes it seem that way, but it's actually an unreactable frame 9 attack, if I'm not mistaken. Out of neutral, which is absolutely devastating, and it can it can hit earlier depending on if you free aim it down or not. And like if you get hit by the first one, yes, it true combos into the follow-up, and that's what we saw here.
It's
both
insane.
times.
With bleed, I mean, what is the bleed proc? Is it in like one combo?
Pretty much, yeah. Unless you're running like the robustness talisman. I mean, even if you are running the robustness talisman, I believe it's a one pop true combo.
That's crazy.
Yeah, devastating.
It is devastating if you get it, but obviously it is fairly short, so it kind of like. Although, I mean, the spacing game at the end there, Ruth just got that. But either way, Ruth got the victory after they got the combos in. Will Atlas play more aggressive to try to stop something? I don't know. We'll see. Count us down.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. All right, yeah, and going into the second match here, obviously, I mean, Atlas was playing it properly before, like, just playing it super, super reserved. Beautiful with the backswings on the side of Atlas there. Absolutely incredible into the cold proc on the running R2, securing the cold proc damage as well. We definitely see a commanding HP lead on the side of Atlas this time. Damn near almost having Ruth's tier procced here, but does manage to give Ruth a little bit too much distance, and Ruth is able to pop off that bolus.
Yeah, again, I've seen that actually work against people, because then the frost can then stun again if it gets procced.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Beautiful locked on back jumps coming out from the side of Atlas here. And one thing I will say is that Atlas's jumps are absolutely incredible as well. Unfortunately, does get clipped by the follow-up, or the second part of that running R2, it being so delayed, of course. But I do love to see, once again, those locked on back jumps, because they are so incredibly free, especially against aggression attempts. Beautiful! Wow. Locked on!
Jumps are crazy.
Yeah, the reverse jump there coming out from the side of Atlas, but unfortunately does get clipped by the true combo a little bit there, and unfortunately half of his HP bar is gone as a result.
So is that attack by the claws here, or the talons, is that anti-air every time?
Yes, yep.
That's crazy. Wow, that's a huge deal for
beautiful jumping R2 coming out from the side of Atlas. And yes, I completely agree. Like that neutral R2 on the Raptor Talons pretty much has everything going for it. It's a very, very strong attack.
Yeah, this is close. I mean, one combo and Ruth might be able to take this, but Atlas is doing a really good job of getting the range on the jumping attacks here.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. And as I was saying earlier, like two-handed Kiba has some of the best jumping attacks in the entire game, and a beautiful anticipatory jumping R2, but unfortunately does get caught on the breakaway with the running R2 as well. This is a very, very close match, folks. Unfortunately, does miss the bolus punish, but is able to land the crouching R1 with that devastating range on the two-handed Kiba crouching R1 there. But man, beautiful jumping R2 read yet again on the side. And unfortunately, Atlas gets caught on the locked on back jump with the forward momentum of that running R2.
That's crazy. I mean, I gotta say, like, there was a lot of hits this match. A lot of hits.
Yeah.
I mean, both sides were getting many hits. I mean, obviously with the Talons, you're looking for the bleed proc to get that big damage swing. But man, I mean, so many frosts happened. So many. I actually, did any bleed procs happen? I don't know. It might have happened at the end here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, potentially.
But yeah, I mean, Ruth just goes in there, gets hit, goes forward, gets frosted right here, doesn't get punished, but then gets punished here. That range is wild.
Yes, indeed. Yeah,
but then Ruth gets in there. I mean, we saw a perfect jump by Atlas to get away from the attack.
Yeah, many. Yeah,
right there at the entire end.
Man, and unfortunately the timing on the unsheaths was just a little bit off every single time. If Atlas was just able to read and hard read that timing wise for that roll and just delay that unsheath R2 a little bit longer,
Yeah. Just
that
make it
probably would
different
have
than
been
it
the game
was.
changer. Yeah, exactly.
Different
Yeah,
than it
yeah.
was every time. But I mean, of course, we could attribute that to Ruth as well for not just getting hit by it, maybe understanding when they were going to do it. I mean, either
Yeah.
way, um, man, that's such a weird matchup because it's like you try to play versus what your opponent has in their play style, like based on what you know or have
Mhm.
experienced. But like some of that is like, would you as the katana user try to be more aggressive in that setup, or are you too afraid of basically getting into a combo yourself? Like
Right.
how do
Yeah.
you supposed to play that one?
I know, and it's very, very difficult overall, but I think Atlas played it exceptionally well, especially in that final round there. I mean, Atlas was making very, very few mistakes throughout the entirety of that match. And even in the first match, Atlas was playing very, very well, but unfortunately he just got tripped up with a blunder here, a blunder there, and that was the end of it. But I genuinely do feel like Atlas had the correct approach against a setup that's as scary as Raptor Talons can be. He
Yeah.
just, unfortunately, just the pressure and getting clipped here and there on some stray jumps. But honestly, his jumps overall were absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, I liked in the beginning what Atlas did was spam. Atlas spammed in the beginning and
Yeah,
got
yeah.
3 hits
Hmm.
immediately, and then never went back to it, which I thought, like, obviously you don't just go back to the well all the time because
Yeah, yeah.
but
Well,
maybe because Ruth had that sort of a Terminator aggression trying to run
yes.
forward,
Yep.
just throwing out these attacks. I would say you're probably more often safe than not, especially since Ruth didn't seem to be jumping as much.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, so I don't know. I mean, it's just something to look at. Obviously, hindsight's always 2020,
Yep,
and
yep,
you
yep.
can see if you're not in the match, you can probably see it a little bit better.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
either way, we are finally in winners round 2. We are here. We are ready. Space Ranger versus Bean. Bean took a 2-1 over Eli. Space Ranger took a 2-0 over Patches. Rank 1 versus rank 8. Count us down.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. And this is one that I'm very, very excited for too. Just to
Another
see
mirror.
how each player is able to adapt to each other's playstyle here. We're either going to see a very, very passive match, and we see Storm Assault coming out from the side of Space Ranger as well, which is absolutely devastatingly brutal on a setup like PSGS baseline. With
Now, did
how
Space
incredibly
Ranger
strong. I'll go on
did
there.
he space that jumping attack on purpose, or was that lucky? That's my question.
It seemed like being unlocked and the lock-on tracking missed, but potentially he could have strafed it intentionally. And we see a
Because
little bit of a pancake coming out from the side of Space Ranger, but Space, I would assume, is very low on the stamina, and it was very unfortunate that Bean wasn't able to go for the overwhelming sense of aggression while Space was low on that stamina there.
Bean is playing really spastic, which I like. I actually
I
think
agree.
it's just like a scary way of playing. That was almost a
Yeah.
ring out, actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
and
caught
then
in
the
the corner there. How did he
Beautiful.
get out of that? Incredible.
Oh, and
But the
unfortunately,
lingering.
yep, the lingering push box true comboing into the neutral L1 is very lay epic Ash of War moment.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I hate that Ash of War. It's banned in my 2v2s because of the amount of damage you can get.
Hmm.
But in this instance, I'm actually still surprised more people don't use it,
Yeah,
especially
I
in
know.
certain
Yep. And that's
matchups.
that's one of the things too, is just that the only reason it's really like not at this point is just because we haven't seen people use it. You know what I mean? And who knows, based on how this ends up, we might see a ban for it in the near future. But
Yeah,
as
I
that
want to see
goes,
somebody abuse it. That's
yeah,
what I
right.
want to see.
Exactly, dude. Show, how truly strong these things can be, and that's what we need to see. But moving on from that, like, I would say that both players played really well overall. Unfortunately, Bean just got clipped a little too many times, by the things like the jumping L1 coming out from the side of Space Ranger and not being able to capitalize on that overall. But yeah, no, I think Bean is a very adaptive player as time goes on, and we will see how the second match ends up going.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean it's another interesting situation because we saw it with Bean versus Eli, where it was another Lance mirror. Actually, a Bean changed, I think, from the first match.
Yeah, because he was using Shamshir originally, and then he managed to, or he matched the PSGS from Eli there. But going forward here, without further ado, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I don't really see Bean having to change the way they play too much. They didn't really. They just got caught, really.
Yeah,
it
they
wasn't
just got
like
caught,
anything
exactly.
Crazy.
Yep. Agreed.
So I don't know. Like, I don't have any recommendations here so much. Like, you know, obviously, like everybody have cleaner play, but you know, it's you can't just do it.
Yeah. Beautiful jumping R1 coming out from the side of Bean there. Beautiful crouch strafes and breakaway spacing coming out from the side of Bean there.
I like it.
And the panic comes out a little bit from the side of Bean, gets the tally swap beautifully as such. And Space actually getting clipped by this overwhelming sense of aggression. It's kind of like a very much, you know, like in and out play style coming out from the side of Bean here. And just, once again, that very erratic and spastic movement, like you were saying before, which honestly is something that Space Ranger is known for primarily, first and foremost. And beautiful blended jumping L1 on the side of Bean there. Absolutely exceptional. But Bean needs to be very careful, and beautiful roll discipline coming out on the side of Bean and predicting the crouching L1 input with a neutral jump on the side of Bean here. And Bean is in a significant HP advantage, but does manage to get away on that jumping attempt without getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, Bean's playing really well. Can get caught. Obviously, things can go back. Space Ranger knows how to use this weapon. Oh, another jump!
Word! And again! And Bean hard reads the jump attempt coming out from the side of Space Ranger even. Very unfortunate that Blue was able to protect even a jumping L1 from a PSGS. But, putting that aside, the Shamshir comes out for the finish, and this is very scary at the same time because Bean needs to be very careful, especially as Space makes the swap over into Red Feather Talisman here. Bean needs to be very careful, but he delays with a jabate movement stutter and is able to round it out with that running R1 from neutral. Beautiful, absolutely exceptional adaptation coming out from the side of Bean here. Just as I said before this match had started, the adaptability that Bean is able to convey and to put on the front lines is absolutely exceptional. Yeah, and the hard reads with the jumps. I believe Bean landed 3 jumping L1s just in that one match alone.
That was impressive. I mean, Bean just played extremely well there. I like the way they did that. They did other things that a lot of people were too scared to do, like jumping attacks against, you know, dual great spears. So they did it. It worked out for them. They got the damage. Man, they were rolling well on a lot of attacks, and we'll see at this 1-1 who's going to be put in the losers bracket and who's going to move on.
Yeah, for sure. All right, 3, 2, 1. Go. And one thing I wanted to say too is this is going to be very, very interesting. Unfortunately, Bean does miss the physic punish, as does Space Ranger here, going for the wall cancel on the Sacred Blade here on the side of Bean, and actually manages to land it, but unfortunately does get caught with the delayed vortex coming out from the side of Space Ranger. And obviously, Space very familiar with the zoning pressure, and when he has the upper hand with the corner pressure, throwing out that flame strike whenever he sees fit. Absolutely exceptional. And once again, this match is going to be very, very interesting because, and a beautiful jumping L1 attempt from the side of Space Ranger, but yet again, we see an IPE, unfortunately, come out from the side of Bean's jumping L1, unfortunately, but Bean has a very, very difficult time, and he is in tier skip range, but is able to catch the jumping L1 attempt and even punish the Flame Strike attempt from the side of Space Ranger, but Bean playing exceptionally well here, going forward, trying to round out the match with those crystal throwing darts, and we see the swap over to the two-handed champs here, trying to round out this match in any way that he possibly can. Obviously, he needs to be exceptionally careful of the spacing on the running R1s here. This is absolutely insane.
Oh, yeah, he could have attacked there. Now, jumping R2 has more range than a lot of people. Oh, and you just called it. I can't believe it. Skip the tier.
Yep.
Wow. That timing and to throw out that attack at the right moment. We'll see it again in the replay.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure if he actually was attacking or if he was running in to try to get a roll catch or something. Wow, I can't believe it. Look at that. 499 damage. Would Blessed do allow them to get out of that? I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's so tough to call, man, because and here's the thing here, actually, and this is something that Bean could have done, is Bean could have sacrificed the Rotten Winged and the Millicents and re-put on the Erdtree's Favor and the Crimson Amber Medallion here to increase the maximum HP threshold, therefore making the blue feather activate at his current HP.
Oh, you're right.
And that would have been a significant advantage there on the side of Bean, but unfortunately, that's a lot to think about on the fly, and man, unfortunately, just a little bit over aggressive with that Shamshir. And that's one thing that I will say about the two-handed Shamshir running R1 is that it has very, very limited range. So your spacing needs to be absolutely perfect if you're going to be going for that, especially trying to finish somebody off that has a red feather.
I can't believe how close
Power
that
stance
was,
great
man.
spear. I agree.
That was really that could have been an upset.
Yeah, I agree, and it damn near was, and just exceptional play from both players there. Like, honestly, like I think Bean takes the cake for just overall making the better reads throughout pretty much every single one of those fights there. But unfortunately, like you mentioned, it was just Space landing those clips every now and again. You know, just one after the other, like at least 1 to 2 per match. And that is what made the difference there. But overall, man, Bean's play there was just absolutely exceptional. Being able to hard read a player like Space Ranger on his aggression attempts almost every single time.
Yeah, it was cool to see, like, because, you know, a lot of times people get this aura around them, right? You know, like, because I hear a lot with Space Ranger, people are like, Space Ranger, you know, he's like the best. He can't be stopped. And then you see that, you're like, well, you know, Bean went in there, used the same exact weapon, and you saw what could happen. Like, people can be competitive, even if the number is quote unquote lower. I mean, even with Patches had a close match with Space Ranger, and this was like crazy. I mean, this was like one hit away close. It's pretty insane. Man, it just shows you, you know, it can happen. You play, the game dynamic has shifted drastically with the new patch. And of course, we're in the new patch, what, over a month? How many? It's like a month and a half ago or something.
Yeah.
How long ago?
Yep.
So, like, you know, we're just figuring more stuff out. Now, granted, this isn't exactly new tech or new stuff, but it's still like having the game be different, and some of the stuns and things like that. Some of the new rules, and just I love it. I love seeing it.
And once again, just to reiterate upon this point, for somebody to be able to rival Space Rangers PSGS is absolutely unbelievable. Like, cannot be overstated how well both players played, especially in a mirror match there as well, barring the hard swap at the end to the Shamshir, right? And just absolutely exceptional. I think that's one of the most exciting matches that I've seen in a tournament setting in a long time, honestly.
It was close. Back and forth close. And then, man, because you don't expect it either. You're like, well, Space Ranger is the one is known for the dual Great Spears.
Great
And then
Spear.
you're like,
Yeah,
wow,
exactly.
somebody else came back in there and showed them what's going
Yeah.
on. But still,
And
Space Ranger went on ahead to the winners.
yes,
Fiend is
yes,
only in
indeed.
the losers, can come
Yep.
back. Clearly,
Yes,
they
and
have the skill to do it. So
yeah, I have a feeling that we may see Bean as the grand finalist. But we will see going forward here. And the next match, obviously, we have Vomit, aka otherwise known as Darksoapp, on the right, and Lithium in the blue here. So,
all right,
without
let's
further
do
ado,
it.
let's count it down. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. This is a very interesting one here too. No physic punish coming out from either player here, just respecting the drinking session, dude.
What
So
do you think about this matchup as far as who would be favored on paper?
I think especially now with beautiful backswing coming out from the side of Lithium there, I think honestly that with Sword Dance now in its current state, I think Power Stance Straight Swords honestly has a really good chance, especially with the crouching R1s, crouching L1s, neutral R1s, everything staggering in one hit. I would have given the edge to Hall Dagger in patch 1.9 and before, but honestly, see like interactions like that right there, just able to completely shut down the neutral R1 of the halberd there with the hyper armor force trade, and actually coming out ahead in terms of the damage, even though it was a counter hit because of the thrusting attack of the halberd. But we're definitely seeing exceptional spacing coming out from the side of Darksoapp here.
Oh, there you
but
go,
unfortunately, the Sword Dance is able to shut down those aggression attempts almost exclusively with the use of Sword Dance.
No one goes for the secondary L2 on the Sword Dance, though. And a lot of people get caught by that because, back
Beautiful.
That pivot was really nice.
And the spin to win? Oh my word, on the wake up
so
with Darksoapp.
crazy it broke the camera. Oh, we're back. All right.
Dude, that was absolutely unbelievable. That is the first time I have ever seen the fully charged two-handed R2 actually landed in the competitive scene. The spin to win is absolutely exceptional. And the off dagger being utilized here, but unfortunately a little bit of a pre-roll getting roll caught by the Sword Dance there. And we're seeing exceptional usage of the Sword Dance overall to just shut down those aggression attempts against Darksoapp. And as I stated before, Darksoapp is a very, very calm, cool, and collected player in the vast majority of circumstances, and he will patiently wait for his moment and find his way in. And honestly, with a answer to those aggression attempts like Sword Dance, Darksoap's having a very difficult time finding his way in.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you the power of Sword Dance. You kind of can just throw it out. Although you were mentioning in last tournament how you can strafe it and backstab.
Yes, indeed.
But you can kind of just throw it out usually because it seems like no one does that.
Agreed. Yeah. No, like a lot of people haven't implemented a lot of the counters here, and as we saw, obviously it can be pivot backstabbed as well, as we saw Darksoapp do a little bit earlier in the fight here. But we see the tables turn at least a little bit here, and we see the Starfist swap for the unreactable running R1 to be able to round out this match quick and easy. We'll see if that is the case, and it is indeed.
Lithium went for it, and that one's tough because like they probably would have died with one knife hit anyway. So they went for the jumping attack. Darksoapp sort of baited the jumping attack out. They knew it was going to happen because that's probably one of the safer attacks to go forward with. That's a tough ending, especially when someone brings out Starfist, which are just brutal as a last hit kill. Man, it's tough. But you know, Lithium at least went for it instead of just waiting to get hit by a knife or something.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate that more than just sitting back and dying.
Oh, for sure, dude. Yeah, getting caught by a random, something
Very
or other,
close,
right?
though. I mean,
Lithium
was winning up until they got clipped at the end, and very close. I mean, we saw probably like 10 sword dances. I mean, it was a damn ballet happening, and it almost worked. It almost worked. But you saw when they stopped using it, they kind of started falling behind a little bit. So maybe that shows you something. Maybe it just abused.
Well, and here's the thing too with sword dance is that it's it's a timing based thing. Like if your timing is impeccable, then it's really really strong. And Lithium's timing was absolutely on point in that the entirety of that last match. He was hard reading every single aggression attempt with the halberd and therefore tanking it with the hyper armor. So it'll be interesting to see going forward how each player adapts to the toolkit that each player has and making adaptations therein. But without further ado, let's hop into the second match here. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, let's see if Lithium can bring it back. Let's see if they can break their L2 button into oblivion and try to get this victory.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, so obviously we see a little bit more of a reserved approach coming out from the side of both players, but obviously, and one thing I want to point out too is that Darksoapp is just exceptional at playing in the pocket because of how good he is at the breakaway spacing attempts and the whiff punishes therein. He is just constantly threatening the pressure every single time here. From that safe distance, making Lithium be careful as to, okay, I know, like, you know that I can hit you every single time with a whiff punish, but at the same time, Darksoapp is just outside of the range where Lithium can hit him, right?
Yep. Now, I mean, they've sort of altered the second half of the first match to sort of calibrate to that. And you see, even right now, Darksoapp is just getting away from a lot of the stuff.
Beautiful double confirmed true combo roll catch with the flame strikes there. And that was definitely a shakeup on the side of Darksoapp for Lithium here, trying to time the rolls properly and just manage to mess up that timing every single time. Because the beauty of Flame Strike is that it's just, and once again, the timing on the side of Lithium is just off in this match here. Nowhere near as perfect as it was in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues with Sword Dance, especially if you're trying to use it as trades, is if you get hit earlier, it kind of loses its luster. You can't use it as much. Although use it there, and there it is. Yeah, I mean, it was basically just about time till either a trade happened or Darksoapp got just a regular hit. One hit away. Darksoapp just led the charge on that one early, kept the distance, would go in, run back, go in, run back, rinse, repeat. Didn't get caught up in the sort of sword dance shenanigans, and just played that fairly basically, but very well in the normal spacing game, and that's what won ultimately.
And we see, like, even towards the end here, we see 3 confirmed dagger hits from the side of Darksoapp, and Darksoapp was playing this very much dagger heavy because, and that was exceptionally smart because of how oppressive sword dance can be when you're throwing out those halberd attempts. So the main times that Darksoapp was throwing out the halberd was at a safe distance and perfectly timed the vast majority of the time because he was respecting that sword dance, right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it was, and that distance allowed him to just slowly win. But we are gonna get out of here and come back in just a minute for an ad break, sadly, and you can just look at Frosty's beautiful face, and then we'll be back.
Damn these ad breaks.
We are back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just going to take a look at the brackets real quick, see what kind of damage has been done in the winners and losers side. But we are going to start with the upper bracket, the winners side. Take us through this a little bit, Frosty.
All right. Obviously, I mean, as we just saw, like in the round 2 fight, but we will start with the round 1. So going through, obviously, like, starting out the tournament, like Space Ranger versus Patches, the 2-0 does not do that justice because Patches' performance there was absolutely exceptional, especially in the last round, being able to damn near shut down everything that Space Ranger was doing by proxy of the two-handed thrusting sword there, right? And that was really, really cool to see that. And thus far, we haven't seen two-handed thrusting sword make an appearance. So it was cool to see an adept usage of that, right? And obviously, going forward from there, we had the Bean versus Eli fight, which was yet again another PSGS mirror. And we saw the first round. Bean got absolutely annihilated because they were using two-handed Shamshir, but then they were like, hey man, I can play PSGS too, and was able to turn it around in a reverse sweep, which was absolutely exciting. Then moving on down to Darksoapp versus Smaxy. Darksoapp definitely had a very dominant performance against Smaxy, just able to utilize that off dagger to incredible degrees and managing to force rolls as a result of that unreactable dagger into the roll catches on the halberd and just completely shutting them down. But obviously, then we have Lithium versus Ase, and Ase, of course, getting tripped up in that second round with the bolt of Grand Sacks and the fat rolls, and unfortunately, but it does happen. And not to say anything either, because Ase had a very, very strong first round against Lithium. It's just that presumably that unfortunate incident had a traumatic impact going forward. But Lithium played exceptionally well, and obviously, as we saw, Darksoapp was able to round that out in round 2. But moving on down to BronDaGoat versus Enda, which is probably, barring the match that just happened between Space and Bean, the Bron versus Enda fight was probably my favorite in the tourney thus far.
Yeah,
absolutely exceptional play from both players. And then moving on down to Yas versus Cassius. Cassius had a pretty rough time, but we will get back to that after this next match here. Moving on down to the third match in the round 2, BronDaGoat versus Yas. What do you think about this?
Well, I mean, what we saw from BronDaGoat was, having a little bit of trouble with these sort of off timings and the different style of play that Enda was portraying with that aggression. So I wonder if Yaz can emulate that type of aggression with.
I agree.
What they have. I forgot what they have. Is that a what is that?
I'm not sure. We'll have to see as we close in here, but it looks like we do also have a build swap on the side of BronDaGoat as well. So it's very, very interesting, the adaptation here. And one thing I will say before we get the match started is that Yas tends to be a very aggressive player. So this is going to be a very interesting fight indeed. So without further ado, count it down, my friend.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. I'm excited. Yeah, it looks like short spear. What the hell is that? What?
Yeah, it's power stanced short spears here coming out from the side of BronDaGoat. A setup that he is intimately familiar with in the current state of the game here. And actually, we see two-handed thrusting sword coming out for the second time in the tournament on the side of Yas, and Yas is very adept with this setup. I've had the pleasure of fighting him multiple times here. Unfortunately, we do see a force trade into the interrupt on the hit stun into the true combo of the L1 on the flame strike, which is what makes this combo absolutely devastating. We see a little bit of an aggression attempt and
that could have been a high IQ play or an accident that worked out. I don't know.
Yeah, agreed. It's tough to say, but we definitely see both players trying to find their way in here. We see an aggressive posturing coming out from both of them, especially, as I said before, those roll-ins on the side of Yas, absolutely devastating. And we see BronDaGoat trying to play keep away with the flame strike, but unfortunately those roll-ins with that rolling attack on a beautiful physic drink there to make it away unscathed. My word.
Oh, I like the way Yas is playing. And actually, you know what? It is a high IQ play with the Ash of War of Sacred Blade to hit the wall to get the faster recovery. It's fascinating.
Yeah, massively. Yep. So you never have to have any downtime without the buff. And it's very, very difficult to punish.
Yeah, I mean, Yas is getting a lot of just regular R1 hits and spacing hits here. The rolling attack, the regular R1s.
That little interaction there where Yas was just outspacing the neutral L1 with the whiff punish of the R1 on the two-handed thrusting sword every single time. Yes, as you just said, it was absolutely incredible. And the shutdown here.
That's crazy. Just regular staggered R1 attacks. Didn't go for the spam because of the secondary.
Yep. The degradation system. Yep.
And wow, Yas just played that just brilliantly. I thought just regular attacks, stunning every time, understanding the range. I love that Sacred Blade into the wall. That's brilliant. I've never seen anyone utilize sort of a wall or something like that before, so that's really cool. I
Mm-hmm.
love seeing stuff like it's just a new wrinkle into the game, and I just love
Agreed.
it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
man.
all that stuff.
I completely agree. And one thing that I will say too is the rolling attack. Yet again, it's one of the fastest attacks in the game frame
Yeah, it's
data
brutal.
wise, and on the two-handed thrusting sword in particular. And we're definitely seeing that on display here because he's resetting into the neutral R1 with the block cancel after the
Yeah,
rolling R1 to retain that priority. And one thing that I'll point out against this matchup with power stance spears is that spears are incredibly strong, yes, but their backswing is very slow, their follow-up L1. And
yes,
that's the thing that Yas is capitalizing on here is Yas knows that he forces a roll away every single time because it's not fast enough to be able to get that follow-up L1 in the
yeah.
vast majority of
In this matchup.
circumstances. Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
funny because in some other matchups, that slow secondary L1 actually is a really good roll catch, but just
Exactly.
not in this matchup.
Right. Yeah. No,
That's crazy.
this was a beautiful, beautiful pick on the side of Yas. And we may see a swap on the side of Braun here. Definitely an armor swap, but still looks like he is sticking to the short spears. And we see the two-handed thrusting sword again on the side of Yas. But
Wow.
I am excited for how this goes here. Obviously, Braun is a very adaptive player. And let's see what he is able to come up with here. 3, 2, 1.
Yaz is interesting. I thought you can get more damage off of a buffed up thrusting sword. Or do I not understand the defense armor rating or something? Because I swear I fought this before and the damage was way higher. It looks like he's only doing like 230 or something a hit.
It's around like high 200s, like maybe light 300s, I would say, with Sacred Blade. But one thing that and those block canceled R1s are absolutely devastating
That
because
was really fast.
yeah, if Braun anticipates the follow-up R1 and he rolls, then he's guaranteed roll caught with the buffer or the block canceled R1. But then if he stays in, then the follow-up is absolutely
Oh,
brutal too. But
nice.
beautiful flame strike catch on the side of BronDaGoat here, using that zoning pressure against the wall to be able to shut that down almost every single time. And actually a beautiful mix-up on the side of Yas there, foregoing the usage of the neutral or the rolling R1 and goes for a neutral R1 for the roll catch in anticipation of the rolling attack. Absolutely galaxy brain plays coming out from the side of both players here.
Oh, jumped it. Interesting. And the flaming strike is coming in super handy here.
Yep.
And just the regular crouch attack. That was like, I gotta say, Braun really calibrated and changed the way they attack. So in the previous fight, they were just trying to attack normally. And then in this, I think you see it here. He goes for flame strike to get the catch. And he just altered his play a little bit. And like people don't understand, like that is such a huge deal. It changes the dynamic of the whole entire match if you just alter something slightly. And that's what happened. Instead of doing the normal attacks that work against most players or most weapons, he altered it just slightly, the timing to half a second delay to instead of attacking with an L1, attacked with the L2 to get the flaming strike or this or that. And that's how you do it, and that ultimately is what made Braun win. Is he didn't get trapped in the same attacks as in the first match than the second. And
Agreed. Yep. And that's one thing I wanted to say too. Like I mentioned before, the start of this match is that Braun is a very adaptive player, and we saw it there. You know, knowing how strong the two-handed thrusting sword is, he leaned more into the flame strike usage, which by proxy, once again, if flame strike goes through but is interrupted, the type 2 hit stun on the flame strike will true combo into a neutral L1, right? And we saw that multiple times throughout this last fight here. But I'm excited for the final match here going forward. Feel free to count it down.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. This is fascinating because, man, this really could go either way. Slight bit changes of timings, I think, will alter this completely. And man, I don't know. This is crazy. I think Yaz should play maybe a little bit more reactive as the first attack, and then from there maybe try to pick it up, try to get the stun.
Yeah, potentially. Seeing those, he's utilizing those roll-ins again. Those rolling attacks are incredibly strong. There's not much that two-handed or power stance spear can do against that. We definitely see the talisman swap coming
Swapped it.
out.
This is what I'm talking about. Brilliant.
From,
I
yep.
love it, man.
Beautiful. Yep. Talisman
Read
swaps coming
that
out from the side
perfectly.
of both players, of course, trying to reset to get as much benefit out of that ritual shield talisman as humanly possible. And we definitely saw that coming out from both players here. And we're definitely also seeing a very confident neutral coming out from the side of Bron. I would say much more so than Yas here. Yas is definitely playing the bait in game, trying to get BronDaGoat to actually push in so he can.
Oh, he
punish
went for it
every
again
single
with
time.
the jump over.
Yeah, he tried to turn it
crazy.
around to potentially catch that or anti-air, right?
Yeah, so Bron is actually doing really well at pre-attacking right now because he knows that the speed and the stun of the thrusting sword is going to get him, because that's what happened the first match. Yaz was just interrupting every attack. So Bron is just pre-attacking, trying to get away from that.
Yep.
Man, it's like very evenly matched here. It's very close.
It is, yeah, indeed. And gets caught on the
That
breakaway
crouch
with that
attack.
rolling attack again, yeah.
Man.
Beautiful. And this is exactly what I was thinking in the back of my head, was utilize more of those running R2s, because it's absolutely devastating. Unfortunately, Yas makes the wrong read there and goes for a jumping R2, which is not the best attack, definitely, in the thrusting swords kit, but is able to land a full hit with the Sacred Blade, both the weapon damage and the projectile damage respectively. And this is a very, very close final match here. Oh my word. Yas needs to play exceptionally careful, but the pressuring that was able to come out from the side of Yas with those rolling attacks was absolutely devastating.
That is crazy. I can't believe he was able to sustain 3 attacks at the end with like 200 life. That's crazy.
That's Blue Feather for you.
Oh, Blue Feather's fun, isn't it, guys?
Yes, indeed.
But the rolling attack, man, 2 rolling attacks and then just a regular R1. Oh, man, brilliant. A step forward R1 to end it. We'll see it in a second here after the Sacred Blade blast.
Yeah, dude, that was an exceptional. And once again, timing beats speed every single time. And we saw that right there.
Man,
that was absolutely incredible.
It's such a fun bait, because you think he's gonna go hit the wall like he did 10 times before, and then he goes forward. It's brilliant. I love it. Boom, roll catch, and then step forward R1. Oh, to end it. Wow. And that's an upset technically on the numbers. 7-2. Yaz takes it 2-1. Of course, Bron obviously is not out. Bron, it will be in the loser's bracket and absolutely can claw back. But again, we're starting to get to the point of heavy hitters in the upper and lower bracket. I mean,
indeed, with the matchups
things are
here,
getting down. They are getting down to the nitty gritty.
Indeed, they are, dude. And of course, the next match here is another exceptionally exciting match coming up. That being Witnake versus Ruth. But going back to discussing the round 1 fights, of course, Yas versus Cassius, very, very dominant. And then Witnake into Tocco. That was a very, very interesting match, too, because Tocco was very, struggled to find his feet, like very early on for the first round. But then after that, he was able to answer back and take one. And then, but unfortunately, the overwhelming sense of pressure and aggressive posturing that Witnake has, which is one of his strongest attributes, I would say, as a player, was just able to overwhelm and shut down Tocco. And then, obviously, the 2-0 in the Ruth versus Atlas fight does not do it justice at all in the slightest, because Atlas played exceptionally well. Some of the best jumps I have seen in a competitive scene in a long time, and just absolutely beautiful play coming out from the side of Atlas. But unfortunately, with the blender and the vortex that the Raptor Talons is able to do, Ruth managed to shut that down pretty significantly.
Ruth is fascinating. I feel like Ruth is kind of like you, where Ruth doesn't want to use stuff that will just win, a higher percent win.
Yeah. It's definitely quirky setups first and foremost,
Because I honestly think Ruth would just clean up if they used actually, we haven't even seen it in this. If they used Serpent Hunter, I think Ruth would
agreed. Like Serpent Hunter and the Starfist, like we saw Ruth use in that one FOC that they won. I believe that was the last major that Ruth managed to take home was with the bloody off dagger with the occult poison mist halberd. But then not only that, then swapping in the grand final to the Starfish and the Shunter, respectively,
Yeah.
and has one of the best Shunter. It's one of the best Shunter players in the game, dude. Absolutely, like it's irrefutable. But
Yeah, I love it. I love the aggression.
Yeah.
And now Shunter just like can brutalize certain setups with the hyper armor madness and ooh.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
next we're gonna see Ruth. We're gonna see Ruth versus Witnake.
Yeah,
No
dude.
mistake, Witnake versus Ruth. Ruth just charges in there like the Terminator. I don't know if we can see the losers bracket hasn't went on too far because we still have a couple of matches we need to see on as far as on the winner's side to see what happens on the loser's side. But yeah, I mean, we already went through the round one losers, and we only have one match so far being over Tocco. I forgot what was Tocco using again.
Tocco was using Power Stance Great Spear.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So that would have been another clash of the Great Spears. So it looked like Bean took that one, but it looked like it was close, 2-1. Probably a lot close. I wonder how many hits. So a lot of these, especially with how evenly matched, I mean, as you see, they really do go down to one hit.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Amazing.
Yeah, the vast majority of what we've seen has been like down to the wire more often than not, and that's what I love to see first and foremost, you know, because it's just it makes it all the more exciting when it's down to the wire like that. But
you love to see competition.
Yeah, man, of course.
Every now and then you want to see a stomping of just like extreme aggression. But if you see only stompings, then it's just not fun. It's
yeah, of course, dude. You know, it makes those moments, you know, like you were just talking about, all the more exciting, right?
Yes,
but
absolutely.
I don't want to delay too much here because I am incredibly excited for this.
Oh, the Shunter.
And the Shunter does make an appearance. Yep. All right. So, without further ado, let's count it down. 3, 2, 1. Go.
I am very curious to see. This is to me, this is really scary. Oh,
beautiful boiled crab punish on the side of Ruth with the lightning bolt there. Absolutely exceptional, because obviously Witnake was going for the boiled crab because Shunter is pure physical damage, and that gives you a 15%
look at this
negation. And we see the roll catch frame trap there on the sword dance respectively, and sword dance is definitely going to be Witnake's best friend against this hyper armor, because
priority back.
Yeah, power stance straight swords, they definitely struggle against hyper armor setups, and of course, especially with the damage negation that you get during hyper armor frames now, that being the 8%, especially with the counter hits of the Shunter, because it is a thrusting based crouching R1 attack, makes it very, very difficult to actually lose a trade when just throwing out the crouching R1.
This shows that Ruth can still play the spacing game from
for sure,
from far away. I mean, Ruth is actually being a little bit more reserved here than we normally see them.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Still ahead by far right now.
Yeah, massive
all the
HP
right reads
here. Yep. And honestly, it's gonna be what Witnake, I feel like, has to do first and foremost is just really wait it out, and he's doing the right thing here, but a little bit better timing and usage on the sword dance in particular is going to be, once again, his best friend.
Yeah.
Beautiful breakaway roll and rolling R1 from the side of Ruth there to try and whiff punish, but unfortunately it does not land. Ruth needs to be very careful about those jumping R1s, because the jumping R1s on two-handed Great Spear are good, but the Shunter is so short that it makes it very, very difficult to land. It's very easy for a player like Witnake to be able to outspace that and whiff punish massively. So Ruth needs to be very careful about throwing out that attack in particular.
There it is.
And unfortunately, the hyper armor was still active by the time the first attack landed.
Yeah,
and that
I mean,
just
the power of the Shunter, man.
Yeah, and Shunter was already one of the strongest setups in the game before, but obviously in this update, it has become one of the tippity-top setups for sure.
Yeah, I mean, tears are popped for Witnake right now. Ruth is at a pretty good lead. Obviously, everything can change because the damage on on the dual Shreya swords is out of control sometimes.
Yes,
But
yeah. And what
again,
what I will say too, I want to point this out. We're coming up on the 3-minute mark here, so that can be a grand equalizer in that Ruth's tier is about to run out.
oh, true, yeah, yeah, it's okay, yeah, that's
Mhm.
true. So it's a moot point.
Yeah, so it's very, very difficult here. Obviously, Ruth has done a good job landing those 2 subsequent attacks before their own tier just ran out, and as we saw just there,
How
it
did
did
that miss?
indeed. Beautiful jumping L1 coming out from the side of Witnake here. An absolutely incredible reserved play coming out from the side of Witnake, and just waiting and playing extraordinarily patiently.
It is crazy though, because I feel like Ruth has hit Witnake 78 times, and Ruth has only been hit like 3 times.
Yeah.
And it's pretty close now because the tier is gone on both sides.
Oh,
Pretty
beautiful
crazy.
crouching R1 coming out from the side of Witnake with the small aggression attempt here. And that's one thing that Witnake was playing exceptionally well in the last EU FOC that we saw was the usage of those crouching R1s. And it's just beautiful roll discipline to be able to escape that
It's
there
so scary.
on the side of
It
Witnake.
is.
And we're seeing the Frostpots trying to punish the talisman swaps with the inventory open, of course.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of talisman swaps. Witnake keeps putting himself in a corner, which is a little confusing here.
It could be a strategy to try and outspace and whiff punish and secure the kill here, because one L1, as long as it's not a half hit here, will indeed kill Ruth as long as it's not in hyper armor frames. And we're seeing the chip downs with the neutral R1s. I'm not entirely sure if the Starfist is the play here, and we see a setup swap on the side of Ruth here too, and this is very, very interesting because this could spell disaster from both sides here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could tell me more. I don't know if I agree with this on at least Ruth's side, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Now it's just straight swords everywhere. This is bizarre.
Oh, and we see Ruth swapping to the red feather here. And yeah, we see the swap back, like you said, to the power stance straight swords on the side of Witnake. And Witnake has enough HP, I do believe, to tank at least one hit. But we do see the swap back to blue on the side of Ruth here from the red feather. And we're almost at a 5.5-minute fight on the upper echelon of the longer matches that I think a tournament has ever had.
Yeah,
here.
This is one of the longest.
And yeah, I suspected this was going to be the case because Witnake just knows.
Oh, okay.
That was a beautiful, and that's, once again, that's the Noble Slender's range on display there with that crouching R1. Beautiful, beautiful pressuring, and the crouch R1 blending with the wave dashing there coming out on the side of Witnake. And once again, playing exceptionally reserved and just picking his moments perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, that was a comeback from Witnake. Witnake was down most of the match. Like you said, I mean, if the tiers lasted the whole way, I mean, Ruth was ahead by a lot.
Significant margin, yeah.
But then the match took so long that it went away and it equalized.
Yeah.
I believe Witnake was also probably using Blessed earlier on and then swapped out. I wasn't
potentially
attention.
Yeah. See, and with how reserved Witnake was playing there, it probably would have been the play to throw on Blessed Dew there, right? And then just get to the tippy top threshold of where blue is active and then toss back on blue again there, because he missed out on probably, I mean, at the very least, like 400 HP, because he was at that HP value for the last 2 minutes of the fight.
Yeah, Ruth didn't have it on at all, and they were at 108 health forever, and that, I think the crouch with the blue feather, that probably does barely over 108, like probably like 115, something like that.
Yeah.
So if they just put on Blessed Dew for like 10 seconds and swap back, they could have tanked another hit. Kind of interesting, but it just shows you that Ruth doesn't care.
Yeah.
Ruth is like, whatever, I don't know. I'm just playing, just trying to have fun and stuff. And
these things happen. Is what it is, dude. Yeah.
Pretty funny.
Nope, we see Witnake up in a 1-0 currently, and obviously this next match can go either way, and especially when you have 5.5 minutes play against a particular player, you're able to garner a lot of different things in terms of learning from their playstyle.
Do you
So, and
think
being
Ruth should maybe wait on the physic then, if they think it's going to be
potentially,
the same?
yeah, potentially, man. You know, there's a lot of different things that each player could do here to combat how each other are playing. So, without further ado, count it down, my friend.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Let's see. Witnake up 1-0 against Ruth. Of course, they will just be sent to the losers bracket. Whoever loses, they will not be out of the tournament.
Beautiful physic punish on the side of Ruth there with the lightning bolts coming out, of course. And once again, we're seeing definitely a more reserved approach yet again coming out from the side of Witnake here. But manages to actually escape the vortex there for a little bit, but gets clipped with the third buffered crouching R1 there coming out from the side of Ruth. And Witnake is down about 600 HP here. And it's going to be difficult for Witnake yet again to find his way in against that hyper armor. He's doing the right thing here, playing passive.
Oh, and the anti-air right there. That was That looked a little weird. I mean, I like the jump there, but it's kind of tough to get out of that one. I think Ruth should right now, especially to not get to that point of 3 minutes again. I think Ruth should try to lay on the pressure here. Make sure it doesn't even get to that point.
Yeah. And the thing is
utilize it.
Yeah, Ruth is capitalizing on a lot of the aggression, which is an interesting choice coming out from the side of Witnake. Witnake might have internalized that he is up 1 and just trying out a different style of play here and seeing how it works. And obviously a little bit more of an aggressive posturing is not doing that well.
Yeah, every time.
Him.
That's why it's so scary. The hyper armor is just destroying, because every time Ruth gets hit, Ruth doesn't care because they can just attack out of anything.
Yeah, and the cold proc, comes quite quickly here.
Now you have the pressure because you don't want that to go away.
Yeah, and the free aim, man,
that's it.
That was a purposeful free aim up on the side of Ruth too, but it did indeed miss. But unfortunately, the over-aggression on the side of Witnake was just absolutely, completely shut down in a very dominant round against Ruth here.
That's what I like about the aggression, especially if you have the hyper armor and you're just, I feel like you're so safe. Like, obviously you can get out damaged, but again, a lot of times it's more important to have the priority than it is to have the damage. Because it's like, if you can hit someone, that's better than just power.
Exactly.
So, that Frostpot was a huge deal. That actually made Ruth win this at the end here because the damage.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and once again, like, it can't be understated the fact that the 8% damage reduction during hyper armor frames, you know, now that all hyper armor weapons have that property, and even obviously colossal swords and colossal weapons have the 18% damage reduction, which is quite significant.
Yes.
It allows them once again to win every single trade, even against a high damage setup like power stance straight swords.
Yeah, I mean, some of the weapons are still sad, and we can talk about it ad nauseum. Some of the colossal axes are like depressing, but still, I mean, at least they have something going for them. But either way, Ruth, well played. I would have liked to seen that aggression we saw there, although I do think some of that was on the side of Witnake, sort of. I think the mistake there was Witnake attacking too often. You basically can't attack twice if you're Witnake. You can only attack once.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Ruth pretty much wins that every single time, regardless. Yeah, with the hyper armor trading there, and especially once again with the counter hits of it being a thrusting attack, it's absolutely brutal. But going into this final match here, I foresee another very long-winded match here. Now that Witnake has tested the waters with that second match,
I agree with you.
And obviously, how both players adapt, whether or not Ruth is going to be able to vortex Witnake early on is going to be very, very telling. So, without further ado, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, here we go. Again, I think if Ruth can keep up the aggression, keep in Witnake's face, force mistakes, force trades, that's the way to go. But you cannot allow this to go 3 minutes. You gotta go.
Oof,
Oh, the punish!
Man,
Wow,
yep, see, and
what a
getting the
lead.
vortex early, yep. And Witnake tried their damnedest to get that boiled crab off, and they did, but unfortunately it's only going to last a minute, so I'm not sure how much help it's actually going to be. And a beautiful hard read coming out from the side of Ruth, reading that jump in.
Whip?
We see a whip coming out for a split second here, which is very, very interesting. A little bit of a cheeky mix-up, maybe potentially to bait Ruth in, and actually managed to land a L1 as a result.
I like it. Hey, I don't know. We did see a whip from I forgot who it was, but we did see a whip coming out that wasn't utilized as well. Oh, the corner pressure. See, Witnake keeps putting themselves in the corner.
Beautiful,
I
beautiful
can't believe
usage,
that.
and a free L1 as a result. And the sword dance comes out yet again, but unfortunately it does not hit there. And this is beautiful usage of the sword dance. Needs to use
That
it
did
in
not do that much
preparation.
damage though.
Yeah, but he
I
did
almost
get
think-
did get a breakaway L1 as a result
Yes.
of landing it too,
Yeah,
which equalized it quite significantly here. Beautiful spacing, and the frame trap comes out from the side of Witnake on the sword
range.
dance there, and the frostpots keep coming out. With
Gotta be
reckless
running out
abandon.
soon of the frost
Yeah.
bots here.
Yeah,
Now it's
right,
like,
right.
That's a lot.
I think that's number 5 there, so they have 5 left, presumably. But yeah, this is interesting from both players here. We're seeing a more reserved approach yet again coming out from the side of Witnake, but answering back with perfect timing the vast majority of the time here.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if just sticking with the Blessed Dew.
Beautiful.
Oh, going with it. See, now Witnake knows that the secondary attack's coming in, not going
Yeah,
in for the second
exactly.
attack.
Yeah. So Witnake has adapted their playstyle to a lot of the mix-ups that Ruth has landed earlier in the fights.
There it is.
But the neutral R1 is able to catch there. A little bit of a delay coming out from the side of Ruth, which was very, very smart indeed. Witnake does not have his tier popped yet, which would probably be beneficial to have that
wait.
pop very, very soon.
Yeah.
Here. All things
You
considered,
can't force that out though, right? With the
Right.
added health.
No, not at his current HP value, but he could if he took another swing that didn't proc it. But seems like he may rely on just the Blessed Dew here and forego the pop of the physic overall, because Ruth's
10
physic
seconds,
is indeed
basically, right?
popped here, and Ruth is running it out. Ruth is
Yeah.
very, very
Smart.
understanding of this interaction here.
Wow,
And
that's
we
brilliant.
will see it dissipate here slightly.
That is
And as
brilliant.
soon as
Wow.
it goes away, we see an attack back on the side of Ruth here. Very, 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 very
Man.
galaxy brain plays. coming
Yeah,
out,
that
of
is.
course.
I love seeing stuff like that. Just
Yeah.
playing this meta game.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah,
man, I
exactly.
like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, especially if you're going up against a passive player like Witnake and you're on a hyper armor setup like Shunter, you know that you have the advantage here, like just baseline with aggression. So you can
Yes.
realistically just wait out a lot of this, and you're golden in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah, and the Blessed Dew on both sides now. Oh, and there it is. The
Ooh,
trade,
that counter hit was
Spear Talisman.
absolutely
Oh,
brutal. Yes. And then we see
Yeah.
a lightning liver coming out from the side of Ruth as well.
We see
to
Red
further-
Feather Branch Sword
Yeah, yeah.
for that damage.
Yep. To potentially just get a L1 into L1 backswing, and
Yeah.
the whole fight is over right there. But
Because
this
knows
is...
that Ruth is on Blessed.
And there it is, the over-aggression coming out from the side of Ruth and getting whiff punished. But here's the thing here, it might
Now
be
Blue
the smarter. Yeah, it might be the smarter play here to swap back to Blessed Dew if you plan on playing exceptionally passive here, and it seems like that is the case with Witnake, running purposefully into the corner to try and debate the run-in here. Oh, beautiful crouching L1, but unfortunately Ruth does not fall for it.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
The stand still.
Yep, the stop
I
stutter.
love this,
Yep.
the stop stutter and just standing there and saying, all right, like some sort of master of Kung Fu where it just, the wind goes in front of their face and like, okay, what are you going to do?
Yep.
Oh man,
See,
that is like
and that's brilliant
amazing.
usage of the stop stuttering as well, because and you'll see it on display here in the replay, is that when you do that to somebody, it makes them panic hard.
Yes.
Even with a
Yeah.
character that has such good roll discipline like Witnake, he threw out 2 panic rolls subsequently after just that stop stutter alone.
Yeah, I mean, because the running attack is so damn menacing. It's so crazy.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. And
And
he
here we go.
thought it
Boom.
was coming
Oh,
immediately, but then, and realistically, if he would have probably just mashed L1 again
yes.
and hard read the hard read, you know what I mean?
It's just
Outthink
that easy.
the mix up, then, like he could have taken that there too. That was a very, very close match. I think overall, maybe barring the Bean versus Space Ranger, every single one of those fights there, well, the first and the third match were
It was so
very, very
close.
close and could have gone either way.
Yes.
Truly exceptional play from Ruth and Witnake both.
But here we are, alas, yet again, going
Hmm?
to the losers finals of ads.
Yes.
All right, let's just go to the ads and let's get out of here, and we'll come back. See you guys.
Yep.
And we are back after the extreme break that no one likes, but we did just see like what 15 minutes of one
Yeah.
match or whatever.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah.
It was pretty intense, and we're trying to get our players for the semifinals in the winners bracket ready.
Mhm.
Space Ranger versus Darksoapp, which is exciting because obviously we're seeing high level play all around, regardless. But
Yeah.
now we're starting to get to the point where
Uh-huh.
we are going to see those matches that pop the tiers with just time and not damage.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
indeed.
we'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
and
see who's going to be most aggressive here.
yeah, I agree. And honestly, Space and Darksoap have obviously typically when they're matched up, it's in the grand finals a lot of the time. So this match is going to be incredibly exciting.
Mm.
I'm very interested to see if both players will stick to their guns with their current setups, that being Darksoap on the Hall Dagger and Space Ranger on the PSGS. Obviously, Space Ranger is very adept with PSGS, and he feels comfortable on that almost against any setup, I would think. But you never know because of the skill, matching here, the similar levels of skill
Yes.
overall. And it's very interesting, of course. But moving down from that, even the subsequent match following this one is indeed Yas versus Ruth, which Yas has had a very dominant performance with two-handed thrusting swords, especially in the last match, and Ruth obviously with the shunter, devastating. But
that is going to be very interesting. But again, like you said, we are here with Space Ranger and
yes,
Darksoap, and let's get to this before we get to that, and let's see how
agreed.
spectacular this one is.
Yes. All right. So without further ado, let the battle commence. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and of course we see the physics coming out from both players here, and as I suspected, we are seeing a very much similar, the same actually setups coming out from the side of both players here. And definitely a very aggressive posturing, and man, straight out the gate with Darksoap getting that true combo on the flame strike into the running R1 roll catch there. Absolutely incredible. And we saw the jittery movement from neutral at the start of the fight, both players kind of feeling themselves out here and trying to find their way in. And of course, we saw Darksoap get the first interaction, but Space was keen to answer back immediately, almost nearly gets roll caught yet again with the delay of the flame strike there. Absolutely beautiful timing coming out from the side of Darksoap.
The spacing on that jump attack.
Exceptional spacing, my word. So confident.
That's like 800 damage or whatever. Like that hurts. Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like Darksoap's spacing is just out of this world. Some of the best that I've seen in the Souls genre in general, dude. For playing for this long, it's man, just the exceptional levels.
Yeah, but it's also the
spacing
confidence.
There. Yeah,
the confidence
dude.
to not roll on that blows my mind.
Man, yeah, Space is doing a beautiful job with rolling those Flame Strike hits early to make sure that he does not get roll caught. And every time Space tries to go in for his PSGS Vortex, Darksoapp is shutting it down with the threat of that off dagger.
So how many dagger swipes left hand does it take to stun? I mean, he gets
typically
the victory there.
Yeah, wow, an absolutely dominant performance against Space Ranger there on the side of Darksoapp. Absolutely incredible. Let's see how Space is able to adapt, obviously, going forward into the subsequent matches. But to answer your question, if you're running the 109 poise breakpoint, which both of these players are here, I believe, then it takes 3 dagger swipes to break. But
Darksoapp is not right now. Actually, neither have the BronDaGoat talisman.
Oh, really? Okay, well then it's just 2. In that case,
he can kind of spam that out decently well.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So the threat of that follow-up dagger swing, and especially with the poise chipping, once again, that was a beautiful running R2, and managed to actually early hit it too, which presumably was the reason why Space Ranger was able to even get caught.
Wasn't that a crouch attack?
No, it was not. That was
it was a running R2.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely exceptional pressuring on the side of Darksoapp.
It is funny though, because like you don't know if somebody's wearing the BronDaGoat, right? So
yeah, exactly right. Yeah, there's no visual indicator.
That could be the mind games where, hey, I am wearing it because I know dagger, but you can just spam out the dagger, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Exactly. Because well, I'll say this on the fly, but let's get into this next match here. 3, 2, 1, go. And that's one of the things I wanted to point out too, is that if you do have the BronDaGoats on and you're meeting the 109 breakpoint, then, especially in Space's case, he would be able to actually buffer a crouching L1 and get the Vortex started if he had 109 with the BronDaGoats. As it stands now, with the backswing always breaking, it's very, very devastating. And it's very difficult for Space to find his way in. Of course,
in the
beautiful,
corner, trying to jump.
Wow. And the Flame Strike shutdown there, unfortunately, does not get the roll catch with the third one there, which would have absolutely just been devastating into the true combo. We see a little bit of a war cry coming out on the side of Space Ranger for the Hyper Armor to actually combat the Halberd and the Flame Strike, respectively, to potentially find his way in with a well-timed R2.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things that can happen here. I mean, the potential of that war cry is crazy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, at the very least,
that alters the play style.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It makes Darksoapp be cognizant of it. Even if Space never throws it out, it's still extraordinarily threatening. And a little bit of a mix-up into the crouching R1 for a little bit more range there on the side of Space Ranger was a genius play to throw that out, and actually allowed him to land the subsequent buffered crouching L1 there.
Yeah, the start off with Space Ranger on the dual or double flaming strike in the corner, perfectly timed. I mean, that really just set the mood for this match. Space Ranger has a huge lead.
Yeah, and actually just managed
off now, though, right?
Yeah, yes, indeed. And actually just managed to land the first single bit of damage Darksoapp did against Space here. And once again, the level of adaptability on display on the side of Space Ranger, especially getting so dominated like he did last time,
brilliant.
Just being able to completely, damn near flawless for the vast majority of the fight, Darksoapp here. And obviously Darksoapp is answering back. It's a little bit more on even footing here. Of course, Space Ranger still has his tier, and the dagger actually proccing the Godskin Swaddling Cloth for an extra 110 HP back on the side of Darksoapp, which is incredibly valuable, being that his tier has already been procced here. Of course, the tier is the tier procced on Space now too? Yes, it is.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, just with those few combos there that Darksoapp was able to land, and now he is in the corner.
But over it.
Jump into the answer back, into Flame Strike, into the R1 attempt for the roll catch. But unfortunately, it is not there, and Darksoapp is very, very low on HP here. But if he can get the Red Feather Talisman swap off, then it is anybody's game, and out come the Starfist.
Yeah, this is scary, because you can't really run forward. You're going to get caught with the running attack. Oh, the panic rolls, but he's corner rolling. He's getting out of the running attack. Pretty good. A lot of people make that mistake rolling straight, which is bad.
Yes, exactly. Yep, you want to roll diagonally in to the left or right to avoid that, because that is one of the things. Unfortunately, does get caught in the corner by the follow-up swing on the running R1.
That was, man, I gotta say, Darksoapp was doing a couple things to almost bring it back. One thing I love is when someone, they try to show their hand and then they mix it up. So he would run, stop, and do an R1. But he wouldn't do that just in the middle. He would do that when Space Ranger had nowhere to go, when he was next to a wall.
Exactly,
so it worked.
dude.
And that's what you do. It's like utilizing everything at your disposal. And man, you love to see. I mean, Darksoapp still ultimately dropped that one. Space Ranger was out ahead. Darksoapp almost came back, but man, that was close. It got close.
It was very close. Yeah, so that is, I do believe, 2-1 in this best of 5, which
think
is
it's
the
1-1.
first. Oh, is it? Is it indeed?
Yeah.
Okay, well, my bad there. 1-1 in this first best of 5 of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, we probably got a lot of battles left on this
yes,
one.
indeed. I completely agree. All right, so hopping right into it yet again. 3, 2, 1.
So what's the deal with the swaddling cloth? Do you always get a certain amount? Is it a percentage? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a percentage of your max HP. So in this case, with Morgoth's active, it is around 110 or 120, I believe. But baseline, it gives around 80 back with just the current HP pools without the Great Runes, right?
Does that work with the health medallion too?
It does, yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So if you keep those on, then you do get more out of it as well.
Nice
Beautiful.
punish.
Yeah, beautiful Frostpot coming out from the side of Darksoapp to punish that.
Reaction is so fast on that.
Yeah,
you react
dude.
so fast to get that.
Yeah, it's incredible prowess there, and obviously Space Ranger is definitely on the back foot here because of the status. Knows that the dagger will melt.
How did that miss?
Yeah, it was very, very close. The
there
beautiful.
It is. Boom!
Able to land that on the side of space there, tanking the Flaming Strike.
Yeah, because you can't really even jump into it, I believe, right? Because it has vertical lingering hitbox.
Yes, indeed. Yep. Yeah, and it makes it incredibly difficult to avoid and push overall. One thing I will say about Storm Assault is that, yes, it's incredibly oppressive in the right hands, but you have to be right on somebody to use it effectively, because the initial wind push box is very, very small, right? So it's really only a punish if Darksoapp gets overzealous and pushes a little bit too far in, right?
Oh.
Beautiful anti-air on the buffered follow-up crouching L1 there. Beautiful running R2, though, coming in from the side of Darksoapp.
Definitely playing. He's out of sauce.
Yep. Once again, playing in that pocket and just doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, how much does that Ash of War actually use? It
uses 22. It's very, very intensive. 22 FP. So that's only, what, 4 uses, I think? Maybe 3 with Base Mind. Nearly catches with the free-aimed Flame Strike, reading the roll there, but unfortunately, no dice there.
Yeah, I mean, the Flame Strike, that's one of those scary ones that obviously now without the Jar Shard, it doesn't do as much damage. Oh, the tears are popping.
Beautiful hard read on jumping L1 respectively. Absolutely incredible. Space taking a page out of Bean's book from earlier in the tournament, utilizing those neutral jumping L1s there. Absolutely incredible. And of course, we see another attempt at the roll catch from the side of Darksoapp, and yet again, this fight coming down to the wire. Very, very close indeed.
He's going for... Oh, he gets it this time!
And there it is.
That's it.
And that was a free-aimed down to actually catch that on the side of Darksoapp. Absolutely incredible adaptation on the fly there.
Yeah, the amount of times that Space Ranger was getting out, like here, jumping over it. He even aimed that Flaming Strike up, too.
Yeah,
to get out of these Flaming Strikes, I mean, he only got hit basically by the last one. And that was like it, which is insane.
Agreed. Yeah. No, and I do want to point out, too, that Darksoapp definitely just constantly, I don't think there was a moment where Space managed to land like a full vortex. It was just one hit here and there.
Yes,
And Darksoapp was able to outspace and once again play in that pocket and threaten the off dagger and the neutral R1s and the running R1s of that halberd. Look at that spacing right there, just in the replay. Just being able to outspace that CL1 perfectly. And Darksoapp just had a very, very dominant, aggressive approach there.
Well, here we go. Can Darksoapp go to the winners finals, or will Space Ranger try to bring it back? Count us down.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so interestingly enough, we see a swap off of PSGS. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. We have Darksoapp on PSGS, and then we have Space on Shunter.
That's crazy.
Interestingly enough, that is fascinating.
Yeah,
I would say, I mean, man, like Darksoap's movement right now is absolutely incredible thus far. Absolutely beautiful. And man, I would say that the Shunter has the advantage in this matchup in particular, just with the hyper armor. Being able to tank and trade even Power Stance Great Spear crouching L1s here. It's absolutely devastating. Beautiful, beautiful wave dashes on the side.
99% of people would have got hit by that. I don't know how
dude,
he got
that was incredible roll discipline on the side of Darksoapp too, to not panic there. And that's, once again, it just, like you've mentioned time and time again with Darksoap's play, it's that incredibly high level of confidence in their overall ability to outspace and outrange everything.
That's cracked, man. You are cracked out of your mind. The way Space Ranger was moving was, he hit it so well.
Yeah. But, you know, like,
the neutral jump and the delayed R1.
Jumping delayed R1 there to catch the panic roll on the side of Darksoapp. Absolutely impeccable. And both players, of course, utilizing that incredibly erratic movement, trying to blend wherever they possibly can with these Vortex heavy setups. But we see Space with even a neutral R1 to outtrade, and we see a neutral L1 coming out from the side of Darksoapp. But what I would assume, Space was low on stamina there and could not roll the jumping L1, regardless of what the use case was. Yeah, potentially. But regardless, that was an incredibly well-timed jumping L1 on the side of Darksoapp. And I do, if I'm not mistaken, that was a tier skip too.
Oh, was it? I didn't notice that part.
If I'm not mistaken.
I mean, we'll see it. We'll see in a second. I mean, we were just talking about how Shunter should be favorable, but man, just the way Darksoapp was playing, it was like it was confusing the Space Ranger. It was just a little bit different. He wasn't even really spamming. I mean, neither were spamming the crouch attacks, which I thought was weird.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, he gets around this.
Yeah.
Regular L1, which I think was an accident. And then he jumps. Boom. Yeah, tier skip.
Yeah.
Tier skip them there.
Straight out the gate.
Wow.
Absolutely brutal.
Moves on.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like the difference in the movement there was definitely apparent too. Like we even saw a few times where Darksoapp would throw out like a little bit of a movement feint or even a blank jumping attack or a blank jump, you know, and
I love that.
It would make Space roll. I don't think we saw one panic roll out of neutral from Darksoapp at all in that last round, and it was only when he needed to roll, and that shows incredible roll discipline across the board and incredible confidence in the setup and in one's own ability.
Yeah. I wish we could have saw my mind was blown that Darksoapp rolled correctly, because again, Space Ranger is one of, if not the best that I've seen, with the wiggle, crouch, goblin, hiding your attack steps, whatever you want to call it. And the fact that Darksoapp stayed in the pocket 2 centimeters away from them, that's for our EU folks, by the way, who use metric. And they take that range and they just wait and they correctly avoid the attack when they're doing all that jittery step. It blows my mind. I'm telling you, most people in the world get hit by that.
Dude, 100%. Like even me, dude. Like I 100% would have gotten hit by that. Like no question, dude. You know, and it's just like,
insane.
yeah, the level, dude. It's It cannot be overstated, genuinely. And of course, Space Ranger is not out of it. He goes down, I believe, in the losers bracket to fight. Who is it here? Either
We don't know,
Witnake or BronDaGoat.
Bron.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Eli, we get to see the losers bracket, which is cool.
Yeah.
The numbers aren't up there yet, but it's on the challenge. But Eli took a stock off Witnake, so Witnake did win 2-1.
Yep.
Bron won 2-0 against Ase, as you see here. Lithium in a close match against Cassius, and Bean 2-1 against Tocco. But now we have some heavy hitters in the losers bracket to see who can come back and try to fight against either the winner of Yaz Ruth versus Darksoapp. So
yeah, and potentially we might even see if Space is able to take whoever wins this current match against Witnake versus BronDaGoat, and if Bean is able to win against Lithium and his next opponent, we may see a re-up of the initial fight between Bean and Space.
Yeah,
very, very interesting indeed.
The redemption story.
Yeah, potentially. So very, very exciting stuff happening, of course, off stream with the losers bracket. And of course, moving on to the next fight here in the upper bracket is Yas versus Ruth. This is going to be a hell of a fight, I have a feeling.
Definitely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I just like Ruth's style. I mean, it speaks to me. Even certain styles like who was it? Who had the thrusting sword? Who the hell was that? That was
the first person that had it, Patches?
No. Somebody else who actually was it Bean? No, Lithium.
I don't believe we've seen any other two-handed thrusting sword aside from Patches and Yas.
Maybe I'm drunk. I don't know. I thought we saw somebody move on in one match and win. But
potentially, but yeah, regardless of that, I mean, like, how dominant Yas has been with the aggressive playstyle on the two-handed thrusting sword, even against Ruth's Shunter, like, two-handed thrusting sword is fast enough and has low enough recovery to get in and out without getting hit and hitting them.
About.
Yeah, exactly. So if they decide to stick with their guns here, this could be a very, very interesting matchup overall.
Well, we don't know what Ruth's gonna do. I mean, Ruth could come out with
I know.
You know,
the
giant
raptor
beast
talons again,
or whatever,
or that. Yeah, exactly.
So this is gonna be a matchup like we probably haven't seen before. And
yeah, potentially
weird. Or all Ruth can just fool us again.
Yeah. All we know at the very least is both players have a very aggressive posturing and playstyle overall, which is always makes for the most exciting fights thus far.
Ruth just gets bored and is like, well, okay, well, what can I use now?
We'll switch it up.
Different. I don't want to do it.
Yeah, so it looks
Ruth
like
has changed yet again.
Yeah, we have Ruth on the Hallstock setup, potentially maybe even an Arcane Hallstock. Who knows? But we have Yas, of course, sticking to their guns with the Sacred Blade Rajer's thrusting sword here. Okay, so without further ado, let's jump on into this.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, fire.
All right, and of course we see no physic punish coming out from the side of both players here, but Ruth is able to actually get the phalanx, so it looks like it is a cold variant of Hallstock here. And of course, the phalanx allows for Ruth to get off the Sacred Holy Liver, which will boost the Sacred Defense significantly.
Oh.
And we see a liver coming out from the side of Yas as well, the magic liver, massively helping out with the damage negation from Phalanx in particular.
Not much is done. It's just been a lot of buffing, a lot of setups. So
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yep.
Nothing has really happened.
It's definitely a back and forth. Yas is playing a little bit more reserved here, actually, which is very, very interesting. And I think that's smart, honestly, going for the roll-ins, trying to capitalize whenever they can against Ruth here. And obviously, the re-ups on the Sacred Blade is pretty much a free phalanx every single time for Ruth. Beautiful rolls coming out from the side of Ruth. The roll discipline is absolutely phenomenal and able to just narrowly outspace while landing the hit with the crouching R1. on the side
punish.
of Ruth. Absolutely devastating.
Didn't
We will
get
see
that
a
hit.
backstab on the side of Yas as well with the re-up on the Sacred Blade, but unfortunately goes for a jumping R2, does not land. Ruth is showcasing a very dominant performance against the two-handed thrusting sword here.
Yeah, punishing with the combos too. And
Yeah.
getting free buffs, getting free Ash of Wars. I mean, Yaz is kind of allowing a lot of this to happen. And
Yeah,
not
exactly.
punishing.
Yep. Oh, and we see the
man,
true
brutal.
combo from the running R1 into the Phalanx there as well. And once again, Yas is giving Ruth way too much space here. And that is going to be presumably the death of Yas as he gets a little bit lower. But a beautiful ranged punish on the side of Sacred Blade as an answer back to the Phalanx cast. Of course, we see a roll coming out from neutral, and obviously it's still threatening because of how fast the rolling attack can be. But definitely way skewed in the favor of Ruth thus far.
Yeah.
But Yas is coming back here, and the match is closing out here. It's getting close to the 3-minute mark where Ruth's physic, it is popped now, yeah. Of course, which was probably the best decision. Of course, beautiful roll catch on the running R2 does get saved by the cold proc roll, avoiding the confirmed damage on the off-stock hit.
Yeah, I mean, Yas is just chipping away, but Ruth is kind of just tanking hits and looking for the trades, but doing much less damage with the branch sword here. So Yas is actually coming back, but then there it is. One trade was going to do it anyway. Gets the roll catch. Little bit
of a stop stutter there too.
Yes, yeah.
And it works massively well. You know, and the more we get to see things like that, of course, the better. You know, overall, because it's an incredibly effective tactic. But Yas had a really close comeback attempt here, which I most certainly was not expecting. The ability
Ruth was just tanking on the
fly. Yeah.
I think Ruth sort of understood that I'm going to chip down. I'm going to need one last hit anyway. A little bit of mistake by Ruth there to just roll on that for some reason. But either way, Ruth gets it done at the end. Now, I do want to ask you a question because it is not banned in this tournament. Why do you think people don't utilize like Gravity Stone Fan or something?
Unfortunately, Gravity Stone Fans were not buffed poise damage wise, so they're tankable at 100 poise. Otherwise, they would be exceptional, dude. And honestly, in a lot of cases, they are, especially when you're putting on so much pressure that you don't allow your opponent to actually put on bull goats. Then they're incredibly threatening, right?
But I think.
Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say, I think with a dagger or something that.
Chipping. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree, and that's especially on something like a cold setup, like Ruth is running here. I honestly don't know. I think overall consumable usage is drastically underutilized in the competitive scene. Most people just don't either see the value in it, or they don't take enough time to actually learn how to use it and how good they can potentially be in certain circumstances, right? And obviously you don't want to implement something just spur of the moment, something that you want to practice with.
Yes, I
but
agree.
It can be incredibly good, like you're saying. I completely concur.
Yep, but we are here with the second match. Ruth took the first one in the semifinals, best 3 out of 5. Let's start it off.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Go. All right, and we see a physic punish coming out from the side of Ruth. Beautiful, the Glintstone Chris. Absolutely exceptional. And that is around 400 damage, I do believe.
Yeah, that's faster than I thought it was. That
no, it's exceptionally fast and it has crazy range. And we see the livers coming out from both players here. Obviously, Yas, this is one of, if not Yas's best setup, is Power Stance Spears here. So we're seeing a little bit of a swap off the two-handed thrusting sword because that didn't work too well for them last time. Trying to get a player like Ruth to panic roll is exceptionally difficult. They have incredible spacing, incredible roll discipline. Obviously, Ruth trying to go for the hit stun breakaway true combo there, but unfortunately, we're just a little bit too delayed. And the turnaround into the Sacred Blade, of course, gets roll caught. Unfortunately, does get caught on the breakaway, but Yas answers back with aggression at almost every single turn, effectively getting a roll catch on Ruth and also landing that
pivot.
incredibly difficult, or that incredibly oppressive running L1 rather.
Yeah, I mean,
Man.
you see a couple pivots, a couple mistakes by both players, but Ruth was able to capitalize when Yaz made that mistake. But
Mm-hmm.
Yaz is, because both tiers were popped, I believe. Yaz is kind of ahead a little bit. I like, no running attack there by Ruth. Kind of interesting to not go for it.
Yeah,
But
Ruth
now it's pretty
definitely.
even.
Yeah, agreed. And Ruth definitely doesn't want to overcommit too, and that's the biggest thing against power stance spears is absolutely
What's going on here?
devastating. That could.
Oh, I don't know what's happening.
But I don't know whose side that was on. It looked like Ruth, but potentially a reset there. It's hard to say.
That's rare. I've not really seen any.
I agree, especially on
glitches
Seamless
on PC. Yeah,
yeah.
So I don't know what happened there. That very unfortunate because that was, I mean, that was literally what 300 health a piece.
Yeah,
that was extremely close.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
potentially could have been a frame stutter on the side of Ruth's computer there, which does result in those weird looking interactions. But of course, it could have also been on our side too, from our viewing perspective. But
I don't know about that getting hit with the Sacred Blade like that. That's
no.
unlike...
something certainly was rough. Yeah, dropped frames or something. Yeah, Ruth said,
Confirmed.
"Let me restart my PC real quick." So yeah, a frame stutter can cause those rooted issues like that. Okay,
we're gonna go to an ad break on this, but I guess confirmed Ruth has potato PC, so she just has to swap it out and then peel another one, and we'll see. But yeah, we'll go to an ad break. We'll be back.
Yep. Welcome back, my friends. Let's go, dude. And here we are yet again with my beloved co-host Dante, dude. Here he is in all of his glory.
Yes, I'm here, and now that the potato has been peeled and Ruth is back in action, we will be getting set up soon once again. Unfortunate events. Honestly, that match could have went either way. That's why it's really unfortunate. If Ruth was getting blasted and had to take the loss anyway, it would have been like, all right, well, whatever. That one, I really wanted to see how it was going to end. Again, it could have went either way, but Ruth is gracious enough. Gonna take the loss. It's gonna be 1-1, best 3 out of 5, and we're just gonna move on as if it's a best 2 out of 3 now. So now it's just
agreed. True. Yep. Perfect.
I'm
dude.
excited. We do have some updates though on the losers round, right?
Yes, we do indeed. We have Bean versus Lithium, and Lithium actually managed to 2-0 Bean. Obviously, when it's a 2-0, it doesn't tell the full story. And obviously we didn't get to see it either, but definitely very impressive that Lithium was able to take out Bean as well. And of course, we're still waiting on the Witnake versus BronDaGoat result going into who is going to fight Space Ranger. And that is going to be one hell of a fight indeed.
Yeah, they're still on the first match, I heard, and it's 14 minutes right now and counting. So we should see... I believe they both are at 2,300 health right now. Nothing's really happened, and we're gonna. No, I don't know. Who knows?
Yep, all open to interpretation, dude. All right, as we wait for Yas and Ruth both to be in the Worlds, I guess we can discuss the two matches that we have seen thus far from both of them. And honestly, the first round from Ruth, very, very dominant, even to the point where Yas felt the need to swap his setup entirely, which he hasn't felt the need to do thus far in the tournament, I don't believe. So I don't
think Ruth cares anyway.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, potentially. Obviously, the one thing too, though, is obviously Power Stance Spears is Yas's main setup, I do believe. And it definitely shows too, because of how aggressive Yas is able to be with it and catching Ruth a lot, even on those running L1s too, which is very, very surprising to me as I was seeing it.
But Ruth with the combos, I thought was crazy. Getting a lot of frost procs here and just getting just regular combos, nothing super fancy, just the timings are right and understanding what your opponent's going to do. It's just, that's impressive. Like sometimes some of the most impressive things are like what Darksoapp did with just not panic rolling.
Yes.
It's just staying in the pocket, being composed, and then just playing well in the very basic of basics.
Yeah.
And that's a lot
genuinely.
of fun.
It is indeed.
But we were talking about earlier, which we're not going to talk about because now the match is up.
No worries.
Yaz versus Ruth.
Yes,
And,
indeed. All right.
We'll see what's going on here. Did
here
Ruth
we go.
change again? I don't even know what Ruth has anymore.
Yeah, same. We'll see. 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. All right. And we see both players definitely going for their physics here. No physic punishes. Of course, we see the liver coming out from the side of Yas and a buff into the Sacred Blade on the main hand and the offhand, both. But unfortunately, had to get rid of one for the other here, so it is not both. Sadly, beautiful roll on the breakaway coming out from the side of Yas here. But it actually manages to land the follow-up L1 incredibly slow. And as we were talking about before, depending on the matchup here, it can be completely different because that backswing goes from being non-threatening to extraordinarily threatening here. As
the amount of damage Yaz got, I mean, that was like 1,600 damage in 3 hits.
I agree.
Not punished. That was so close.
Yeah, it was very, very close indeed. And Yas's timing obviously needs to be a little bit better here. And unfortunately, no cover coming out from the side of the flask drink, but actually manages to use a little bit of a movement wiggle there.
Wow.
And is able to just shut down Ruth completely with that overwhelming sense of pressure.
Yeah, Ruth made a couple mistakes there, getting roll punished, getting ran after, and sort of just. I think we'll see it here. Ruth, let's see. I think it's after this attack, but she panic rolls and gets caught on the running L1. Ruth does not do that often, so that's why it's always surprising when you see top level, sort of making some of these mistakes that they don't often do. Like
for sure.
This somehow didn't hit. That
was very close. Millisecond off on the press, I would assume.
That right there was weird. It almost looked like a wall was blocking, but gets the punish here.
And then,
right here. Boom.
Yeah, Ruth sacrifices the corner pressure there, which presumably was the wrong decision, and just absolutely gets shredded with those counter hits, and trying to outspace it even was not enough and gets clipped by the breakaway running L1 yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Ruth being handed a loss like that in a while. I mean, that was pretty handily by Yaz to get that victory.
I think so. Genuinely, too. That was probably the most dominant performance against Ruth, for sure, in the entire tournament. So this is very, very interesting indeed. And then we see Yas with the swap back to two-handed thrusting sword, feeling very, very confident here. So, without further ado, count it down, my friend.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, fire. And Ruth has also swapped to glance. And I wonder if this is better. I mean, it's not the shunter, not able to get the pressure.
Oh, wow. No, it didn't. Yas is using so much robustness that they're able to tank one frost.
There's
spot. But the secure on the cold Starfist right there, and the immediate swap back to the Power Stance Great Spears here. Obviously, Yas able to get the Sacred Blade buff off, and Ruth actually giving Yas a little bit too much room to get the bolus off there, and absolutely beautiful pressure coming out from the side of Yas. A little bit of a panic roll, but able to break away there from aggression.
That was brilliant. Yaz really played chicken right there and said, "You're waiting for me to roll, and I'm just gonna attack you into it." That was amazing.
Yeah, and it is, dude. Especially against the Vortex heavy setups. Oftentimes, the best recourse that you have is just to attack, just literally attack. Beautiful jumping R2, but an answer back into a jumping L1 of Ruth's own here. And the tier is indeed procced on. Oh, no! Beautiful roll catch with the Loretta's Slash. Unbelievable. And yet again, unfortunately, Blue is able to actually save Yas here, surprisingly, by proxy of the Blue Feather. But unfortunately,
my goodness. double Loretta.
Double Loretta.
We got a jump into counter jump. That I
Yeah.
think we're gonna see it here, which was like
Yeah.
this was so fun. It was like, all right, I can jump too, Ruth said, and then came
Yep.
back and was like, all right, let's go. I'll do more damage.
Yeah. Yeah, the hard read after hard read here was just crazy with the back and forth,
Right
all
here.
initiated by the crouching R1, but then answered back into
That's
into the roll
ridiculous.
catch immediately, I do believe, not far after this.
The
And just
mind games in
yeah,
this match.
expecting the crouching
Oh
L1 from the roll there, but into the Lorettas, that was absolutely beautiful on the side of Ruth.
man, that Loretta startup on roll is really fast.
Yeah, it's frame 1 hyper armor. It's very,
That's
very fast.
crazy.
Yeah.
Because like you saw the Loretta come out. I don't normally see people do it on a roll, so it's like,
Right,
huh.
yeah, and it's not a bad idea because it activates so fast, and if you're, even getting pressured against, like, certain vortex setups, that's actually a really good option to turn the tide of the fight.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Mhm.
And obviously turning it to either get an early hit or to get a late hit, if depending on how they roll, that's also
Yeah, for
key.
sure. Exactly, yes, completely agree.
But now
So,
it's
yeah,
two to
no.
two.
Yeah, it is, and obviously the final match coming up here shortly. Very, very exciting rounds here. This is I don't think man, I was not expecting to see Loretta's at all in the tournament, let alone twice in a single match, so that was quite the surprise indeed.
I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, just throwing out stuff like that, not showing your hand and then just throwing it out.
Mhm.
That's the best way to get something. That's why I forgot who it was. Was it? Oh man, who was it? Who was just strange? Was it Smaxy?
No,
Um,
that was Cassius
Cassius.
with the
Yeah,
Melania's hand and the
yeah,
whip
and
and
just
stuff,
like
yeah.
using some of this stuff. I mean, granted, they did overuse it and where you can see it, but
Right.
using the stuff, throwing out some stuff randomly. Sometimes you can
Mhm.
hit with the dumbest Ash of Wars that no one gets
Yeah,
hit by.
dude. Yes.
So
Yep.
I'm all for it. Why not?
Yep,
Why not try something?
the who does that playstyle is very, very strong,
I mean,
especially competitively,
yeah,
because all of these top tier players expect you to do the smart thing,
yep.
and it's oftentimes it's seen as being like the stupidest thing you can do is mash out of hit stun. But against the highest tier of players, it's the smartest thing that you can do
Yeah,
because they're
I look
constantly
brilliant
looking for a roll
sometimes.
catch. Yeah, dude. See, you got it.
They're like, what
Dude.
the hell? This guy always hits out of hit stun. What the
Yep.
Why do you always do this? I was like, because
Hey
I know
man.
that's what you're thinking.
Yeah,
You're trying to
exactly.
roll catch me, so I'm just gonna attack you first. I know what
Yeah,
you're doing.
exactly, bro. Yeah, it's like
That's
it's
why,
your
like,
fault if you're looking for the roll
it's
catch.
so funny. Like to
Mhm.
me, like I'll face people in the arena and they'll use some spell I've never even heard of, like to the point where like I'm like DLC is out. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Um, and like
Yep.
I'll get hit by the dumbest things by people who don't even know what they're doing. So I just try to utilize that aspect with some good players I know. It's like you're gonna get hit by something stupid, and you're like, why? How? That's why
Yep.
we saw spin to win earlier, right? We saw
Exactly,
spin to win.
dude.
And
Yeah.
those are the things that can happen. Charge R2s are slept on in this game.
I
They are
completely agree, man.
absolutely slept on.
Especially yeah,
Obviously, there's some instances where if you're gonna get vortex, you can't you can't
right.
do that.
Of course, of course.
But they are
But
slept on. I'm telling you.
yeah, man, they for sure are, and especially against, like a super reactive player that reacts as soon as they see the animation start up. Those charged R2s can land. Obviously, not all charged R2s are built the same. That's
Yes, of course.
definitely apparent. But
Yeah.
no, there's a use case for every single attack in every single moveset. And the more we see that and the more we see experimentation with that and all the different use cases of overall, I just absolutely adore that and want to see it
Yeah.
more.
I wonder why do you think we don't see more curved greatsword? What do you think the issue is there?
Dude, genuinely I do not know because curved greatsword is absurdly strong. It was like the peak of meta in patch 1.9 with CGS off dagger, right? And
Yeah.
with the update of patch 1.10, the hyper armor that CGS has and the fact that it's the fastest attacking great weapon, therefore getting the fastest activation of hyper armor of all of the great weapons. It's absolutely brutal. And like the range with the way you swing the weapon is so
Yeah.
deceiving for trying to
It is.
outspace it. Like it's incredible. I don't know why we have not seen more CGS overall in this update.
I always thought it was weird, especially considering it seems like a lot of people have a hard time with hyper armor.
Yeah.
It seems like
Yeah.
when hyper armor is out there, and you know you're especially on seamless, you have a lot more health and you have a lot more
Mhm.
time to play.
Yep.
It always was kind of weird to me that people wouldn't use that more, considering that where they have the ability to
Mhm.
make a couple more mistakes but still stay in the mix with the hyper armor. I don't
Completely
know.
agree.
I just thought it was kind of weird, something just to mention, because I believe last month's tournament, with the new update, we did see a little bit more variety, but it does seem like people are more gravitating towards, you know, the dual heavy spears, and it's kind
Yeah,
of like,
things are
okay,
going back to how it used to be, right? Because and part of the reason for that, barring the exception of PSGS, because PSGS is just very strong, um, there's a large reason as to why power stance straight swords, power stance spears are very prevalent, is
yeah,
because the hit stun degradation system does not function with the follow-up L1s because From Software forgot to factor in weapons that hit at the exact same time. So the degradation still is there for the follow-up L1s on those setups, but
yeah,
it's not an attainable passive poise value. So it exceeds that. So it's basically like they retain priority all the time now, and the
yeah,
degradation does not apply to power stancing. And that's why power stance straight swords and spears are so prevalent. Mainly straight
yeah.
swords, though.
And what about just hammers, because they're not banned or anything in this. Hammers
Mm-mm.
just with the
Dude, yeah.
hyper armor.
I don't know why we haven't seen more Stone Club in particular in the competitive scene, because good God, the hyper armor and the damage that thing gets for
It's
how fast it
annoying.
is.
I
Yeah,
hate it.
dude. It's ridiculous. And it's so good for combating all of these setups too, because you have the damage reduction of the 8%, and then
Yep.
your each R1 is landing for like 400 to 500 damage, depending on your build.
Yep.
And that out damages power stance straight swords, and it makes it so straight swords can't mash into you anymore, right? So
Yeah.
like that's something that I'm very, very interested in to see
Yeah, the
going
crouch
forward.
attack is pretty good. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
very
bad.
good. Very good. Yeah. And now
Um,
that everything breaks, once again, that being the crouching attack and the neutral R1s, it's
yeah.
incredibly, incredibly oppressive.
I think, and I can't speak for everyone, but I do think like a lot of people are just kind of a little bit lazy. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
they don't want to put the time in to really work hard with some of these setups, like a hammer.
yeah, and I mean, obviously in a tournament setting, everybody's going to gravitate towards the things that they're most comfortable with and the things that work. And being that the power stance setups didn't take a massive hit, and in reality they got buffed a lot of them, and with how many hours all of these players have had over the past year and a half or so with all of these setups, it makes
Yeah.
sense why you see them as prevalently as
Of
you
course.
do.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, dude. I want to see more experimentation in the competitive scene and just more experimentation on ladder, because there's so many things that are competitively viable now as a result of 1.10. And you know, like we've just talked about, like the Stone Club and CGS are prime examples of that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, even so, not just I obviously the Star Fist is like brutal, especially with the damage. But like again,
Uh-huh.
my baby, the Cypher Pada, like why aren't we seeing some of them? Because they are still good,
I
and
know, yeah, dude, they're
they
exceptional.
were good, and it's like,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, they gravitate towards sort of what you said, like they were used to a certain thing. Like
Mhm. Yeah.
if your whole thing was, you know, crouch attack weapons, basically, you're
Mhm.
not going to go to something like Cypher Pada,
Yeah.
which the crouch attack is not the best. So
Right,
short.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's a
So it's
drastic
like,
shakeup.
yeah, and so I get it partly, but at the same time, some of that stuff can legit just make you win based on how different it is. So
Yeah.
it's like, if you're able to do that and you shut down the one thing, like the one of the thing is the vortex, right? Of
Mhm.
the lance. You can shut that down if you're just like, well, I have the hyper armor and I can do 500 damage or whatever with that club. Like you can shut down some things. Like let's say you're not the best at going against a certain setup, you can shut it down.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
me,
for sure.
that would be my option because I can't see it like Darksoapp can see it. I cannot
Yeah,
see
yeah,
the
yeah.
attacks. So
Right.
I just would attack into him and be like, well, whatever. I'd rather not
Yeah.
get roll caught and I'd rather just hit him and maybe trade or something.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
yeah.
There's a lot of stuff people haven't explored. I wish people would
Mhm.
just do that instead of being comfortable. Like, who cares if you lose? All right.
Mhm. Yeah.
Just play.
Yep.
Who cares if you lose? Maybe you find something crazy. I
Mhm.
do tend to find at least on console, it seems there's a lot more experimentation. A lot of people
I
want to
dude,
try
yeah,
different things.
I completely agree with that. Yeah, I'm like that's something that I've noticed like just participating in PSN tourneys for the last like half a year or so is that yeah, dude, there's so much more just variety and creative out of the box thinking in terms of what people bring to the tournaments. And that's the thing is it's like if you're a decent player, like a good, you know, like upper echelon player, then you could take something that is perceived as, you know, being like quote unquote bad and then absolutely destroying with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
the potential of that is so prevalent, much more so than it ever has been in the previous updates with 1.10 in particular. And it's and don't get me wrong, dude, like I'm with you at a certain point. But I also see it from both sides where it's just
yeah.
like
I
both
get it.
players, you know, like in the tournament scene, of course, people are going to stick to what they're most comfortable with. But I also want to see creativity and you know
Yes.
having the competitive scene flourish in more ways than just oh
Yep.
power stancing won again.
Yeah, but I'm not
You
I'm
know?
not talking like
But
go
no.
towards, great axes as
Oh,
your
of
main.
course,
That's
dude.
not what
No,
I'm talking
right.
about.
No.
Because there are other things that are viable that you can utilize. It's just
Yeah.
not as used. And again, I feel like I say this every time I'm anywhere is like Reapers. People don't use Reapers. And
Mm-hmm.
I always thought Reapers, if someone put the time in, they could legit make them viable,
Yep.
but it's just that the weird hitbox of the slantiness, and sometimes
Mm-hmm.
you just miss, and it's just
Yep.
weird. And but again, that's work. You got to
Mm-hmm.
work at that.
Well,
The
yeah,
crouch
dude,
attack's
exactly.
amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um,
and that, like that example in particular, you know, like here comes the old Frost man boasting again, dude. No, but I believe I'm the only player thus far in the competitive scene, both PSN and PC, to win a tournament with a Reaper, right? And
that's
that
crazy.
was what I was thinking, right? Because like it has the super armor property in the previous updates. Obviously, it's become a little bit less or a little bit
Yes, it
more
has.
invalidated in this because it
Yeah.
doesn't have hyper armor, right? So it didn't get
Yep.
buffed. But just using that as a baseline and then combining it with all of the things that Arcane offers with an Occult Reaper, you know, all of these things, like you can make these things work, man, you know? And
Yeah.
if you're a good enough player, you can rival the best players on the best setups with something that is perceived as being off meta or not viable, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
So yeah,
Yeah. I
man.
mean, and that's the thing. Like a lot of it. Like I do think, obviously, if it's a best 4 out of 7 situation, the
Hmm.
novelty of using something underused will probably wear away,
Oh, of
unless you're
course,
well
dude.
versed in it, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
that's if you have a build that can utilize a couple different weapons,
Hmm. Yeah.
then I mean you could keep it fresh and you can keep doing some
Yeah,
interesting things
dude.
depending on the,
Exactly.
the opponent. But
Hmm.
again, everybody has that ability. I do think like in the future, if this game sort of continues to rise or continues to have a fan base, you're
Hmm.
gonna see more stuff like that to where people are gonna be constantly swapping and so on. But do we
Yeah,
have to go
for sure.
to a ad break or what are we doing? I'm not sure. Oh no,
Nope.
we're in the match. Okay.
Everything's set. Looks like the round was indeed reset here. So for the last
Oh
one there.
wait,
Based on
why? What
some
happened?
connectivity issues on the side of Ruth, I do believe. But barring that, we will hop back into it, dude. I hope you guys enjoyed our long-winded chat
Yeah,
there.
sorry, but I
But
didn't even know that was happening.
no, yeah, no, it worked out perfectly because, you know, we were on that tangent and that was the case. So, without further ado, let's hop right into this.
So Ruth didn't get that victory because of connection issues. Is that the
3,
deal?
2, 1. Go, go, go. All right. I do believe. No, actually, I don't know. Man, fuck it. We're rolling with it. All right. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
It was 2-2, and now I guess Ruth dropped that. I didn't
Yes.
notice it that round, but I guess it must have been talked about
Okay.
behind the scenes or something.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so moving into this match here, we're definitely seeing, once again, a more aggressive posturing. And man, that backswing on those power stance spears here is just absolutely brutal. Ruth is really, really struggling. A beautiful crouch strafe on that initial neutral L1 on the side of Yas there, being able to duck underneath the L1.
Yeah, that ducking stuff. There's a couple of things. What is it? Heavy or thrusting sword or heavy thrusting sword running attack? You can crouch.
Yeah, crouch strafe. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Which blows my mind.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different use cases for crouching as well. And of course, while you're in the crouch state, your hitbox becomes drastically smaller. And for those that don't know, crouch rolling is actually faster subsequently than normal rolls are, which is very, very useful and can get you out of a lot of different vortex situations. But we definitely see, and as we see here, the vortex situation is very, very prevalent coming out from the side of Ruth. Actually able to answer back a lot of this here. Obviously, and a beautiful hard read on the jumping L1 tier skip from the side of Ruth, and actually answering that back yet again and re-upping and re-attaining.
Comeback.
Yeah.
Ruth, the only person who's gonna possibly win a best 3 out of 5 by winning 4 times. Who knows?
Yeah,
wow.
Insane.
That was crazy because Ruth was down. Yas was playing extremely well.
Yeah,
I kind of was a little bit taken back just because I didn't know that it was reset, but either way, we got through it. Yeah, I mean, Yas was just playing really well, just attacking sort of regularly L1s.
Yeah.
And because Ruth, again, I feel like, and I'm sure you see it all the time, and we've been seeing it in the tournament, people get trapped in this situation where they are only looking for roll catches, and then they get stuck in that mode, and then you can just attack before they can attack.
Mm-hmm.
And so Ruth got caught a bunch of times until that hard read of the neutral jump past the tier, and then, wow, brought that one back. Ruth was actually at a deficit, brought it back. Now, again, 2-2. Could be the last one. We shall see. Count us down.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. All right. Yep. And this being the final match, barring any connection issues, of course. Then we see the physic being drank and a throw for the cold pot, but it does not land. And also,
like, crouch R1 there.
Yeah. Beautiful. And obviously, beautiful punish on the side of Yas, but unfortunately does get pancaked as a result of the late hit on the jumping attack there as well. Unbelievable. I don't know if that was a very good trade to be.
I love it. Oh my goodness. Brilliant by Ruth.
Yeah, now Yas does have the bold, or I believe the magic liver on here, and Yas's overwhelming sense of aggression has definitely fired up, and the engine is turning.
I like that, the constant attacking, but it didn't really work out. Yas did take the tears are popped.
Gets caught on the ring swap on the side of Yas with the jumping L1 on the side of Ruth there. Absolutely dominant performance thus far from the side of Ruth. Ruth just needs to be very careful of those neutral L1s, and if Ruth continues with the jumping L1s, that is incredibly devastating on the side of Yas.
Yeah, Ruth tanked one of the spears while jumping, was able to get a jumping attack there.
Mm-hmm.
Close, pretty close. Ruth still has the tears, though. A lot of defenses. Blessed Dude Talisman there. Yas is trying to stack the defense of intelligence here.
Yes, indeed. And, of course, Ruth still has their tier for a significant amount of time here, barring any... any landed hits, and the commentator's curse kicking in yet again. And with Yas able to land that neutral L1 there, definitely, beautiful crouching R1 because of the extended range to be able to outspace that and whiff punish on the side of Ruth there. Absolutely incredible. Ruth with the hard reads, absolutely exceptional.
That ending.
Yeah, that was hard read on top of hard
Oh
read
my
there.
goodness. That was one of the
Incredible.
smoothest endings I've seen right there to a match. That was because again, it's like people sort of get stuck in the same mode and they sort of do the same things. Everyone sort of has a similar way of they play and they replay, right? It's
Yeah.
what works. And then you attack and then you attack again and we'll see it here just the smoothness of the reading of the going in, baiting the secondary attack, going back in, punishing with the crouch attack, and then punishing again. Oh, this was brilliant. Crouching R1 there to
Yeah.
get that.
Yep. Absolutely
What,
incredible. And then even moving forward too, like that's the thing. Ruth was doing a
right
very
here.
good job. Yeah,
Oh,
playing in the
oh,
pocket and that crouching
oh.
out space and then into the panic roll on the side of Yas and getting roll caught as a result. Absolutely
Wow.
incredible.
Ruth moves on to the winners finals against Darksoapp. And I don't know if we can see we'll check out the losers bracket after the ad break. But man, we got a bunch of news happening and we'll get back to it in a
Yes,
minute.
yes. See you guys soon.
We are back and we are live with me, Dante WTF, and of course, Frosty. We're getting
Yeah.
down to it. Frosty, take us away with what was happening on the winner side a little bit, and
Oh yeah,
of
for
course,
sure.
the new news on the
Yeah.
loser side.
Yes, we will indeed pull up the main bracket here as well. All right, so as we know, with the last match, of course, we had Yas versus Ruth, and Ruth was able to round it out, and Ruth will be going against Darksoapp, as we stated before, in
Yes.
the finals of the top bracket. But moving on to the lower bracket updates here, we had Witnake versus BronDaGoat, and Witnake was able to take it, but then Space Ranger was able to shut down Witnake with a 2-0.
I feel like that's a rivalry.
Yeah, and yeah, potentially, dude. Yeah, that's very true. Been a lot of that for sure. But yeah, and then obviously we're still waiting on
Yas
the
versus
Yas
Lithium.
versus yes, exactly, respectively. And then whoever is the winner there goes up against Space Ranger. And presumably it could end up being the fated rematch between Yas and Space, of course. Interested to see how that goes, of course. And then top bracket, of course, has yet again Darksoapp versus Ruth, and that is incredibly, incredibly exciting, dude.
Yeah, I mean
cannot
it's best
wait.
3 out of 5. Best 3 out of 5. We might,
Yeah.
depending on how fast or slow that goes, we might even be able to see the losers semis. We'll see, but most likely we're just probably going to go back into the losers finals.
Yep, we'll be on
after
stream.
this
Yep.
match.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that goes. Obviously, it all depends on how the timings work with the matches.
Indeed. Yep.
But I mean,
For sure.
the matches now are just, I mean, the tippy top of the tier as it always is. But man, we're seeing it. I like the different play styles. Hopefully, we don't see too many glances. I think I was a little upset with how tournaments were where everybody had a straight sword, right? But now it's everybody has a lance.
Yeah.
Like, okay, come on, settle down here, people.
Yes, but
not everybody can bring Beast Jaw. All right, I know, I get it.
True, dude. But yeah, no. Yeah, I think going forward into the Darksoapp versus Ruth match here, both exceptional players. Obviously, the extremely competent spacing coming up from the side of Darksoapp, and Ruth obviously being an exceptionally aggressive player. This is going to be insane. So without further delay, let's hop right into it. 3,
Winners finals.
2, 1, go. Darksoapp in the blue and Ruth in the red. No physic punish coming out from both players here. Looks like two-handed thrusting sword from the side of Ruth, and we have Darksoapp on the exact same setup that he has been utilizing throughout the entirety of the tournament. Darksoapp actually able to get 3 swings, but Ruth is able to get the neutral R1 on the breakaway spacing attempt on the side of Darksoapp.
Yeah, I think Ruth just kind of took the flaming strike. I don't know if you noticed that. Took it
Yeah,
so that they wouldn't get the damage on the secondary hit because they had nowhere to go.
agreed. Yes, that was very, very, very smart. Situational awareness from the side of Ruth. And of course, we see the
Wow.
strafing ability coming out once before, but even just then on the side of Ruth. And I do remember this in the grand final
Oh my
for
god.
the last major. And Ruth was just absolutely devastating Darksoap. It was a very, very similar matchup here, except with Starfist that Ruth was on before. But obviously, the strafing here is just absolutely incredible coming out
Yeah,
from the
Ruth
side
is
of
blowing
Ruth.
my mind here. Ruth
Yeah.
is just like pivoting like Lomachenko in boxing. Like this is like insane right now. It
Yeah.
just right in the face and just pivoting around. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. And obviously, like, Darksoap trying to utilize the off dagger first and foremost whenever they possibly can. Ruth, a little bit with a stop stutter there to try and catch the roll with a running R2, but unfortunately not able to. A little bit of an answer back from the side of Darksoap,
Oh
and
fuck!
Flame Strike alone
Double flame
turns
strike.
the match just like that. My
Yeah,
word. And
Ruth
the
got a
off
little bit
dagger.
too aggressive.
Yeah, and the off dagger chips here, and the
Oh,
running
range.
R2 with the forward momentum to round out that
Yeah.
match. Very, very quick turnaround. That was
Yeah.
baffling.
Yeah, Ruth was pivoting extremely well. I mean, literally to the point where I thought Ruth was going to get some backstabs. And which
Yeah,
at
right?
this high level, that's insane to even
Yeah,
think about.
it is, for
And
sure.
then the dual flame strike, which is especially close by, you can get the secondary, and then it's a late hit into
Mhm.
the
Yep.
secondary hit of that Ash of War. You'll see it right here. Ruth just kind of attacks into everything. Flame strike, double flame strike, boom, massive
Man.
damage.
Yeah.
Brings it back, pops the tears, Dark Soap's ahead, and then I think Ruth just kind of gets caught maybe in the menu or doesn't think they're gonna get hit, and then that's about it.
Potentially. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that running R2 has deceiving range, man. It is. It's cool to see a player like Darksoap that's very adept with the setup in general, utilizing the running R2 and seeing the use case for it. Okay, so moving
Yeah.
on here into the second match. 1-up Darksoap here. Okay, count it down.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, fire. Now let's see if Ruth can bring this one back, try to make this a little bit more competitive. Ruth was doing well early. It seemed like Dark Soap sort of figured out what was going on and then just was attacking, really. I mean,
Yeah. And
that's
this
as
match actually starting out very, very similarly to how the first match started. Darksoap able to get 3 dagger swings and Ruth into 2 neutral R1s. Very, very similar start here. Beautiful usage of Flame Strike there. Unfortunate jumping R2 off in the opposite direction because the jumping attacks on Thrusting Sword do not have very good tracking while
It's
locked
rough.
on, unfortunately. But Ruth is definitely playing a little bit more reserved, trying to find the perfect moment. But the competent spacing on the side of Darksoap to be able to whiff punish those neutral R1s with the dagger almost every single time here.
Yeah, it's the dagger is putting in work
Oh
right
my
now, though.
word! And the
Wow, the
amount of
swaddling glove.
the amount of swaddling procs there was unbelievable. I believe there was
The
what,
range
4?
again.
Yeah, and the range yet again catches
Again.
Ruth.
Now
My
that's
word.
scary because now that might make Ruth have to roll when Ruth thinks they're not, at a range or whatever. Like it makes
Mm-hmm.
you play differently because I know this happens with me on console. I think a jump attack's not going to hit me, and then I have to start rolling everything because I don't know anymore.
I
So
know,
if
right?
if
Exactly.
that messes up Ruth's timings, I mean, this could be a 3-0. I don't know if Ruth can come back because now Ruth has to play differently.
Yeah.
And because if she doesn't, I don't know. You just have to roll things you wouldn't normally roll.
Yeah.
Ruth
Agreed.
is, as you can tell, Ruth is really used to extreme special spacing,
Yeah.
and some of these
One.
long range attacks are getting her.
Oh, that was a swaddling cloth on the side of Ruth there. So, but
Oh, yeah,
Darksoap landed 2
they
of
both
them.
have it.
Yeah. Wow, that is insane. Just to proc swaddling cloth the on the dagger hits alone is very rare indeed.
How many hits do you need?
You need 6. in succession.
wow.
Yeah.
But
So
ghost hits
it's
count too, though, right?
yes, they do indeed. Yep. But yeah, no,
Man.
that was very, very insane. And once again, it shows the adaptation of Darksoapp on the fly, noticing that Ruth was just strafing the halberd hit almost every single time, and then Darksoapp started playing more dagger heavy, and then started clipping Ruth in almost every aggression attempt, right? Okay,
Yeah,
so
definitely.
without further ado, let's get this potential match point underway. 3,
Yeah, can Ruth
2,
bring it back?
1.
This is kind of crazy. It's almost like Ruth. It's not that Ruth has been figured out. It almost seems Ruth cannot. Ruth's game plan is not working right now. It worked in the first match, and then it was, I don't know.
Oh, beautiful strafe though coming out from the side of Ruth there. Unfortunately, probably could have gotten the backstab, but just did not press R1 quick enough there.
Yeah, I
Very
wonder.
interestingly enough, and
Look at that.
beautiful strafing yet again coming out from the side of Ruth. That is definitely the strongest suit here. My word, beautifully timed Sacred Blade Press. Unfortunately, does not get the roll catch on the side of Darksoapp, but the off dagger swings are absolutely brutal. Ruth does have the HP advantage for now, but potentially not for long, because Darksoapp is coming into red feather range. Yeah, and the flame strike.
And that's it. Oh,
The flame strike roll catches every single time into a running R2, even into the off dagger.
I think Darksoapp didn't think it was gonna actually catch on that last one and didn't go for the follow up.
Yeah.
Wow. Ruth was again. This is like the mirror of the first one. Ruth was winning again with that sort of taking one dagger swing and then going around the backside, and then it fell apart somewhere. Like that was a massive damage swing. Ruth pressuring here, dagger, 2 hits, tries to go forward.
I'm surprised that didn't roll catch too, honestly. That was close.
And then Ruth kind of backs up into the wall, and then it falls apart bad here.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens with the flaming strike get stuck. The running attack again. Ruth could not get away from that.
Nope.
Gets caught by
Beautiful
that one.
Free aim on the flaming strike too, on the side of Darksoapp, just to purposefully get the roll catch into the confirm. Just unreal.
A 3-0 against Ruth.
Yeah, Darksoapp is definitely on one today, and definitely secured and proved his place in the grand final.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see, because that was fast. That actually was pretty fast. So we're gonna see what kind of matches. We might even go to the losers semis. I don't know if losers round 4, Yaz versus Lithium is done yet. So I'm not sure where we're at here, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that, yeah, I mean, I didn't expect that. I thought it was gonna be slower than that. And it's like Ruth had a game plan. It worked for the first half, and then something happened. It just fell apart. It just shows you can make one mistake and you can crumble at the weight of, the aggression or something.
Well, it's as I stated before, right? Like Darksoapp knew that Ruth is good at strafing, right? And that prompted him to stop being so halberd heavy. And then he was very, very methodical when he decided to throw out the halberd neutral R1s towards the second and third match, because he, like, every single one of those he threw out was calculated in that to give him that type 2 hit stun on his opponent to go into the potential of a flame strike mix up, right?
Yeah, yep.
And after the strafing once again that Ruth showcased in the first round, Darksoapp was playing very, very dagger heavy primarily, and the dagger heavy play is what won those matches every single time.
What's crazy is, so I don't think, I mean, maybe you can tell me, I think it's pretty close, but 2 dagger hits versus 1 2-handed thrusting sword hit. I don't know where the damage is on that.
It's maybe because you're getting counter hits, but they're also, it's sacred infused, so the counter hits are doing half damage that they would normally do, right?
Yep.
And so you get half the benefit from Spear Talisman as well when you're infused with an elemental infusion on your counters. So I think it's probably equal, maybe even skewed a little bit in the favor of the off dagger, because if you're doing 2 off dagger swings, especially with the Shinquadea, which is the highest AR dagger, barring any like sacred infusions on faith, I think that has the advantage there. And of course, the poise break every single time, and like the dagger is going to win the mash fest every single time because of the poise break on every 3rd hit, as opposed to the poise break on every 1st hit of the thrusting sword, because you would have to reset into the block cancel every single time, right?
But I don't think Ruth was wearing the bull goat there, so I don't think that mattered. That's why I thought it was kind of interesting, because I looked like the setup was, well, what Ruth was trying to set up is Ruth tanks a hit from the dagger, the 2nd hit is going to stun, but Ruth attacks on the 1st hit so that it's a trade on the 2nd hit. But the equalizer there was the flaming strike coming out.
Yes, indeed.
And that was getting the roll catch. That was trapping in the corner by the walls. And I think really the flaming strike was sort of the MVP on that one.
No, yeah, for sure. It's the only reason that I say that the off dagger play was the thing that won it is because it enabled that situation to happen. Without the off dagger there, it's not happening, genuinely. And once again, with how good and adept Ruth was at strafing that Halberdar one, man, you know, it would have been very, very difficult to actually land the type 2 hit stun that the Halberd provides into the flame strike every time without the overwhelming pressure that you're going to take at least some damage every time that you want to go in, right?
Yeah, I mean, because I wonder, the backswing doesn't do as much, or the second swing, whatever the hell you want to call it, of the thrusting sword.
Yeah.
So that just, if you do flaming strike, you tank that, you do that. I mean, that type of game, usually Ruth comes ahead in that type of game, the close game like that. But Darksoapp just played against it, kept attacking. I do think Ruth was not expecting to be hit a lot of those running attacks. In fact, any of them.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I agree.
That kind of messed Ruth up. But hey, you know, it happens. Ruth is only in the losers finals now, so they really only have one match that they have to win before they could potentially get back into the finals and potentially fight Darksoapp again. But we got heavy hitters, obviously, in the lower bracket here, as you see. Space Ranger versus either Yaz or Lithium. And then whoever wins that has to go against the Terminator Ruth, and then whoever wins that has to go against Darksoapp, who's been playing out of their mind, clearly.
Yeah. I wanted to mention that too, because I saw somebody in chat, Quaaludes here, saying that Darksoapp is looking pretty sharp today, I must say. And I completely concur with that assessment, because Darksoapp is for sure playing the best that they've played in a long time, I would say.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. I like seeing it, especially since I don't see the number 1 next to their name, which seems to be very typical these days. So that's cool. Let's get some of the other people out there. Although, I mean, still in the top 4, we see ranked 1, 6, 4, and then possibly 7 or 5. So it's a little bit less. Usually it's just 1 through 4 is in the top 4, but thankfully we have a couple other people. The fact that Witnake is out is a shock. Witnake's almost always in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure.
I remember the last time they haven't been. And it looks like Lithium takes the victory here, ladies and gentlemen. And it will be Lithium versus.
Wow, Lithium really stepped it up, man, after getting that loss out of the way. And that's what I was saying earlier too. It's worth noting that, you know, if you early on, if you lose, it's not over, because if you get those tourney nerves out of the way, then you can just absolutely crush it and focus on your play first and foremost when you get down into the losers bracket.
And what was Lithium using? Do you remember?
Power Stance Straight Swords. They may have swapped off, but yeah, last thing I know, they were using main hand Noble Slender with Sword Dance and Off Carrions, I do believe.
It is pretty fascinating though, because no matter what, whoever makes it to the finals against Darksoapp has already fought Darksoapp and lost. So you're going to get a possible redemption story. It's kind of crazy. Darksoapp put all these players, everyone who's left in the losers bracket, and now they're vying to try to come back But
Mm-hmm.
either way, sadly, we're going to have to wait till that happens to get to that match, and we have to go to an ad break.
Yup.
We'll see.
All right, and we are back here with the Space Ranger versus Lithium matchup here. It looks like it is a very similar setups as we have been seeing from both players thus far. Lithium, of course, on the power stance straight swords with what I would assume is sword dance on the main hand, and Space Ranger on the PSGS, of course.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, it's a classic matchup, but we are here in the losers semifinals. Best 3 out of 5. Count us down.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, and I'm interested to see how both players, obviously after being in the losers bracket now for quite a while here, I'm interested to see how both players adapt to each other. Obviously, I don't think Lithium and or Space Ranger have fought each other, and obviously Lithium is on quite the streak thus far in the losers bracket.
Yeah, who would you favor? Right now, I would favor the power stance lances here, but what do you think?
And I don't know, man. Like, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of a reserved approach coming out from Lithium here, as opposed to what we saw from him earlier in the upper bracket. And you see him constantly throwing out these turnaround neutral L1s to try and bait space in and end capacity. Here we see the reset on the Ritual Shield Talisman to get as much benefit out of it as possible. Space does manage to get clipped with a stray half hit there on the L1, and unfortunately does not land follow-up crouching.
Oh,
L1.
there it is. Oh, couldn't get the hyper armor on that.
No.
Too fast, Space Ranger. Oh, in the corner, Flaming Strike. I like it. I think
beautiful.
Space Ranger was a little bit afraid of the sword dance, which is one of the benefits where they don't go spam happy in the corner.
Yes, for sure, dude. Exactly. And obviously, it's going to be very, very difficult for Lithium to get any easy damage off against Space, because everything that Power Stance Straight Sword has is reactable, barring the crouching R1, right? So, and as we just saw right there, it was a jabate into the fake out of the crouching R1 and goes for a crouching L1, which is also exceptionally fast, and then goes into the sword dance, and a beautiful neutral jumping L1 here, and the hard reads are definitely on display on the side of Lithium for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing pretty wild play, still even after 2 minutes of play right now.
Yeah.
It should. Oh, nice jump. I like people throwing out neutral jumps, even if it isn't effective. It just makes you think something else might happen.
Exactly.
Also impressive by Lithium not to get caught by it.
Completely
there
agree.
it is.
And there's the buffer vortex, but the sword dance answers back immediately there too, telling Space that it is indeed not over yet. But
Here's our proc, I believe. Yeah, Lithium is down one
Yep.
last hit. Flaming Strike in the corner.
Yep, and the
he
roll
gets
catch for the
caught.
win. Yes, indeed. And once again, Space's usage of and situational awareness with the zoning pressure overall is just absolutely impeccable.
Yeah.
You know, and when you're as good as Space is on with the fundamental side of the game, that being spacing, pressuring, aggression, all of that with punishing, then you have so much more time to focus on the zoning aspect. And we're definitely seeing that first and foremost here.
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot. Flaming Strike used to be in favor a while ago, and then it fell out of favor, and then now you see it coming back in favor, especially with these walls.
Yeah.
Just to get the hits, just to get the added damage, to get the potential of the follow-up. And I just love it. Like, I love people actually utilizing stuff like that, which is why I thought it was weird earlier when I was talking about people not using Gravity Stone Fan, because that's perfect in a corner, and it can... A lot of times it's not necessarily about well, I mean, obviously it's about hitting your opponent to win, but sometimes it's about making your opponent move or do something else.
Yeah. Forcing a reaction.
Yes.
Yep.
But here we are. Space Ranger up 1-0. Lithium down. Can he bring it back? Loser semis, count us down.
We will see. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so interestingly enough here, I think Lithium is probably going to take a little bit more of a aggressive approach. Maybe I'm wrong in assuming that, but I don't know. It seems like that's the case, because he definitely was feeling out how Space plays in the first round here, And obviously, now that he knows that and knows how Space plays and reacts to certain interactions here, that is his greatest boon and is going to allow him to potentially force a lot more pressure on Space. But of course, Space Ranger's spacing is just absolutely out of this world, as is on display perfectly right there.
1R1 there. Brilliant. Ooh, L2, L2.
Yeah,
Oh,
nearly gets the frame trap actually there as well, with the sword dance on the follow-up, catching the roll. But Space just knows the spacing on the neutral L1 of Power Stance Straight Sword so well that he is just able to shut down almost everything that Lithium is able to throw out.
Sometimes when you're down this low, it's almost freeing because you're like, well, I'm dead one hit anyway. Why not just be a little bit aggressive? And I don't know. Sometimes it's freeing because then you can L1 a little bit more freely and let it fly. For
sure, dude. Yeah. Yeah, and
I mean, Space Rangers, they have so much health.
Mm-hmm.
The panic. Yeah. Oh, man.
The breakaway punish there. Yeah.
I mean, Space Ranger just thwarted every possible thing Lithium was trying to do. Every sword dance right here was perfect spacing right there to not get hit.
Exceptional. Yeah.
So it's like, how do you deal with that? You have to wait, but then if you wait, you get blended down. Lithium is getting roll caught pretty badly with a lot of these crouch attacks, and it's tough. So it's like, if you know you're in trouble with that, then either attack first or do the Ash of War to try to get the hyper armor, because Lithium has been getting roll call a lot, and that's obviously taking a lot of health away. So I don't know. What do you think Lithium should do to try to bring this one back at a 2-0 deficit?
Man, I liked the aggressive attempt here in the second round, of course, but I think he was a little overzealous. I think aggression is the right play, but you really need to be calculated in that aggression, and you need to be debating crouching L1s from the side of Space so that you can whiff punish them almost exclusively, right? So if Space just plays the passive game here, I think he takes it. But Lithium is definitely not out yet. There's plenty of things that he can do. But without further ado, dude, count it down.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. I would like to see Lithium try to make this competitive, because I do think Space Ranger is playing incredibly well. He's not really allowing any leeway for Lithium to get in there.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful neutral jump there coming out from the side of Lithium. Able to avoid the crouching L1 attempt by the side of Space Ranger. A little bit of a cheeky flame strike coming out on that as well. It's interesting because Space, and here comes the erratic movement yet again, right?
Nice jump.
Oh, and he was going for the prediction read there as well. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Able to actually get away without getting whiff punished by that jumping L1 there on the side of Lithium. So Lithium definitely...
Like perfect.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Obviously, Space, as soon as he sees a panic roll attempt, it is just so free for him.
This combo is crazy.
Yeah, that was quite the string. Coming out from the side of Space Ranger there, Flame Strike, true combo into 2 crouching L1s, of course. Space getting a little bit too aggressive there, but Lithium actually able to roll that on a prediction, not getting hit there either. And man, this is absolutely insane, because like if Space gets overly aggressive at any point, then Lithium answers back with over 500 damage, right? Immediately.
Yeah,
and
that's even a backswing potential.
Yeah, exactly, dude. If he does decide to roll in, which obviously he understands the setup intimately, of course, so he's going to try everything in his power not to do that, but it does not rule it out for sure. Everybody does indeed make mistakes here.
Yes. I mean, what I'm seeing here is Space is scaring Lithium. Every time Space gets close, Lithium is panicking. Every time. Yeah, there it is.
Yep, exactly.
And Lithium he could not get a handle on that pressure at all. So I think he could have baited that that play style into just attacking a little bit more when space got closer.
Agreed.
And I think that was the issue. It's just that's what I saw over and over. It was the panics, which is sad. I
Yeah.
mean, obviously, it's extremely difficult to get away from that anyway. But it was almost every time space would get too close, it was just panic rolling because
Yep.
they right here, like they don't know when it's happening. Space hides it really well, and
Yeah.
man, it is tough.
Yeah, and like you said, you know, like that's definitely what Lithium needed to do, is force those either at least at the very least even force trades, but just attacking before the aggression attempt comes in from the side of Space Ranger. But obviously, once again, with that erratic movement, it makes it incredibly difficult to see coming, right?
Yep. Yeah.
But no,
And
like
that's what
like
happened.
yeah, like you were saying too, like Lithium definitely made it competitive. There was the 3-0 does not tell the full story there, for sure.
Yeah, well, I do think Space Ranger overall did handily take that victory.
For sure.
But it was one of those things where it's like, and you see it with a lot of the matches that are close or at least close with attributes. It's basically like one tiny tweak could have just swayed that match completely.
Yeah,
But
of course.
again, you know, Lithium plays like Lithium because that is their play style, and it's tough to buck that type of play style if you've been doing that for a year or however long this game has been out.
Yep.
So it's like, you know, it's like trying to tell someone to, like, you know, tie your shoes differently. It's like you probably could, but it's definitely weird and uncomfortable.
Yes,
It's like you're
indeed.
playing this way the whole time, and it's like, how do I stop? But that's really what some other players can do. I mean, you see it with Darksoapp, you see it with Witnake. On the fly, they could sort of change basically how they play.
Exactly, man. Yep.
And I just think Lithium just, for whatever reason, maybe the nerves got to them. Who knows? They just couldn't change that. They just kept panic rolling every time.
See, and that's something to really hone in on too, and I've said this time and time again, but what separates the great players in the competitive scene from the truly exceptional is just that, the ability to be able to adapt not only just in between rounds, but even during the round. And we've seen that adaptation from both Space, Ruth, and Darksoapp, respectively, throughout the entirety of the tournament. And that cannot be understated, because that is the single biggest valuable trait to have, especially in a tournament setting, is to be able to completely shake up and mix up your opponent. Like, oh, you thought I was playing this way? Just kidding. You know, I could do this too, right? Yeah, that too. But yeah, dude, no, it's definitely on full display there with Space Ranger too.
Yeah, you know, I often wonder a lot of times, like, let's say something's not working, like a swords dance or something. I often wonder, why not put a different Ash of War on the other one and just swap
Agreed.
the
Yeah.
swords quick?
Yep.
Just to try something
forth.
else. Like,
Yep.
if you're losing anyway, do anything differently to try to win.
Yep.
That's the part that it always confuses me. Like, because, well, what's the point? You know, maybe you don't normally jump. Just throw it out there. Maybe it'll work because you're already down at a deficit and what you're doing isn't working. That's why. I mean, I say it all the time. Like, why for sure lose when you can possibly win? I don't know. It's a little weird, but again, you know, maybe the uncomfortability is worse overall than what they're used to, and you know, who knows?
Yep.
And obviously, you can get pressured and so much to where you don't even have time to change.
To where you can't even think. Yeah, dude, exactly. And that's what those vortex heavy setups, and like a lot of the setups that are at the top of the meta, are just these setups that, oh my god, I'm so, you know, like, this is the opponent facing it, right? It's like, I'm so terrified of the potentiality of getting vortexed that it's taking my mind off of everything else that I need to be focusing on. But then if you're worried about something, if you're worried and scared of what your opponent's like potentially going to do, then you've effectively already lost, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what it comes down to. And once again, these incredibly oppressive setups allow that to happen way more so than any other setup in the game, because oh my god, this one single thing is so scary that it's detracting from every other aspect of my play.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
And you saw that earlier. I forgot who it was who was fat rolling, but they fat rolled and then they just completely lost grip of the game as if
Yeah.
they didn't
Yep.
know how to play.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
that happens, man. Some people are
Mhm.
better at adapting to that than others.
Yeah,
Like
of
for me,
course.
I don't really swap. So if I was fat rolling, I'm basically playing the rest of the match fat rolling. So,
Yeah, fair
like because
enough,
I'm a
dude.
mess. But
Right.
you know, it's just one
Um,
of those things where like some people are adept at doing these on the fly
yeah.
changes, and
Mhm.
some, you know, they're kind of used to what they're used to.
Mhm. Yeah, and I will say one thing for me too, like early on with competing, I would let like one single thing like that
Oh, I
just
see. Yeah.
dictate my entire play going forward because it's like, okay, I got hit by one power stance straight sword L1. That's like 600 damage, and then I'm it detracts everything from everything else that I was trying to do, right?
Yeah, that's rough.
But putting that aside, we have Ruth versus Space Ranger in the losers finals here. And of course, it is indeed best of 5. We have Ruth in the blue and Space in the red. Go ahead and count it down, Dante.
Let's do it. 3, 2, 1, fire. You know, people in the chat are calling for Ruth to use claws again. And I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, you never know, dude. Ruth, it
Oh,
seems,
is
is
out for blood, literally here. It looks like this is the bleed.
yeah, it is incredible. Wow, so we see the blood infused off Waki there with the occult infused with poison mist, of course, on the halberd there, which is absolutely devastating damage wise if you do manage to get that proc with the exaltation off. But it doesn't look like Ruth is running the exaltation here, interestingly enough. Oh, of course, she has not been hit thus far, so no reason to swap down to the exaltation, respectively. Space does have the poison, and the bleed is building.
It's imminent. Can't stay too close because the bleed right there just brought it out of Flame Strike. Oh my
And
goodness.
nearly another bleed proc is on the way
I
here.
wonder how close.
Because
Yeah,
of how
it's gotta be
much,
close.
and Ruth did definitely confirm the bleed proc on the first one there. A little bit of a cheeky frostpot, and we see the interrupt on the off dagger, interrupting even the flame strike here, which is very, very interesting. Obviously, Space needs to play incredibly careful here because he is going to have an exceptionally difficult time rolling the bleed.
Oh, and the nice R1 there.
jump,
Oh, this is
interesting.
basically over in
And the bleed
Oh, no,
counting
he's not
was off
poisoned
by
anymore.
a little bit, and the bleed is maxed out here. So, but Space is
Oh.
already nearly dead, so
Yeah.
it pretty much does not matter regardless if they get the sleep.
Oh, no,
or
here we
the
go.
bleed proc or not. And then we see the chase down with yet another bleed proc to round it
Yeah.
out. It was not
What do you
necessary,
do?
but there it is. See, and this is beautiful right here because this is a perfect example of how strong Arcane can be. If you're actively going for the proc and the bleed
Yep.
proc alone, right? And that is, simply put, exactly what won Ruth the match here. Each bleed proc is doing 700 to 800 damage. And with the exaltation proc on that halberd, it is around 750 AR of pure physical damage, which is absolutely devastating on the counter hit front.
Yeah, I love this is probably my favorite build that Ruth uses because I love
Mhm.
the dynamics of being able to stun people with the halberd, being able to
Yeah.
get the bleed from close range. It's
Mhm.
some of my favorite builds because it gives you many more options. One thing that like, and you always talk about this, Ruth doesn't use that often is the crouch attack, which is actually very good.
Mhm.
But
Indeed.
it showed right there, didn't even need to use it.
Yeah,
Oh,
indeed.
the second
looks
match
like
is
we're
starting,
back
I
into
guess.
it. Okay, no worries. All right, so we see both players going for their physics respectively, and we have, of course, no poison mist coming out from the side of Ruth yet. The rushdown of what I would assume from Space Ranger straight out the gate after drinking the physic there, very, very difficult, not allowing Ruth to get that poison mist off. But there it is indeed, and the flame strike nearly roll catching, but there is the poison proc respectively into the flame strike roll catch there yet again.
Yeah, the poison. So what is that over time? Is that 30 seconds?
No, so the base poison amount of damage that it does is 630 over a minute and a half. Poison,
okay.
yeah, it's very much just a mental thing.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
not
not
that
it's
crazy.
not threatening at all. But the vast majority of where it comes from is that status, specifically base poison, feigns aggression, and it is an aggression enabler. And one
Yeah.
thing that I will say about Arcane overall, especially with poison and especially bleed, it is a massive aggression enabler.
Oh,
But
panic
as we're
rolling by
seeing, the
Ruth,
panic rolling,
man.
yeah, 4 times in a row. It's very rare that you see a Crouch R or L1 Vortex land 4 times in a row without being able to escape here. And obviously, Ruth yet
Wow.
again getting clipped back and forth, and the Vortex proved to be the be-all end-all there. And
That
once
was
again,
crazy.
I want to point this out too, is that as soon as the poison was gone off of space, he was able to do that, right? See, as soon as Ruth gets any semblance of status pressure, then Space is forced to play on the back foot every single time. But if Space is able to get that off and he's low on bleed, I assume he is robustness stacking as well. It's very, very interesting how that dynamic plays out, because Arcane builds definitely have a bit of a ramp up, right? Because if you don't, if you aren't able to get that poison off or the exaltation, the bleed exaltation off, then you're at a significant deficit, you know, and that was definitely a problem there, right? And
That was
allowed
crazy.
Space to do that.
I mean, that was 6 basically panic roll hits in a row. Well, I guess 5, but like,
Yeah, it's definitely 4 or 5.
I didn't
Yeah.
expect that. I did
Mhm.
not expect that from Ruth. I mean, again, Ruth, everyone in the top 4, really like top 8, have been playing out of their minds. But like,
Mhm.
when you do that many times in a row, and you don't do something else like a jump or something to try to stop it or even
Agreed.
attack,
Yeah.
that's crazy to me. But either way, it's 1-1. Ruth versus Space Ranger. Count us down.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. One thing I want to point out too that Ruth did not really utilize as much is the off dagger in the last round. The off dagger was not utilized to its fullest potential at all. You saw Ruth going for, you know, just like panicking a lot of the time, not being confident in the movement overall, because as long as Ruth is able to get like 2 or 3 even swings with that off dagger, then the pressure comes out, right? And a swap to the off stock for additional pressure here, which is very interesting. What I would assume is a bleed Roger to be able to interrupt Space every single time here, barring the usage of a BronDaGoat's Talisman, which I don't believe Space can swing with his current poise. He can't attain the 109 breakpoint, which the offstock is a very, very smart decision
combo.
here.
Whoa.
Yes. As I was saying there, and that's definitely put on display by Ruth. Absolutely exceptional. A little bit of a panic roll coming out from the side of Ruth there as well. A little bit of a panic roll in as well afterward from the side of Ruth. A little bit of some poison throwing daggers. What I would assume are those indeed to try and build up that poison even more. Beautiful, beautiful catches back and forth, and keep up the pressure on Space Ranger here. Do not let him swap to blue, which she did indeed. Unfortunately,
allowed that. And
man, all it takes, especially with as adept Space Ranger is with that vortex, it's incredibly brutal. Man, this is anybody's game here.
Yeah. Wow. I do feel like crouch attacks would be working with Ruth here. The panics, though.
Beautiful,
I can't believe.
Beautiful rollout on the second attempt. Oh my word. And Ruth is in red feather range here, but Space brings out the Starfist for the unreactable running attack. If Space gets overzealous here, then potentially he could die in one hit, but it is
pre-attacking. What was happening? I didn't. What
happened? I don't know what happened there. That was very weird. I would assume that was a strafe BS. Maybe it was a very similar thing that happened earlier with Ruth's PC dropped frames potentially.
What happened there? Yeah, that looked weird. Can we get Ruth? Can you speak on this? I don't know if the stream is on or. Man, what the heck? That was very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
You hate to see it like that.
Yeah, frame drop into backstab true combo, and there it is, I guess.
Wow, the true combo of the potato PC. the
Very
detriments of
unfortunate though,
potato
because
PC.
that was an exceptional match.
Yeah, what the
To have it
heck?
end in that capacity is very, very unfortunate.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's
But
crazy.
barring that conclusion, this
Yeah,
was
what the heck?
very, very adept play from both players, barring the ending there, of course. And we even saw Space Ranger go for a full armor swap into Starfist as well, just to be able to tank even more damage. But without further ado, getting this next match underway here, potentially match point for Space Ranger, of course. Maybe Ruth can find their way back here. Count it
Yeah,
down,
that
my
was
friend.
crazy. Here we go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, fire. The one thing that was crazy about last match is that there was combos. Like Ruth had a chain of like 5 or 6, and then a chain of like 3 or 4. Brought Ruth into winning the match, getting peppered by just so many
Yeah.
scraps.
And the stagger actually allowing for the crouch L1 to be landed there by getting poise chipped and interrupted by the large glintstone scraps. Very, very interesting indeed on the side of Space Ranger. Potentially a really good play overall, allowing for that hit and that initiation.
There it is, the first hit. See, man, if Space Ranger gets on the inside, either gets a hit registration or one roll, I mean, the priority is just dead from Ruth.
Yeah.
Ruth can't really get out of that. Right there. So
Interestingly
now
enough,
Ruth jumps.
I'm not sure if beautiful flame strike attempt on the side of Space Ranger there, running R1 coming out from the side of Ruth, unfortunately does not land. I wonder if it is a bleed off Rogers. I'm not entirely sure. If it's not,
I
that's
don't think
definitely a
so.
significantly missed opportunity here because of how well Ruth is able to vortex with it.
Oh, man.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
man, the
Lord.
vortex
Wow.
and overwhelming sense of pressuring, especially with once again that erratic movement that Space Ranger
Yeah.
has. It's so hard to read when those crouching L1s are coming out. But
Man, I didn't see this happening, but I mean, Space Ranger, and you're seeing it throughout this tournament. I feel like more than especially last tournament. But people just are, I don't know, they're really panicking hard on these crouch attacks. It's like, I don't know
yeah,
what the deal is.
I
Really
agree.
hard too.
Yeah. Completely agree. Because like once again, against a setup like PSGS, like you definitely want a quick option that can stagger, like Ruth ended up going with towards the end here with the offstock. That was really smart. But at the same time, like you want something too that allows you to have massive amounts of mix-up potential too. And I don't think, unfortunately, without the usage of the flame strike on the Hallstock setup, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do because if you trade, you lose the trade, and then you basically lost priority on that.
Yeah.
It is tough, obviously, because if he's winning, it's it's tough. But
Mhm.
it's like, man, I don't know. Like, was the bleed enough of a deterrent as far as that damage and the stun to
Yeah.
continue with the dagger versus
I,
not?
yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Ruth would have had a better opportunity with the bloody off dagger at the very least. But even like if Ruth did decide to go with an occult infused off Rajers there instead of a bloody one, that was definitely not the play. Because as we saw in the second match, right? Like the off Rajers was working. It was shutting down space in a lot of circumstances, but being that there was no bleed pressure there, if there was bleed pressure, that would allow Ruth to
Yeah,
keep up that because it would make space
yeah,
panic as a result of
that's
the
what I was
massive
wondering.
bleed proc. Yeah.
Because
And
then it would equalize eventually, even if you were trading.
exactly.
So that's I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but like because the first match obviously was the closest well, second match was I guess technically the closest, but the first match was really close. And with the dagger, second match had the unfortunate weird backstab thing. I don't know if it was potato PC or what, but
Yeah.
man, yeah, I know. And then the third match was pretty handed. and just the panics. It seemed like when the priority was lost, Ruth was lost, basically.
Yeah. Without the status pressure, especially if you're playing Arcane, but you're not leaning into what makes Arcane so strong, then you're just playing at a deficit, right? But what I will say is that Ruth secured third place, and congratulations to Ruth as well.
Yes, buy
Very
new
great
PC.
showing.
Buy new potato from Potato Farm, please.
Definitely try and troubleshoot that issue, because no, I've been able to. I had that issue for a while, and I was able to actually troubleshoot that and rectify it. But yeah, definitely look into that, because that feels terrible, to have that happen.
Especially one last hit left and you lose.
Exactly, man. But Ruth played exceptionally well all throughout the tournament and managed to take home third place as a result.
Yes.
So, big round of applause for Ruth. GG's in the chat, indeed.
Yes. But now we have the heavy hitter, the player who's been playing out of their mind, Darksoapp. Let's see. Darksoapp had dropped. Yeah. Okay. So Darksoapp had only dropped one match out of this whole tournament, and it was against Space Ranger. And it took a 3-1 against them. But Darksoapp had beaten Smaxy 2-0, Lithium 2-0, and Space Ranger 3-1, Ruth 3-0. And then, of course, Space Ranger just beat Lithium and Ruth. So it's like, it's kind of crazy. Like they're kind of fighting the same people, and then they're refighting each other. But I don't know. It's going to be tough. I mean, do you think that you get a time to recover waiting for the next match as Darksoapp? Is that a benefit, or is that a detractor?
Man, it's super tough to say, dude, because like both Space and Darksoapp they excel at very similar fundamentals too. Like they're very, very similar players overall. And I would say that Space's situational awareness probably exceeds Darksoapp, but Darksoap's spacing exceeds, Space Rangers, right?
But it's in his name.
Yeah, right, dude.
Come on.
Yeah, no, this one, especially now that Space has been able to crush the losers bracket, right, and has that warm up immediately and right into the grand final. There's something to be said about that too. That you're warmed up and ready, and there wasn't a massive delay in between, because that's what Darksoapp has to deal with. Darksoapp was on a roll, yes, but it could have fallen off a little bit during this downtime.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he's getting cold. Maybe he's getting frosty. But until then, we're going to go one last ad break, and we're going to come back for the finals, the grand finals, and then maybe the super mega super finals if Space Ranger can take a 4-win victory.
Yep.
We'll see.
All right. Oh, hey guys, we're back yet again from the atrocious abomination that is Twitch and their ad system. Rest in peace. Of course, Dante here with me yet again.
Alive.
Yes. And, of course, we're jumping right into the grand final. This is the moment you've all been waiting for, my friends. Darksoapp in the blue versus Space Ranger in the red. Both on the setups that they've been using throughout the entirety of this tournament. Go ahead and count us down, Dante.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, fire. Okay, so at least we're not seeing a mirror match here. We are seeing a off dagger, Howl dagger here, which is fun.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, Space with the first attack attempt here, forcing the roll away, and answered back a little bit on the side of Darksoapp with that off dagger, trying to catch the aggression attempts and the over aggression on the side of Space Ranger, but a beautiful breakaway punish on the side of Space to be able to land that crouching L1.
Yeah, we're gonna see obviously the spacing game here. Oh, that's 2 in a row.
Man,
3, 4. 5.
Wow, the unbelievable strafes and just the movement on the side of Space Ranger is absolutely unbelievable. Beautiful running R2 on the side of
parry!
Darksoapp, but a cheeky hard swap into the parry, as Darksoapp is indeed known for. But my word, just shut down immediately.
Yeah, I think Darksoapp is just gonna throw that one in the trash. Gonna say, all right, what I was trying to do didn't work, and it looked like he was looking for the dagger stun early on, getting the 2 hits to stop that aggression, but then Space Ranger just was attacking too frequently, and like you said, strafing. He might even strafe a hit or 2.
Yeah.
And then boom, 1, and then we see 2
Mm-hmm.
on the roll catch, and then we're gonna see 3 when the dagger comes in, 3,
Yep.
and then 4 on the trade.
Yeah.
And yeah. So we're gonna absolutely see Darksoapp play completely differently than that.
Yeah, I completely agree. And this kind of plays into what I was saying just before too, that it cannot be understated the difference between a player that drops down to the losers bracket and they're just playing match after match after match and they're completely warmed up and they just walk right into this match completely warmed up, but Darksoapp has had to sit here for a while. So potentially the hands have iced over maybe even a little bit. But, of course, with the adaptivity of both of these players, I'm interested to see how the subsequent matches end up. Okay,
Absolutely.
without further ado, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so obviously we see the large glintstone scraps coming out from the side of Space Ranger yet again. A brilliant cover for the Physic at the start of the fight. And we see Darksoapp going for the... Oh, and a beautiful jumping L1 attempt, but is massively punished with the Flaming Strike on the panic roll into the vortex of the dagger, into the halberd. But Darksoapp needs to be incredibly careful here. And beautiful dagger chips coming out from the side of Darksoapp. And that is how you use the Hall Dagger setup properly right there.
Yeah, you just said it. I mean, the combo right there to get Space Ranger down that much health already. Yeah. Started with the Flaming Strike combo, and then in the dagger stunned in 2 hits because, again, he doesn't have BronDaGoat, so he's not able to tank 3.
Yeah.
And, man, that just did it right there. And now huge deficit already.
Dude, unreal spacing from the side of Space Ranger there. And I'm obviously corrected with Space's prowess on the spacing front, of course. But absolutely exceptional. Beautiful running R1 coming out and actually landing on the side of Darksoapp here. And Space is doing an excellent job with the erratic movement once again and trying to bait in those neutral R1 attempts with the halberd on the side of Darksoapp. But as soon as Darksoapp goes for the... word. This is just an insane back and forth. I can't even keep up with this at a certain point, man. Wow. The answer back for both players. Yeah.
So, okay, so this is crazy because, like, Darksoapp didn't change their game plan at all except attacking more with the dagger. And you saw the 2 hits stuns. Oh, actually, right here, Space Ranger did change to BronDaGoat, I noticed. They didn't have it on earlier.
Right.
So they did change it to... But I don't know. It still looked like they were getting stunned by 2 hits. I could be wrong, but we'll see at the end here when he daggers up hard. But like, the dagger was stunning. The chip damage came down. I was actually surprised Space Ranger didn't go for chain attacks anyway, rather than waiting a half a second. Which right here, that was 1 hit, 2. 3rd hit stuns.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so the BronDaGoat did work there, but...
Yeah, and the dagger just, honestly, like, it can't be understated, man. The dagger is just absolutely incredible. And see right there, right at the end, as Space landed that last CL1, he was expecting the panic roll from Dark, but Darksoapp just mashed out of hit stun there for
Yeah, I mean, 1 hit away. That's it's funny because, like, that's a veteran move that is now a rookie move. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's,
exactly.
If 1 hit away, it's actually bad form to look for that roll catch. It's weird.
Yeah, genuinely. Yep, it's mind games on top of mind games, man, you know? And as people are saying in the chat, the space is ranging and the spacing is being ranged, as it were. So true indeed. But moving on to the 3rd match in this set here. go ahead and count us down, my friend.
All right, let's do it. 1 and 1. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, and once again we have Space Ranger in the red and Darksoap in the blue. And we had a free aim attempt on the Frostpot from Darksoap. Unfortunately, it did go up over Space Ranger's head a little bit, going for the cheeky large glintstone scrap cast, of course. Once again, being a little bit dagger heavy here, but as soon as those panic rolls come in, like Space almost exclusively lands one, at the very least one CL1 attack.
Yeah, the dagger. So now there's no Bull Goat, and Space Ranger can get daggered down, actually, if he tries to get close here. Oh, yep. Bull Goat's on.
Yep,
this is the scary part.
Yep.
Because you don't know as Darksoap. You have no idea
exactly
what he has.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's crazy.
I do wish there was a visual indicator for Bull Goats in particular. But absolutely incredible vortexing prowess on the side of Space Ranger here. And obviously Darksoap trying for his turn at the aggressive attempt with 2 subsequent running R1s. Neither one connects, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe some crouch attacks to try to get confirmed stuns on the side of Darksoap here to do something.
Yeah,
basically
something that's not yeah, exactly. Something that's not strafable. And that's not, obviously it is still outspaceable, but man, yeah, Space just has Darksoap's number here. Space trying to go for the neutral R1,
parry attempt.
Try and shut it down. Yep. I have a feeling we may see it here. I swear, if he gets the parry on the Starfist here,
he went for it.
Space was waiting for the parry attempt, and he knew it was coming. And is able to just shut down Darksoap yet again as a result. And the vortexing and the movement is absolutely unbelievable here.
Ace is ranging, man. It's I gotta say, I don't know. It almost seems like, man, it just flip-flopped, right? First was handily Space Ranger, second was handily Darksoap, now third is handily Space Ranger. Like, will it flop again? Because it's like I don't really see that big of a difference of playing it. Just like it's almost like one event happens and then it's a domino effect. Something else happens. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing like crazy difference in play style here.
Yeah, and one thing I will point out too that the chat has been keen on letting me know is that Space Ranger did not have his Great Rune active either. He still managed to take that one as well.
The 1900 health.
Yeah, so hopefully he was able to rectify that going forward, of course. But yeah, very, very interesting play from both players here.
See, now that's a 1 billion IQ play, though. The mind games, basically allowing your opponent to see, like, no, look at this. I don't even need this. And then, like, what do you mean you don't need this? And then they get dumb, you know? I don't know. All right, count us down. Let's get in.
For sure. All right, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. And of course, we see the glintstone scraps coming out from the side of Space Ranger yet again to cover his physic. We saw a little bit of an attempt for the Frostpot there, but the last 2 of the glintstone scraps managed to land. And we do see Flame Strike coming out yet again, and Flame Strike was the enabler that allowed Darksoap to just completely combo and shut down Space Ranger in the second round.
Oh my lord, but 4 in a row.
Those buffered, yeah, man, those buffered vortexes are absolutely brutal here, and Space Ranger just seems to have Darksoap's number in almost every aspect here. And obviously Darksoap needs to play incredibly, incredibly carefully. Oh, beautiful dagger swings though. Into the flame strike, into another
strike,
triple. Almost
barely missed
triple. Yeah, goes for the, and just like that, this match is.
Wait a second.
Wait, the dagger.
Oh my! What is happening right now?
Man, Darksoap once again. Darksoap and, the flame strike and the dagger in tandem with each other enable the roll catches from both sides. And that's exactly what Darksoap leaned into. And if you lean into that aspect alone, you can completely shift the tide of the fight. As we just saw there, even, and this is one thing that I want to point out too with Darksoapp, is that even after getting Vortex for almost his entire HP bar, he still kept his composure. He did not admit defeat. He did not get tilted there, as a lot of people would. But that's the thing. As long as you retain that confidence and your composure,
Flame Strike.
you're able to completely...
Flame Strike.
Yeah.
That one I was shocked missed.
Yeah, it's because he free aimed it in the opposite direction. He was trying to read the roll direction of Space. But
I thought the back end would have got him.
Yeah, it was very, very close nonetheless. And Space going for that delayed Vortex to try and catch the roll again was the end of him.
Wow.
Absolutely exceptional. All right, with no further delay, we will hop right into the next one here, because my word, equal 2-2 in a best of 7 match here. Let's go. Count it down, my friend.
3, 2, 1, fire. Now, Space Ranger, I think Space Ranger can learn from that as to basically stay attacking. Because if he just attacked through any of those daggers, it would have been reset at least right here.
Right here.
Just
exactly.
keep attacking.
Yep. See,
because
in Space,
the dagger, you can't get like 7 hits off and then double Flame Strike if you're already attacking and it's reset. So if that's a concern, just attack through it. You're gonna do more damage.
Beautiful turnaround neutral R1 on the side of Darksoapp there to be able to true combo into the off dagger and a Flame Strike attempt after that as well. Oh, goes for the neutral R2 to potentially catch the beautiful breakaway dagger L1 there for the confirm. Amazing Flame Strike usage on the side of Darksoapp. Beautiful free aims and into the roll catch, into the running R1, into the dagger, and absolutely shut down Space Ranger.
Wow.
This is what I'm talking about. If you utilize everything that the all dagger setup has, and you play to its strengths, it will annihilate. Dude.
All right, give us the play-by-play at the ending barrage on this one. Tell us,
for sure.
All right, let us know.
All right, so and obviously, I really respect what's going on here too, is Darksoapp is making use of his spacing overall to just narrowly get those dagger swings in. And we see the attempt of the neutral R2 there to potentially cut down the strafe, and we get the breakaway R or L1 there with the off dagger. And we're actually seeing the hard reads of the Flame Strike on the aggression attempt of the side of Space here. Beautiful, free-aimed neutral R1 into a Flame Strike roll catch, into a running R1 roll catch, into a Flame Strike, into a dagger.
Combo.
Man. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. And this setup, once again, it doesn't matter how far you are behind. All you need is one hit. One halberd hit or one Flame Strike, and you are on your way. But without further delay, yet again, let's hop in to potentially match point here for Darksoapp rounding out the tournament. Let's see if Space is able to adapt. 3, 2, 1, go.
Man, it's just been back and forth, over and over and over. Fascinating. I couldn't believe the way that ended. I mean, the combos, getting that R1, and I don't know, don't the halberds have an early hit? Wow, the dagger! What is happening?
You see what I mean, man? This is peak dagger play. Genuinely, this is what you need to do. You need to not, and this is one thing I want to point out too. Darksoapp is not afraid of the PSGS anymore. After getting hit multiple times, of course, he goes for the follow-up on the dagger swing there. It does get traded on, unfortunately, but Darksoapp is not afraid of the Vortex anymore. And he is just attacking. He is just attacking when the PSGS is close. And that is exactly what you need to do against the Vortex setup. Beautiful, beautiful free aim. Neutral R1 coming out from the side of Darksoapp yet again to try and catch the spacing attempt. And a beautiful hard read into the one-handed jumping R2 on the halberd. And Space is at a significant deficit here. Beautiful running R2 to catch yet again. One more dagger, but Darksoapp needs to be exceptionally careful here. One hit can end it all from both players. Do not let Space swap to the Starfist. Beautiful, pressuring Darksoapp, and Darksoapp is able to round out the tournament. And here is your grand champion, ladies and gentlemen. Well done from Darksoapp and Space Ranger. Exceptional.
That was wild. I mean, things exploded in the center, and it looked like Darksoapp was going to take it handily, and then Space Ranger started coming back, popped the tears right there, roll catch, goes in there, gets hit by the turnaround. And I was going to ask you, like, I know there's a glitch on some of the halberds of the R1 early hitting. Is that happening, or is that not happening? Because some of those, I feel like he should have been able to roll.
It could have been. It's a lot of the blending on the halberd animation that makes it seem that way, right?
Yeah.
Most of the early hitting that happens on halberd is due to the running R1. As far as I know, I think you can early hit the neutral R1s, but it's not as prevalent. But right there, just utilizing the free aiming of the neutral R1s was the enabler and made the difference there, and allowed Darksoapp to just mash that dagger immediately out of that type 2 hit stun. And it was just the enabler and the flame strike, all of the mix-ups, everything there.
Man.
One thing before I pass the torch off to you, my friend, is Darksoapp and his adaptability here. He was absolutely getting destroyed at the start of this set, and he was panicking against Space's vortexes and got clipped more than a few times. Both of his losses were as a result of him panicking too much. But Darksoapp was able to regain and recollect his composure and be like, I am not afraid of you. I'm not afraid anymore, that kind of thing, dude. And we just is able to mind game and mix up at every single turn. Absolutely spectacular play.
Wow.
And big GGs to both players in the chat.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody in this tournament, by the way, everybody is awesome. But indeed. I want to say essentially what he utilized, because it seemed like no one could really get away from it. He basically used my tech of, I know I'm going to get hit through a roll. I know I'm going to panic. Why not just attack?
Exactly.
That's what he did. Man. He just attacked. He stunned with the turnaround halberd. He just spammed the dagger, which I don't know. I mean, that was a weird error on Space Ranger's side to just not do anything, just stand there. That was a little strange. But again, sometimes it's so fast and you don't know which hit is going to stun you depending on whether you have BronDaGoat or whatever.
Exactly.
And, man, and that's what happened. That was crazy. Like I was actually, I didn't think Darksoapp had it, considering they were still panicking even on that last one that they won, but they didn't even allow themselves to panic because they were just attacking. And I think that's the key there.
Yeah, dude. No, I completely agree. Yeah, and there's just, man, the pure raw fundamentals and just absurd levels of skill on display with these last few fights here at the end of the tournament has just been absolutely insane. And I really do hope that you guys all enjoyed watching it as much as both me and Dante enjoyed commentating it.
That was a lot of fun. I mean, that was it. One thing I liked, it was surprising to me because, like, again, you're watching these fights throughout this 6 hour or whatever tournament, and you're watching these fights and you're seeing all these players play, and you know what they're capable of, and then something like that halts Space Ranger, and you're like, whoa, really? That dagger spam, like that simple of a thing, really messed you up. And then the regular turnaround R1 of the halberd, it's just like, that's a difference in the mind game of this. And it's like, that I love, because anyone can do that. That's not really like dexterity in your fingers.
Right.
Anyone can do that.
Yeah.
And that's incredible.
I'm glad you brought that up, dude. Yeah, because that was one thing that I forgot to mention. The mix-ups and the outthinking your opponent at every single avenue, man. It was just like, I think there was more mix-ups, I think, in this tournament than any other tournament that I've seen or participated in. Like, it was really, really incredible to see that. Like not only just like, oh, you picked this setup, so I'm going to pick the setup that beats this setup, right?
Yeah.
It's mind gaming your opponent more
I
so
love it.
than just rock paper scissors matchups,
Yeah,
right?
and not to mention, by the way, in probably more than any other tournament I've seen in Elden Ring, the combos and the chains we're seeing,
Yeah,
you
dude,
don't
right?
see that we haven't seen that in this game before.
No,
That's
dude.
not how it worked.
No.
And now that's what's happening.
Yeah. And it's incredible. Dude, yeah, like some of
Oh,
the combo strings that Darksoapp was able to land there, and then also on the flip side, you know, like the 6 strain PSGS vortexes on the side of
yeah.
space. That is no easy feat to let your opponent, you know, like just they can't do anything, can't escape you because you're just constantly making the right read every single time, right? And that's
Yep.
very rare that you see a PSGS vortex land more than 3 subsequent hits in a row. And Space was reliably doing that and exceeding that throughout the entirety of the tourney. But yeah, just going back to what Darksoapp did overall with those combo strings with the Hall Dagger setup, it obviously shows that Hall Dagger is still incredibly, incredibly strong, even in patch 1.10.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. And it didn't even have bleed. Like, I actually like the Wakazashi or whatever. I like that setup personally better because I think it's scarier. But he
Oh yeah,
made
for
that
sure.
work without it. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
incredible.
Agreed,
That is
man.
amazing.
But well, as we wrap up here, guys, just one thing that I wanted to say. Thank you so much to everybody joining and you know coming to watch the old tourney, dude. It really does mean a lot. Thank you guys for all of the support that you do. Thank you, Halvard and Enda, and maybe there was a few other people that
Amir.
gifted as well. Thank
Oh,
you. Yeah, very
I
but
think
thank you
Amir
for all of the support
rated.
there. Oh, Amir rated as well. Incredible, dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, we really do appreciate it. And obviously, we have the NA FOC tomorrow. I believe that is going live at 1 p.m. CST. And also, we have another Den Fight Club happening around 5 p.m. CST on Wednesday. So feel free to tune in for that as well. But I will pass the torch off to you, Dante, for a few closing words, and then we'll send everyone on their way.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to thank everyone. Thank Notchell for being here and
Yeah.
doing the all on the back end production side, setting it up really well. The stupid ad breaks we have to, but he talks to us in our magical ears, and we can try to set that up and just
Yep.
eliminate that. I feel like it's as painless as we can do it. The ads,
Yes,
so
for
I
sure.
think that it's not that bad, and I thank him. Obviously, thank Frosty, everybody else on the back end who helped with this, because obviously
Yes.
we have all the visuals, we have the I don't know who it was it Amir who did all that the
Yeah,
coding stuff or
the camera work. Yeah. Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
it's all that stuff is amazing, and you can only do it on
Yes.
PC. Sadly, for the consoles, you can't do it.
Mhm.
But yeah, obviously, I have a lot of fun doing this. The game to me is still like fresher than it's ever been.
Same,
I
man.
love the competition.
Yep.
I believe I will be back tomorrow in commentating, and
Hey.
so that's exciting. Frosty, you're playing tomorrow? Are you playing?
Yes. Yes, indeed. I
So
am.
check out Frosty's streams. He's a lot of fun to watch. One of the more fun players to watch. I
Thanks, man.
stream also like today. Every Saturday I do 2v2s on console on PlayStation. Xbox doesn't really count. They don't. But so check that out. I'll be streaming after this stream, although I'm gonna take a little bit of a break before I start up. But yeah, I mean,
Yep.
all of this is a lot of fun. Congratulations to Darksoapp for winning. Space Ranger second place, Ruth third place, and of course everybody else who participated. I appreciate everybody being here. I hope you guys had
Mhm.
fun, and make sure you follow everybody here who streams.
Yes.
Most of us probably stream or at least do something, and just enjoy this. Be good to each other, and let's
Yes.
continue the community support. And I appreciate everybody. You guys take it easy.
Much love, my friends. Bye for now. Until next time.